for you as they come out. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Critty and Tom.
Thanks so much, John Tucker. Greatly appreciate it. We're going to dive into this for a little bit here. We're doing this right on the screen, a little bit of PPI action. We went weaker. What am I watching? Somebody said, okay, there's got to be one thing you're watching. Euro yen. You take out the dollar. Euro yen is showing stronger euro and critically weaker yen, printing out to a 159 yen per euro. You're like, okay, I don't care. You will if it goes through 160. If we see, Critty, if we see weaker yen off of this and into the Asia Monday opening our Sunday evening, that would be news.
Yeah, and I got to say, the data out of Japan just gets weaker and weaker and weaker.
Oh, it's
and
a fiction.
It's wild because yields go higher and higher and higher, and people keep saying something's going to break, nothing keeps breaking. Well, it's the same story for the last, 9 months at least?
9 months. It's their goal is to impute inflation into the system to get away from the age-old disinflation, lethargy, rather. Yeah. And it's an experiment, and we'll see how it goes, but I'm just suggesting sort of we're here now. Maybe not August, but we're here now with euro-yen at a 159. They're not looking at euros. Well, maybe they're looking at euros, but they're really not looking at yen over in Switzerland. They're looking at, there were 3 banks in my ute, and then there were 2 banks, and there is now 1 bank. And part of this blow-up was the Swiss government to the rescue. And let me tell you, if you know anything about Cantonese politics, C-A-N-T-O-N, the government ponying up $10 billion U.S. to UBS was maybe not popular. We need a brief on this out of Zurich. Lee Kenshipper helps us right now with Bloomberg News. Leo, what's the emotion on a Friday in Switzerland over this huge $10 billion bailout to the banking system?
Yeah, good morning. So basically, it was one of those shocker news that always come out at 5:45 London time, 6:45 in Zurich, middle of the summer, not really expected. And the news was basically that the Swiss government won't have to step in to save to step in for losses that UBS may incur when they wind down non-core assets from Credit Suisse, and that's great news for UBS, and it really reassured markets this morning. I'm looking at the chart right now. UBS is still trading up in Zurich, so market sentiment is good, and it also calms down the political debate around this issue because there has been a lot of criticism, of course.
I mean, Critty, just think, our editor at Bloomberg News, he goes to lunch at cafe, the cafe there, where a bowl of soup is like $35, just with that accent and the romance of Zurich.
Absolutely.
It's great on a late Friday afternoon.
I mean, clearly, I think he trekked into the radio studio on one of those fancy red trains that go through the Swiss Alps, clearly, just to join us this morning. Tom, Leo, talk to us a little bit about the bond story here. And look, we're going to get a little nerdy, but for everyone listening here, the big kind of scandal, if you will, of the UBS Credit Suisse story was this wipeout of the AT1 bond tier. That's a lot of nerdy talk for basically saying a lot of investors got wiped out and weren't compensated for holding this fairly risky debt. Leo, if UBS is saying they don't need this liquidity protection, why was that layer wiped out?
Yes, so I think it mainly had to do with the issue that there was no certainty at that moment, and of course, I mean, you had after that initial announcement, you had central banks coming out and confirming that the order shouldn't be as it was laid out before. So that's I think that was the main issue. I think it was just the uncertainty at the moment.
And Leo, let's talk a little bit then about where we go from here. Is it all clear when it comes to Credit Suisse? I mean, you talk about the layoffs, you talk about the deal flow slowing down. What happens now with UBS? Is it all clear ahead?
Yes, I think the key question now is the future of the Swiss unit, the domestic business. And I think part of this announcement today had to do with UBS basically getting a good bargaining chip for the future of the Swiss domestic unit, because basically they're not really keen on spinning it off, because that would create another domestic competitor. So UBS is not keen on spinning off the Credit Suisse domestic business, and the government would actually like that. like that scene spun off because it'll, it increases competition in the sector and also makes financing easier.
Leo, thank you. Leo Kinshipper with us in Zurich here on UBS and $10 billion of Swiss government, I guess, aid that's not going to happen. Last time I was with Leo, we were at lunch at McDonald's in the Bahnhof. Like a number 2 value meal is $25.
What do you even get at a McDonald's in Switzerland?
I had to go and photograph it because Reto, keeper of the Amex here, didn't want me in.
You can get alcohol at McDonald's in Europe,
No.
Yeah.
I really?
A martini?
I have. The last time I went, no, it's like I got a beer.
Okay. We say good morning to all in Boston who helped finance the Big Dig. Joining us now, our Bloomberg congestion reporter, John Tucker, here. I am seeing the numbers come out, John. I literally just picked up the Hewlett-Packard 12C calculator, and I extrapolated the budget expansion of Boston's Big Dig from 2 gazillion out to 16 gazillion. It costs more than the Apollo space program.
We're talking 16.1.
16.1 with a gross up to maybe 30 with all, all the other stuff they're doing. The number, if you extrapolate the Big Dig over to the Gateway Tunnel, is jaw-dropping. I mean, it's like
if you think
a lot of money.
If you think it's going to come in on budget and on time, I've got a bridge to sell you, or maybe
which is probably what we need. But why is this not going to be, seriously, John, why is this not going to be the same thing as the Big Dig, where well-meaning people get a number, but we're just kidding. It's just going to go up, up, and up, right?
Well, the complexities of going under a river, I mean, can you imagine? And on a line that's currently running, you're not going to interrupt the train service, at least for any great length of time. Also, I want to point out, on the west side of Manhattan, where you have the entrance to the Lincoln Tunnel for cars, that is going to be a construction site, the existing
for the next 10 years.
Because that's where it's going to go.
They're beginning at the Hudson Yards,
So you're going to see dump trucks. You're going to see all sorts of traffic in and out of their construction traffic.
Review very carefully, very quickly, rather, what's going on here. There's a tunnel now, or there's 2 tunnels.
There's an existing tunnel structure underneath the Hudson River for not cars, but the rail trains, specifically the Northeast Corridor.
And it was built in
That
1840.
is over 100 years old, and it suffered a lot of damage from flooding during Sandy, the infrastructure there. So that has to be fixed up, and then we need another tunnel.
And then a third
to accommodate.
Tunnel.
So that'll go to into Manhattan and continue on. So
one final question. You've been great on this, John, and we're catching him without his he's got 3 interns to help him with the Bloomberg congestion report.
I've seen him running around. Yeah.
What do they do with the Helix? Does the Helix stay?
The Helix stays. No, that's the car traffic. So that's in place. That is 495 that comes into the city and out of the city. It's actually it is a helix.
It's
structure.
A helix for
not
all
a double
of you,
helix, a single
for
helix.
all of you nationwide. Like, you come to New York for a reason, and one is to just once be stuck in 2 hours of traffic.
These are the ultimate infrastructure projects, and they have started. This also includes the Northeast Corridor, the busiest train line in the United States, and that includes replacement of the Portal Drawbridge, a project that's already underway. So old that it has some wooden gears in it.
Yeah.
So,
John Tucker, thank you so much. Your congestion report is the Gateway Tunnel launches, or that's the reporting at least. Stay with us. Kriti Gupta in for Paul Sweeney. I'm Tom Keene. This is Bloomberg Radio.
If you're having a business dispute, you know time is money. The longer your case proceeds, the more your case can cost. So speed up your resolution with the American Arbitration Association. Arbitration with the American Arbitration Association is faster. In fact, the median time frame for an American Arbitration Association B2B arbitration to be awarded is nearly 16 months faster than the U.S. courts. ADR.org. Resolve faster.
What is dedication?
My daughter is biological and my son is adopted. I love them both so much. From the morning when you wake up to putting them to bed at night and every moment in between. I think a parent's job is to protect our children, but also prepare them for the world so they become good, kind human beings.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
It's hard to keep up with breaking global business news.
It was a mixed day here in the States.
Volatility is sky high.
But at Bloomberg, our seasoned reporters and anchors make it look easy.
European stocks hit a fresh record.
Fares have basically been rendered obsolete.
The rate hike dance is playing out in the belly of the curve.
Are you worried about a wage price spiral?
A lot of Wall Street strategists getting more and more cautious here.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
The business and market news of Asia.
China is urging the U.S. to mend ties.
It's more important than ever.
We're seeing mixed markets here in the Asia Pacific.
This is where you get it.
It is the start of a new Asian trading week.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak Asia Edition.
Energy stocks leading the Nikkei higher.
Available now on your podcast feed each weekday morning. Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes. Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak Asia Edition today on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts.
No one knows where this market will go. Right now, it feels like a wild ride. But one thing's for certain, there's a way through it. And the experience and guidance of a Merrill advisor can help you get there. Because where there's a bull, there's a way. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Live from the Interactive Broker Studio, broadcasting coast to coast. Bloomberg 1130 New York, Bloomberg 99.1 Washington, Bloomberg 106.1 Boston, Bloomberg 960 San Francisco, Sirius XM 119, the Bloomberg Business app, and Bloomberg.com. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
And there you have it, the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. Good morning, I'm John Tucker with the opening bell report. Producer prices increasing by more than expected, so that sends the message the Fed's inflation fight is probably not over just yet. Yields are higher, and stocks right out of the gate are lower. The S&P 500, 18 points lower. That's down 0.4%. Dow Jones Industrial Average, 59 points lower, and tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 leading the losses. That is down 114 points. We check the markets all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your opening bell report. Critty and Tom.
Thank you, John Tucker. Greatly appreciate it. The opening bell report and all of our business flashes with John Tucker. Brought to you by Interactive Brokers, Bond Marketplace. Access their vast selection of over 1 million global fixed income securities with no markups or built-in spreads and low transparent commissions. Learn more at ibkr.com/bonds. Critty, why don't you bring in the wise one?
Let's.
The starred. He's a 5-star guest.
He absolutely is. The one and only CFRA's Chief Investment Strategist, Sam Stovall, joins us right here on Bloomberg Radio. Sam, a pleasure to have you join us this morning. Thank you for not being somewhere in the Hamptons and joining us instead. We appreciate it.
He's up on 6,000 acres north of Bedford. He's not a
Oh, is that his style?
Yes.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Sam, talk to us about this equity market here. Look, we've got earnings season done. We've got a lot of the economic data out of the way. Is it really just a question of Jackson Hole? Is that all the equity market's waiting for?
Well, good morning, and I don't know if you can see the smile on my face, but no, I'm in the room above the garage in Allentown, Pennsylvania, so close to the Hamptons.
Classy
anyway,
all the way.
I think that, the investors are pulling petals from a daisy, trying to figure out, will the Fed raise, won't they raise, will they raise, won't they raise in September. And even though the CME Group's target rate probability for September is more than 90% likelihood that they will not raise rates, I think the worry that they actually could, based on Mary Daly's comments yesterday, based on today's PPI data, as well as retail sales, is causing investors to worry and to sit on the sidelines.
But Sam, what's critical here, and Critties is addicted to this, as Lisa Abramowitz and John Farrow, there's the Fed parlor game, which long ago and far away we sort of gazed at, but we really didn't pay that much attention to. How do you develop a second leg of a bull market? It's got nothing to do with the Fed, right? How do you get that next leg up?
Well, I think you get the next leg up by digesting the gains found in the first leg. Through the middle of July, we were looking at the NASDAQ 26% above its 200-day moving average. We saw the Communication Services Group 2 standard deviations above its normal difference from its 200-day moving average. So essentially, I think the market got ahead of itself, and like an army that has to wait for its supply lines to catch up to it, I think we are going through a correction either in time or price that would then reset the dials and allow us to move higher.
Folks worldwide, go back on Bloomberg Digital Radio and re-listen to what you just heard. This is the gospel, according to Stovall and Critty. What this talks about, the great Louise Yamada of Citigroup for years, and Louise would call it distribution. You move, and then you have to have distribution, the grind back and forth, day and week and month, to reassess where you are at this new higher level.
Sam, talk to us then about this new higher level, but perhaps not in the way that Tom is talking about it. Talk to us a bit about it in terms of margins, because of course margins matter, but if a good chunk of corporate America is dealing with higher labor costs, don't your margins kind of go out the window?
Well, margins have been under pressure, but I think, we've been getting another quarter. This is now the 55th of 57 quarters in which actual results have exceeded end-of-quarter estimates. And when you look to profit margins themselves, they, for this second quarter, have risen from an estimate of 0.4 to 1.5. And also we've been seeing 6 of the 11 sectors post increases in their profit margins in this second quarter. So actually the belief is that we are seeing things improve because companies do have pricing power still, even though they are paying more for goods and for payrolls and whatnot, but there still sort of is enough that they can pass along some profits, or at least expect to see an improvement in profits in 2024, which right now is expected to be up about 12%.
Sam, then talk to us then what happens in this next year. It feels too early almost to even talk about the presidential election in the U.S., but perhaps also not too early if you're looking at a lot of the kind of base cases for, say, tech, for example, resting on who takes the White House in 2025. Is that something that the market should even be thinking about right now?
Well, I think that 2024 historically has a wonderful track record. A first-year president up for re-election, we see a very strong advance on average with a very high frequency of advance. So basically the market is saying, don't worry about it. We traditionally have a positive third year as we're experiencing right now. And usually the gravitation is toward the economically sensitive areas. So I think once we get past this traditional volatility in August and September, that it's setting itself up nicely for an end of year and into the presidential election year rally.
There's a Sam Stovall we know. Sam, you got a famed star system. I make jokes about it, but folks, let me not mince words. I was weaned to the CFRA S&P star system for years. 5-star, 4-star, 3-star. Are you having a difficult time creating a choice set of stocks to consider? With all that's going on, to circle back to the Fed discussion Gritty talked about, is it hard to find 4- and 5-star candidates?
Well, I think certainly it's challenging because the investors, the analysts want to make sure that they do offer value for our clients, and we do the traditional growth at a reasonable price, intrinsic value calculations, some of the parts, all of those different fundamental metrics, but we also take a look at technicals. I think fundamentals tell you what, but technicals tell you when and how far. And so by combining the two, we are still able to offer value in those areas.
Okay, well, let's go when and how far to next Thursday. If I have a ginormous retailer and they're making single-digit revenue growth, they're bringing in 3 cents to the dollar down at the bottom of the Robert Stovall income statement, and their EBITDA is a ginormous 6 cents on the dollar. Of course, I'm talking about Walmart, and it's popping a 25-plus PE multiple. That doesn't sound like it's Stovall ready.
Well, I think what it's doing is basically saying that prices lead fundamentals. That the reason that we're seeing elevated PE ratios not only in Walmart but also in the market itself. We traditionally see an average 22% PE multiple expansion from a bear market bottom to the point in which we have a confirmed bull market 20% advance, and then the earnings improvement starts to occur. Our analysts are saying that with the inventory and cost challenges now largely squared away, we see fiscal year 24 as the beginning of a multi-year margin expansion story for Walmart. So, yes, this most recent or upcoming earnings might continue to show challenges, but I think investors are looking not only for Walmart but for the sector and the market as a whole into 2024.
Sam, you mentioned that 20% bull market here. When you start to see a lot of green on the screen, you come off your October lows, and even the bearish of bears, like Mike Wilson, for example, change their tune. A lot of people start to say, look, maybe there's a technical correction coming. We are returning to that kind of 2 or 3, 5% pullbacks that we get per year. Where's our 5% pullback, Sam?
Well, why is it not occurring just yet? Well, I guess you could also say the same for the recession. But I think that usually these pullbacks take time to develop. Looking at all of the 63 pullbacks since World War II, they've taken essentially a month to materialize, but then a month and a half to get back to break even. So by the time you've started to sweat out the decline in prices, the market is probably already on its way back to break even.
Yeah.
So usually about a month plus to go from peak to that 5 to 10% decline threshold.
In Allentown, is the best diner the Sunrise Diner? Where's Sam Stovall chowing down in Allentown, Pennsylvania?
Well, the Friday morning breakfast club takes place at the Parkland restaurant. So a good local diner. Also the Sibs West End Deli is a good one.
Yeah, Michael Barr has a brass plaque at the Parkland Diner. I'm not, it's like a brass plaque.
I got my own table.
Got your own table. You got that. Sam Stovall, thank you so much. From Allentown, Pennsylvania, this morning. Just iconic on equity history, the state of our stock market. The Dow, -47. With our news in Allentown, Pennsylvania, here's Michael Barr.
Tom Creedy, thank you very much. Officials in Hawaii now say at least 55 people are dead and hundreds are missing after devastating wildfires on Maui. Bloomberg's Steve Rappaport has more.
Firefighters say the wildfire moving through Maui is at least 80% contained. The fire destroyed the historic seaside town of Lahaina, forcing residents and tourists to flee. The police chief says perhaps 1,000 people remain unaccounted for. Governor Josh Green surveyed the damage yesterday.
We will continue to see loss of life, but we have extraordinary professionals working on this job. We also have seen many hundreds of homes destroyed.
Green described the wildfire as the worst natural disaster in Hawaii's history. Steve Rappaport, Bloomberg Radio.
A federal judge is about to hear the special counsel's argument to put limits on Donald Trump's comments about one of his criminal cases. The hearing, scheduled to start in minutes in Washington, D.C. federal court, will focus on how much former President Donald Trump should be allowed to say about evidence in the election interference case against him. Trump has had comments and social media posts that some consider threatening. Former Vice President Mike Pence addressed a crowd at the Iowa State Fair soapbox. The Republican presidential candidate proclaims that he believes the country deserves new leadership in the White House.
So I have faith. I have faith in the American people, and I truly do believe the better days are coming.
It kicks off several days of visits by candidates, including GOP opponents, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, and former President Trump later this weekend. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says he has spoken to the ousted president of Niger, Mohamed Bazoum, about half a dozen times since military leaders imprisoned him.
We're both focused on the same thing, which is the restoration of the constitutional order.
Bazoum's party claims the ousted president and his family were being detained under cruel and inhumane conditions at their residence with no running water, no electricity, and no access to fresh goods or doctors. Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studios, this is Global News 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Tom Creedy.
Michael Barr, thanks. So it's Creedy. It was another time and place. It was Mack Trucks. Allentown, you know, Billy Joel doing Allentown and all that. But Michael Barr, it was about Mack Trucks and manufacturing down 81, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. And in fact, on 80, as you head into Pennsylvania, and then there's Peterbilt. They're there also.
They were all there. All the big trucking was there. And, of course, if you're Michael Barr, you got to chow it down at the Parkland restaurant. There's the Michael Barr item on the menu. Everything else was like $3.99. Yeah. Country fried steak, sausage gravy, 2 eggs served with home fries, buttered toast, and you get the news. $12.99.
That 99 cents, that's for me, because that's part of my
I used to drive this a lot at Another Life and Place, and you literally would drive, Critty, from diner to diner.
Mm-hmm.
Did you?
There's no Chez Waf. We called Waffle House Chez Waf. You didn't go to Chez Waf. You had these real diners like the Parkland restaurant.
That's right.
That's what you had.
So okay, so in the Waffle House versus Denny's conversation, where are you?
Well, it depends. At 3 a.m., I'm not fussy.
Not picky.
But the answer is, I think Denny's was,
You know, I've never been to a Denny's before.
Oh my God.
I know, it's not horrible.
Okay.
So I have a default loyalty to Waffle House.
Okay. Good morning for all of you at Chez Waf listening in right now. From New York, this is Bloomberg.
Wherever your business takes you, Bloomberg Radio is here with you.
Breaking economic news crossing the Bloomberg.
Powered by 2,700 journalists and analysts.
So let's get to some of the day's gainers.
In more than 120 countries around the world.
We are seeing a flatter picture for European stocks this morning.
We're the only 24/7 global business radio platform.
This market regime is going to come with more volatility.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
The Bloomberg Talks Podcast. Today's top interviews from around Bloomberg News.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke exclusively with Bloomberg.
Joining us now, the CEO of Uber, Dara Khosrowshahi.
Wide-ranging conversations with Fortune 500 CEOs, big-name investors, and business leaders around the world.
The former Treasury Secretaries Hank Paulson and Tim Geithner.
Morgan Stanley CEO James Gorman.
Bloomberg Talks. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Access a vast selection of global fixed income securities at Interactive Brokers Bond Marketplace. Search their deep availability of over 1 million bonds globally. IBKR has no markups or built-in spreads and low, fully transparent commissions on bonds. IBKR displays the highest bids and lowest offers received from the electronic venues they access. In addition, clients can interact with each other by placing bids and offers online to execute their trades. Learn more at ibkr.com/bonds.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Good, I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. As we wrap up the week, definite risk-off sentiment today. Investors worry the Fed has more work to do to tame the inflation dragon. The data out this morning show producer prices picking up more than expected. Yields are higher. The more policy-reactive 2-year Treasury yield right now, that is, that is up about 6 basis points at 4.90 right now. That's especially suppressing technology. NASDAQ 100 is down. S&P 500, you have 10 of the 11 major industry groups. They are lower. The only group that's in the green right now, energy, as oil prices rise. And among the most actively traded, Cano Health plummeting after issuing a going concern warning. Right now, shares 64% lower. S&P 500 down 22. That's down 0.5%, 44.47. Dow Jones Industrial Average 50 points lower. The NASDAQ 100 is down 121 points, a decline of 0.8%. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Critty and Tom.
John Tucker, thanks so much. One of the secrets is how do we do this? How do we do it so fast-paced? And we have all sorts of signals that we use that we've invented. Shout out to Emily Hosgotzel, who was so helpful a long time ago in really inventing the processes of how we do that. And one is we have a triple top secret internal memo system, which is, it's only known, John Tucker, I mean, how many people, like 12 people have access to it?
Yeah, I'm not I'm
like
not at that level yet.
Yeah,
actually, I don't want to be bothered, so I don't turn it on.
So one K Gupta types into the, Rich, help me here. K Gupta types into the system, when does the show end?
She's got things to do.
Oh, come on. This isn't fair.
Ken Fellio in the control room goes, not soon enough. So we thank you to this hour of Bloomberg Radio in New York. Critty Gupta, looking forward. Tell us what's in the 10 o'clock hour.
Oh, come on. I got to run to TV. I got 3 minutes to mic up, and we have a great lineup.
You're going to TV at 10 o'clock.
TV at 10 o'clock.
Sounds like August Friday.
It is an August Friday. Everyone's at the beach but me and you, apparently.
I'm afraid to ask, am I in the 10 o'clock hour on radio, Rich? Help me out.
We'll tell you 3 minutes of the show.
Not clear. Okay. Thank you. So there it is, a vignette into how we do this, how we put it together. And what's interesting, folks, is years ago, it used to be a snooze fest. I mean, come on, it's August. You're at the beach, this and that. And the news flow now is just 24/7. It's even worse in Washington, where they literally rolled it up the fourth week of June because of, medical diseases and stuff. And now it's, again, 24/7. Megan Crane helps us out here on the 24/7 of August in Washington. Megan, it's simple. The president looking at a ticking time bomb on the other side of the world. Was your ilk surprised by the language of the president looking at Beijing as a ticking time bomb?
Well, good morning. I'm also not at the beach. So we're working here in Washington. The president was at a fundraiser in Utah and, used some pretty strong language about China and the Chinese economy. Was I surprised? I mean, the president, is always walking a fine line between, criticizing China and also, trying to maintain a relationship with this large economy and, geopolitical rivals. So, one never knows if they're missteps or just sort of carefully calibrated comments from the president.
Okay, we got a Republican debate coming up. It's the only bipartisan issue in Washington. Can they address the complexities of our relationship with China, or is it just going to be simple tit-for-tat political phrases?
In the debate, well, I've watched a lot of presidential primary debates, and I've never seen them be particularly substantive. So I wouldn't expect them to address the real subtleties of this challenge. I think a lot of times you're going to see candidates who are working to prove who's the toughest on China. That's probably a strong position in the Republican primary right now.
You see how Megan's so jaded on this? Do you hear this is what happens when your resume is the Associated Press, the fancy Agence France Press. When she worked at AFP, she took the whole month of August off. I mean, that's what they do at AFP.
I most certainly did not. I was always working in Washington.
And then she closed out at the conservative shop, PBS NewsHour. So the level of cynicism coming from Ms. Crane out of Bloomberg News, Washington, it's off the chart.
Can I just point out, he actually pronounced what AFP stands for, which I avoid like the plague. But you said
He said it right, yeah.
Yeah, but he called it resume. Am I right?
What's her resume? I mean, when you're as fancy as Megan, you have a resume. Continue.
Well,
Megan.
Thank you. I don't know about fancy, but yes.
Megan, let's go international here and talk about some of the news coming out of Iran, actually, which I've got to say has really surprised me. This idea that we're not talking about a prisoner exchange. How did this come about? How is this going? This is very non-traditional to have all of these steps kind of told in advance before the exchange actually happens.
Right. Yeah. I am not privy to how that all came about. It does seem different. I thought it was very interesting this morning. John Kirby, the White House national security spokesman, was talking about how the United States would, discourages people from going to these places and, says it's dangerous. And then, but if you get stuck, we'll come and find you. It was definitely a mixed message, but, the administration is committed to getting Americans out of, wrongfully detained Americans out from all kinds of places. So whatever, machinations they were using to make that happen seems to be at least making some small steps at this point.
When does Washington restart? We're in the silly season. Seriously, Megan, is it like Labor Day go? Or because of the primaries coming in, the debates and all that, does it delay until September 15 or September 20?
I sometimes argue that we're really the city that never sleeps, unlike New York. The politicians are in their districts working, and certainly the ones running for office are always fundraising, always working. I would say Labor Day is really the start of,
right.
any effort for legislative movement or, hearings will sort of step up and that sort of thing after Labor Day. I don't think they won't wait to move as much as possible, mostly because of the primaries. Yeah. I mean, we'll have that debate in just 2 weeks. That's even before Labor Day. Things are really sort of heating up in that department. So
painful. Megan Crane, thank you so much. Bloomberg News in Washington here with a brief on your nation's capital. We started the hour pretty seriously with Bitcoin. And I think we've got to go there because to me it's one of the great unsettled mysteries into the fall. And I would suggest for all the different parties that you covered and others with crypto and the show and all that, the great unsettled issue is what is Mr. Gensler's next step at the SEC? Have you done any reading on that, what the next shoe to drop is?
I don't know what the next shoe to drop is, but what I will say is that he really has the advantage in that there are other parts of the world that are on his side. Could you imagine if Europe or if Asian governments suddenly were like, you know what, we're going to get on the crypto train? That puts Gensler in a really tight spot.
Yeah.
And you have all the regulators around the world kind of singing to the same tune at the moment. What happens then when one flips? And I think that's why kind of 2023 and 2024 are so interesting, because it's not just about cryptocurrency, it's about digital currencies broadly. And if you have the Federal Reserve, the ECB, the PBOC putting out a digital dollar, euro, yuan, it kind of does some of the work for Gensler himself.
Yeah, but those are digital currencies of the present currencies. I'm fascinated how the institutions that we follow, BlackRock's front and center, but there's many others, they're going to have trading in Bitcoin. Is that their desire?
I think it's more of having exposure to a market that is no doubt growing, not growing as fast as it once did. But I think there's a great analysis on Bloomberg Intelligence actually about how if you have the likes of BlackRock actually able to make some sort of headway here, imagine how quickly the likes of Vanguard and other major, like State Street, suddenly you have a marketing war right off of a fees war that already exists in the ETF world.
And David Rubenstein, in his really wonderful conversation with Michael Novogratz, really talked about all the agonies, 60,000 down to 30,000.
Yeah.
But the reality is for so many founders, they're still in a very profit-making or profit-earnings position.
Yeah. Well, it's actually perfect timing because Matt Miller just walked into the studio, and
it's the only reason I brought it up.
It's every time. It's like you talk crypto, and then all of a sudden,
he's like a magnet.
Yeah, he just hears it. And he immediately feels the need to enter.
Based on what we talked about earlier, and you're like counting the seconds till the 9 o'clock's over. They're cueing a music critic. Can you judge on a scale of 1 to 10 how much better the 10 o'clock hour is going to be than the 9 o'clock hour?
That's unfair because I'm competing with Matt Miller on radio, but I will say, folks, switch over to BTV.
The star of television, Kriti Gupta. Look for her in the next hour. Please stay with us on a Friday. A little bit of weight to the tape. Have a wonderful weekend. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
The data and analysis that give you an edge.
Bloomberg Intelligence's 10 companies to keep an eye on.
The Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
Economic uncertainty remains a headwind for global bank stocks.
In-depth research on 2,000 companies across 130 industries.
Intel faces tough competition.
We're going to take a look at global life science technology.
Let's turn now to climate change.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Intelligence on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The New Deal created American infrastructure that unleashed new opportunity. Today, we're doing it again with massive investment in modernizing our infrastructure to build for tomorrow. At Build America Mutual, we protect your municipal bond investments that help make it happen, building a vibrant future for our communities and your portfolio. Invest in the future of America with BAM insured bonds.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Breaking political news from the team that knows D.C.
A breaking story, Greg Storer, Bloomberg Supreme Court reporter with us.
Bloomberg Washington correspondent Joe Matthew, along with D.C.'s most respected news team.
Jack Fitzpatrick on Capitol Hill. Brian Seekbeck with Bloomberg national political reporter. Nick Wadhams, the head of Bloomberg's national security team.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew.
More breaking news today from the Supreme Court.
Listen live weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern or on demand wherever you get your podcasts.
Debbie Hart is president of BioNJ, which represents the interests of more than 400 New Jersey-based biotech companies. She's also a strong voice in the biotech sector, supporting research universities like New Jersey Institute of Technology. She sees NJIT as a valuable partner in attracting venture capital and biotech startups to the Garden State.
So the number one reason that companies come here to New Jersey for the biotech industry is for our talent. We estimate that there were about 30 biotech companies in the early 90s in New Jersey, about 80 in 1998. Today there are more than 400. And that growth continues, and it's come from every possible angle. Other countries, other states, they've spun out of our academic institutions as well as our biotech and our pharma companies, and we expect that growth to continue long into the future. And NJIT is a pipeline for talent, for companies, for entrepreneurs to do that important work.
NJIT, New Jersey Institute of Technology. Learn more at njit.edu.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
We got a lot of green on the screen here, but the volume is light.
We constantly underestimate the strength of the U.S. consumer.
This is a market that's much more optimistic or bullish than maybe the central bankers are.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
There's still some concern out there in the market that there is room for things to deteriorate a little bit more than what they're indicating.
As small and medium-sized businesses struggle, they don't present as much competition.
The supply chain has still got dislocations globally and here in the U.S.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, Matt Miller here in the Interactive Broker Studio with Simone Foxman.
Good morning.
Paul Sweeney is chilling out on the Jersey Shore this morning. Hopefully he's still asleep. I guess that's unlikely at 10 o'clock, but
it's 10 a.m. You know what?
It depends what happened last night.
Summer Friday.
At the Sweeney compound. We got a lot of exciting guests on the show today. Jennifer Lee over at BMO is going to take us around the world to see which economies are where in terms of recession and inflation. There's still debate about what the inflation data is showing us. The supercore is accelerating, but Bob Teeter from Silvercrest will join us with his soft landing forecast. And Can you imagine calling for an Uber and somebody shows up on a motorcycle?
That'd be cool.
Would you get on the back and
I
go?
would, yeah, why not? Especially in a place like Southeast Asia.
In the Philippines, there's a company called Angkas that has 4 million downloads, 30,000 biker partners. So we'll talk to the CEO of that company. But first, over to John Tucker with your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Matt and Simone, let's get right to it. Top of the hour data dump, the University of Michigan. Now, I'm going to go right to the thing I always do, the inflation expectations. One-year inflation expectation coming in lower than expectations. The 10-year, 5 to 10-year inflation expectations from the University of Michigan sentiment survey, 2.9%. That is lower than expectations and lower than the previous month. So that tends to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. You expect lower inflation, you're not going to spend as much. Inflation does come down. Overall, the headline, the University of Michigan sentiments, 71.2. That is right on target for the month of August. Earlier, we had the inflation report. That was a little higher than expected. Producer prices for the picking up in July. And economist Andrew Hollenhorst isn't so sure we can avoid recession in the U.S.
Wage growth running around 5% by various different measures, that's not an economy that's going to bring inflation back down to 2%. So, yeah, we're getting a couple months of softer inflation readings here. That's certainly going to look like a soft landing. I don't think that's where we're headed.
And then right to oil, headwinds building as oil prices remain at elevated levels. Energy is the only major industry in the S&P 500 that was higher as yields are higher. Technology also especially vulnerable. You had Microsoft, Nvda, and Apple weighing on the indexes. S&P 500, 7 points lower. That's down 0.2%. The NASDAQ 100, 80 points lower. That is down 0.5%. And after we got that data from the University of Michigan, Dow right now is up 65 points, a rise of 0.2. Two-year yield, 2 basis points higher. That's at 487. We check the markets for you all day long. Right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Simone and Matt. I hope that made sense.
Makes sense to me.
It did make sense. But also, I was waiting. While I was listening to you, I was thinking, I wonder if Alex is going to do any better here.
Oh,
we're going to bring in Alex Senova
Tough act to follow.
from Bloomberg News. She's got your market drivers report. Alex, we're looking at stocks down. At least the S&P and the NASDAQ are down. The Dow Jones Industrial Averages rising somewhat. Bond yields rising because we got a hotter than estimated PPI report.
Yeah, so it's a down day in markets. I got to mention one company that I'm looking at, Virgin Galactic. It is pairing its earlier gain, down more than 2% now, but it was up earlier in the day after the company said that it's going to launch its next tourist space mission in early September, just a few weeks from now. It kicked off its commercial operations in June, flying out the Italian Air Force on a research mission, and this is a key step for the company, which has long been trying to commercialize space travel. Billionaire Richard Branson said that he wants to create a space line for Earth, and it's been a long time coming. The company was founded in 2004, originally promised to begin flying passengers as early as 2007. Tickets were $200,000. In 2014, they sent out a flight. It crashed, killing one of the pilots. They took a little break and kind of relaunched this in 2022. Now tickets are $450,000, and it has an entire backlog of customers waiting. So its success is contingent upon how successful it'll be and actually sending out these flights. The stock is underperforming this year just slightly, but it is well below its highs in 2021.
It's interesting too because I feel like we were up in the pre-market and now we're down 2.3%.
Everyone is everything is taking a breather today with this.
Yeah, maybe it's broader market moves. I mean, maybe it's just ongoing question marks about Virgin Galactic's down 55% in the past year. So it's been a rough run. What else are you watching, Alex?
So from space travel to air taxis, another company this morning is Archer Aviation. It's another one that was up as much as 7% at the open and now also pairing that gain. I think shares were up about 1% the last time I looked at my terminal. It said that it raised $215 million in funding, bringing total funding to $1 billion as it works to win regulatory approval for commercial operations in 2025. It also settled some litigation with Boeing and will now work with the company on autonomous technology to kind of help launch its air taxi.
All right, so we're talking a lot about taxi service, right? To space, air taxis. We got
to motorcycles later.
Motorcycle air taxis a little bit later. No, motorcycle taxis, not air taxis.
Motorcycle air taxis. We should suggest that.
I didn't see really a heck of a lot going on in the market this morning in terms of single stock names. GM and Ford have had a tough week, right? They're down about 5 or 6% as they get ready to kind of battle unions. What else is moving?
Yeah, I think an important name to talk about, of course it always is Apple. Shares are down again today. If it closes lower, it'll be 9 out of the 10 last trading sessions that the stock is down. I want to point out an interesting tweet from Bill Gross last night. He said, Apple, the market's bell cow, seems to be headed for the barn, and most of the herd follows, not the slaughterhouse, but the barn for a much needed rest. And that's kind of consistent with what some strategists have been telling me, is that after this incredible momentum that we've seen in big tech shares, we might see a little bit of breather in that section, but we are seeing signs of outperformance in other areas that have been laggards this year. People are kind of rotating into healthcare, industrials, areas that have, are backbones of the economy, as there is still some soft landing optimism intact. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not necessarily a sign that there's going to be a broader sell-off in tech shares, but there is a bit of a rotation, and we've seen a lot of banks call this. Bank of America, Goldman Sachs all said that the equal weight S&P 500 is actually set to outperform the cap-weighted index in the second half of the year. So a little bit of a rotation happening that some folks say is pretty normal.
I guess if you look at where Apple's trading, I mean, flirting down 0.1%, and where the market's kind of going back and forth, I see it today. Yeah. The enthusiasm.
Did you see the story on Amazon? They have $118 billion in cash, and they just don't really seem to know what to do with it.
Oof.
I saw that Apple has $167 billion, and then I quickly looked at Disney's market share at $165. So I feel like Apple could buy Disney and still have a couple billion to spare.
Yeah, I mean, this is a company that no matter what happens day to day is still healthy, still, one that everyone is pretty confident about. Strong balance sheet, consistent revenue.
It's funny you mentioned Amazon too, because it wasn't the whole point to cut back on some of those overt cost-cutting measures. Now it's left them with a pool of cash.
Yeah, so much money, and not sure exactly what to do with it. Alex Semenova, thank you so much for joining us. Alex Semenova with the Market Drivers Report. I want to get to the bigger macro picture right now, because economists are gauging kind of the likelihood of recessions, the inflation outlook in major economies around the world. We've had a ton of data recently when it shows when it comes to global commerce. China is the world's biggest exporter. This week it reported the biggest contraction in overseas shipments since COVID-19. And Germany, the number 3 exporter in the world, saw its exports sink in the latest month on a year-over-year basis. That makes the U.S. the number 2. We overtook Germany here, but we also had an export contraction over the year since June. One thing we have that the other two don't is a robust domestic demand. Let's bring in Jennifer Lee right now, Senior Economist and Managing Director at BMO Capital Markets. Jennifer, basically we're kind of trying to gauge who's going into recession and if it's possible for the U.S. to have a soft landing. What do you think?
Good morning. Thanks for having me on. You know what? We have been in the soft landing camp for most of this whole period, and we are still standing by that. And it looks like a lot of other analysts are jumping onto this bandwagon as well. But it all comes back to strong job growth, strong wage growth, resilient consumer, and that's all helping everything. And plus, it's certainly helping that we saw, what was it, like 3 months in a row now of moderating consumer price inflation gains. And that is definitely good news and gives the Fed a little bit of breathing room. Of course, what we saw this morning on the PPI front, still a little hot, doesn't mean that, so it means that inflation hasn't completely gone away, not that anyone expected, but I think it sort of helps solidify, like, overall, like, this big picture soft landing story looks like it's intact. We actually, we're only looking for like a 1 quarter now of negative growth early next year, around the turn of the year. And for, it's not going to be great growth, but it's going to be growth regardless. So I think that fits the soft landing narrative.
I mean, you think about that, the world's largest economy staying out of recession, but Oxford Economics still projecting that advanced economies are going to see that recession, if a shallow one, early or late 2023, early 2024. Is that something you agree with, and why or why not?
So in terms of advanced economies, so that's, so we've got no more countries looped into or lumped into that. For Canada, we're looking for also a soft-ish landing, but we've already started to see some headwinds play out north of the border. Now elsewhere, this is kind of interesting because I was thinking about this recently. So at the beginning of the year, we were all thinking that potential hard landing, and again, big picture here. But then now the world's sort of thinking soft landing U.S. But now the whole hard landing concept is starting to show up more often, I think, across Europe. Just because perhaps the central banks there are more gung-ho on raising rates and keeping rates at these highly restrictive levels for longer than for longer. The ECB, of course, and the Bank of England. So I think that has the potential to weigh, I think, overall on the aggregate advanced economies grouping. But the U.S. again is hopefully going to pull its weight, and and if we are right, it's going to land on its feet. It's not going to be completely, we're still going to see this rise or a pickup in unemployment. There's still going to be some pain, but it's not going to be a large contraction, at least not from where we're standing right now. But of course, like central bankers, we are very data dependent.
So you're looking at a soft landing here in the U.S. You're looking at a continental Europe that we thought was going to avoid a recession, but now looks like it's declining into one. What about the island nation of Great Britain? It's had I guess a decent quarter in terms of growth, but it's got real problems in terms of inflation.
Yes, so that's a very difficult one to call, and it surprised everybody this morning with its increase in the second quarter, a big increase in June, although that could be related to a couple of different special factors. So we'll probably see some sort of a reversal or some reversal, I think, in July. But all the economies continue to pick up, and it was even in the first quarter. I think for Italy, it was a big 2.5% jump, which surpassed everyone's expectations. So even though overall there's still some resilience, I'm getting a little bit worried again because of just all this hawkish talk that's coming out of the central bankers out there, and plus the fact that especially in the UK, as you pointed out, Matt, that inflation is still very high. Even the chief economist from the Bank of England earlier this week warned that food prices are still going to be rising at double-digit pace well into next year before we see any kind of relief. So I think that is going to put still more pressure on the Bank of England, and that's going to potentially lead them into a harder landing, maybe not a hard landing per se, but a more larger contraction than we may see elsewhere.
It's so interesting because it feels like these were some of the similar things that we were saying about the United States. Just when you think back 4, 5, 6 months ago, talking about that hard landing, not doing as well as compared to Europe. And now that we've watched inflation quickly come in line, or more in line, we suppose, the narrative has changed. Everyone's embracing this soft landing scenario. Is there any possibility that Europe could kind of go the same way, where we have all this hawkish talk, worried about hard landing, and then suddenly in a couple months we're going to kind of reconsider?
I think it's very possible, again, because we continue to be surprised by stronger data, but I just have to wonder out loud how long it's going to take before all of these very high rates are going to kick in. I don't think the Bank of England is finished yet, by the way. Just full disclosure, I was actually looking for a 50 basis point rate hike at their meeting last month, and was quite surprised when they only did 25. But just seeing what we saw this morning with the GDP numbers, and next week is going to be key as well. We're going to see CPI and the employment report out of the UK, and if we still see pressure there, I think we're probably going to could see more, even if it's like another 25 basis point move, we could see even more, and at least some more hawkish talk just to bring down inflation expectations. And that, again, I think is where all this uncertainty is going to play out, as to how far they're going to take it and how far consumers can go with such high inflation rates and high interest rates.
I'm looking at I spent a few years working in London, and the kids hang out at a pub called the Sloane Pony in Fulham. The official name is the White Horse, but everybody calls it the Sloane Pony. I'm looking at the menu here, and a simple bangers and mash costs $20.33.
Wow.
Now, they dress it up, and they call it wild boar pork and ale sausages with spring onion and black cabbage mash. But it's still just sausage and mashed potatoes. $20.
I would pay that.
You'd pay $20 for that?
Yeah.
Well, we kind of pay that here in New York City.
I guess the point is, this is a pub where the kids hang out, So what about the adult restaurants? I mean, double-digit food inflation going into next year is a pretty scary prospect. I mean, Jennifer, we didn't really even experience that here in the U.S.
No, not at all. And, and prices, again, food prices are starting to, maybe they're not coming down, but they're at least stabilizing. They're not rising at a quick pace. So this is where, and then now we're introducing the conversation, weather and Mother Nature. I mean, we were talking about this last year, but this is even more so now. And what we're seeing around the world, I think, is pretty scary, and how this is going to play out in terms of for commodity prices and food prices in particular. When we all heard about the scorching hot weather across southern Europe, flooding in Norway and Sweden, flooding in Beijing right now. It's just, and of course, what the tragedy is happening in Hawaii. So all of this is this big black swan, and how this is going to impact agriculture is a whole another story that again has yet to play out. But I think this suggests that there's going to be more upward pressure, if not at least on food prices in general.
Okay, we only have about 30 seconds, Jennifer, but just tell me, agree, disagree. Joe Biden made these comments about China. I know we're going far afield, calling it a ticking time bomb economically.
Called them bad people. Called the Communist Party their bad people.
Let's stick to the economic bit. Do you agree, disagree? Just quickly.
Whether or not it's an economic time bomb, you know what? Given just the way the government works, they can, if they put their minds to it, they can change the boat around. Right now, we've actually been downgrading our growth forecast for China, and the fact that the yuan continues to weaken, even though they continue to talk it up. I think we're probably going to have to see a lot more stimulus coming in. We're already seeing rate cuts already this year, but that hasn't done much to credit growth, as we saw earlier this morning. But I think they're going to have to roll out a lot more of the stimulus engines.
Jennifer, I got to wrap you up there, unfortunately. Jennifer Lee there from BMO Capital Markets. Let's get now some company news. For that, we go to Lisa Mateo. Lisa?
Good morning, Matt. UBS Group will voluntarily terminate the loss protection agreement with the Swiss government and the public liquidity backstop with the Swiss National Bank. Now, it's meant to cover the losses the firm could incur from the rescue of Credit Suisse. Bloomberg's Leonard Kencherber explains why now.
I think it was very important for them to get this out of the way before they report earnings, mainly also to assure investors, of course. Throughout the past 3-4 years, we've seen so many bad surprises with Credit Suisse's portfolio, with assets there. I think it was really, really important basically to tell markets now that it's not as bad as it seemed before.
Now, shares of UBS right now are up about 4%. The recent deal between UPS and the Teamsters may have set a new bar for worker pay, and investors are worried what that means for the auto industry. Shares of General Motors and Ford were lower yesterday. Bloomberg's Kimberly Adams reports.
They were among the biggest decliners in the market. There are growing concerns that demand from union leaders could send the automakers' labor costs soaring. The United Auto Workers are calling for wage increases and other changes that the biggest U.S. car companies estimate would add more than $80 billion in expenses for each of them.
Now, shares of General Motors down just a fraction. Shares of Ford right now down, well, just a fraction as well. And major media companies have stepped up efforts to end a strike by writers and are preparing a new offer. Sources tell Bloomberg that senior officials from 8 studios are holding meetings more regularly. The Writers Guild of America said the studio's Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers requested a meeting for today. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
Can't catch us live? Your favorite Bloomberg radio shows, including Bloomberg Surveillance, Wall Street Week, and Bloomberg Sound On, are also available as podcasts. Listen today on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. The Bloomberg Business of Sports podcast, where the money is flowing inside sports around the globe.
To drop some knowledge on the sports agency business.
The latest on the PGA Live Golf Tour.
Who is the next U.S. emerging rugby star?
Michael Barr, Scarlett Fu, and Damian Sassower take you inside the decisions that power this multi-billion-dollar industry.
The balance of power in F1 might be shifting.
Bloomberg Business of Sports. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts.
Looking to fast forward your practice goals? Commonwealth Financial Network can help you evolve your business by providing entrepreneurial capital, affiliation flexibility, and tailored business strategies. Everything you need to put your practice in the fast lane. Welcome to a better path to success. Welcome to Commonwealth. To learn more, visit commonwealth.com. Commonwealth Financial Network. Member FINRA SIPC. a registered investment advisor.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey. Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Stock averages, they have now turned mixed. Some green on the screen. This comes after the release of the University of Michigan sentiment survey that showed inflation expectations easing. Now, earlier we were decidedly risk off after the producer price data. That was a little hotter than expected. That seemed to signal the Fed has more work to do to cool the rate of inflation. The technology still the biggest drag right now. In the S&P 500, you have right now kind of evenly mixed, more in the green in terms of the major industry groups and in the red. Leading the way, energy. That as crude oil prices are rising. United Health's merger with EMIS, that has been provisionally cleared by regulators in the UK. That stock, the leading gainer in the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Right now, the Dow up 134 points, a rise of 0.4%. S&P 500, 3 points higher, and the NASDAQ 100 still lower, but pairing some of the earlier losses, down 37 points. That's down 0.25%. The more policy-reactive two-year yield, 3 basis points higher. That's at 487. American drivers racking up more miles than ever, but using less fuel than they did before the pandemic. And that is not because of electric vehicles. It's better internal combustion engines. Drivers broke a travel record in June with 283 trillion miles. So your internal combustion engine with naturally aspirated whatever.
The Challenger.
The Challenger.
So
what is that, a four-barrel?
It's a Dodge Challenger RT Scat Pack wide body. I've had it on order all year, and Dodge still hasn't built it for me.
Or it's injected?
No, it's fuel injected,
Okay.
but it's got a 6.4 liter naturally aspirated V8. And when I drive it, it gets about 10 miles.
So you are not
10 miles to the
among
gallon.
those who are conserving fuel.
Well, this week I'm driving a Chevy Colorado, the mid-size pickup truck, and it's got a 2.7 liter turbocharged inline 4, so a smaller engine, and I'm getting about 17, 18 miles a gallon.
All right. I'm going to put him firmly in the not tree hugger camp.
Yeah, what percentage of the carbon emissions of the gasoline was
his
consumed
footprint is
by
very,
that
very
Miller?
large.
No, I know. I got my wife a hybrid, so
there you're doing your part.
She's doing our duty. Listen, our next guest is firmly in the soft landing camp as well. He expects growth of around 1.5% for the rest of the year and inflation to continue to decline. But markets kind of up and down today on concern that the elevated inflation that we've seen in recent data points, the core CPI reading still at 4.7%, is going to stay with us for some time to come. And part of that problem is the super core gauge of prices that Powell watches so closely, right? The services excluding housing has actually risen in the last reading. And another part is that some elements of the depressed CPI readings, like airline tickets and medical costs, aren't expected to continue to drop. And then you got the housing picture to add to all of that. So let's welcome in Bob Teeter. He's the head of investment policy and strategy group over at Silvercrest Asset Management. Bob, welcome to the program. Thanks for joining us in the Interactive Broker Studio. Why are you optimistic that inflation will continue to decline?
Well, I think one of the reasons is that we've seen most of the inflationary fuel dissipate. So monetary growth has all but flatlined here. You've seen all of the supply chain problems dissipate. The index that's widely maintained and followed there really only hit normal just a few months ago. You've seen a lot of the demand swings in the economy start to normalize. We're still seeing some of that, but supply and demand a bit more stable and allowing companies to really produce at a level that they need to keep prices in check. And so I'm relatively optimistic on the pace of inflation continuing to decline from an economic perspective. But I think from a market perspective, we've maybe gotten a little bit ahead of ourselves, and there's a bit more work to do.
It's interesting because these CPI figures don't necessarily look ahead to things like rising oil prices and the impacts. I mean, when we think of the Fed, they're looking at this core number that strips out all this other stuff that is the stuff that consumers potentially feel most strongly. Is this going to change the Fed's thinking? Is this going to change their reaction to some of these data that we get?
So the way that I look at that on a go-forward basis of trying to estimate the pace of the decline in CPI, and I think that's the real open question mark for markets here. I think you're right. There are a number of things that are likely to put some upward pressure on CPI, and the energy complex certainly being one of those. The one that's the biggest one, of course, on the downside is housing. And so when we look through some of those estimates of how much of the contribution from CPI from housing, well over 2%, it looks like maybe middle of next year that starts to go flat. So if I add back in more energy inflation than we have currently, and I take out the housing, I get to a point where I sort of estimate we hit that 2% Fed target sometime in the middle of next year. So we're still a ways away from that. And then beyond that, we still have to ask the question, what will the Fed do if and when we hit that 2%? So I think that's why the market's struggling a little bit here with inflation's improved a lot. I think we've factored most of that in, and we're sort of looking for some additional fuel.
What do you think? You think the Fed is going to hold at this level, right? And what, in 2024 start to cut?
I think it won't be at least until the middle or late in 2024 until they start to cut. I think I base that somewhat on the comments that we saw from New York Fed President Williams talking a little bit about the restrictiveness of policy increases as inflation comes down. So if we do see inflation coming down a bit, I think they may cut just a bit, just to not be overly restrictive.
Too, right? This is the passive hike that we got basically yesterday, right? When CPI came down, even though rates were the same, it essentially gives you a higher real rate.
Yes, and I think even that process, though, will take some time. It's not like they're going to take, 200 or 300 basis points out in a single meeting. It'll be this measured pace of very slow cuts later in the year. So I think there's still a long timeline for rates being a bit elevated here and creating a bit of a drag on the economy.
Yeah, the ponderous 25 basis points, then we'll see, and we'll pause, and we'll see, and that kind of message. Impact on corporate profits. I mean, are we at the end of a potential earnings recession? Will we see things improve from here?
I think we're getting close to that. So I base that on two things. One is I do think economic growth is mostly stabilized, and while I think we'll be running at around 1.5%, it certainly could be a little bit lower than that in the next few quarters if the rate stress and bank stress weighs more heavily than I'm expecting. But I think in terms of looking out to next year, there's reason for some optimism. I've started to see some signals in earnings reports this past quarter that companies are making improvements in productivity enhancement. And I think some of that has been masked by the wild swings we've had in the economy in the past few years. Now that we get back to a much more stable backdrop, I think some of those productivity gains will start to flow through. So I wouldn't be surprised if next year is marked by a period of slightly increasing margins and getting a little bit of upside on the earnings.
What do you think about the labor fights? Are they too industry specific and spread out? You've got, labor fight over streaming. You've got a labor fight in automotive production, but there's some big numbers that we're looking at, right?
Yes, and I think we saw some of that in different industries during the pandemic, particularly in service industries. My take on that is that I think on an overall cost basis for companies, they can manage it. So it's good for the consumer, it's good for the people getting increased pay, but I think you do that with perhaps less headcount. And we've started to see some of that with companies holding the line on headcount, or companies that in industries that have been disrupted in the pandemic at staffing levels lower than they were in 2019 and higher capacity in terms of the number of customers they're serving. So wages might be going up on a basis of hourly wages for employees, but lower headcount or flat headcount on higher revenue. Okay for margins.
So, but bottom line for stocks, we're just under S&P 4,500, right? We come in about 2.5% the last couple weeks. But you think we're gonna remain at this level, give or take, into 2024, and then you're constructive on the index from there?
Yes, basically. I mean, it's always, of course, tough to time these things point to point, but I think we're really struggling for some fuel here. There's not much reason to be overly optimistic, not much reason to be overly pessimistic. Stocks look relatively fairly priced to me, and I think it'll be until later in the year until investors start focusing on what does the path look like for 2024, maybe start to put some realistic expectations on inflation and Fed policy, start to take a closer pencil to earnings in 24, that we start to get any fuel to the upside.
Are there any sectors, any pockets of opportunity that you're looking at?
So I like three sectors in particular. I think consumer discretionary and industrials are still benefiting from strong demand. I think that will continue. And I think select pockets in technology where they've shown the opportunity to, A, be productivity enhancing, and B, be able to increase their own margins relatively efficiently. I think there's some upside to earnings there as well.
Can I ask, what's the impact of saying generative AI in an earnings call?
Yes, it's certainly showing up in every call. So I've been trying to weed through a lot of that and shut out the noise of just mentioning AI for hopeful purposes and companies that are actually deploying things. I think we're still very early in that. It's a lot of mentions and not a lot of activity, but we're starting to see some of it pop through. And I think we're starting to, again, see companies producing more revenue on flat headcount, and that's beneficial.
But is it a game changer? I mean, I saw a story the other day that the Chinese have ordered $5 billion worth of chips from Nvda, trying to get it under the wire while they can. That's a massive number.
It is a massive number, and I think some of it will be hugely productive and some of it will be hugely wasteful, and that's really the challenge in sorting through company by company who's able to manage these things well and deploy the technology to productivity benefit.
Yeah, and then you have the kind of Inflation Reduction Act and all of these long-term investments in manufacturing. I mean, do we see the impact of those in the near term, or is this something you're looking out for 2025, 26?
I think we're seeing some of it presently in terms of economic growth. You're certainly seeing construction spend in manufacturing has ticked up quite a bit. We haven't seen it on the job front. I think hiring's been very difficult there. So I do think the hiring cycle of it will take some time, and maybe that's potentially over time an offset to some of the other jobs that get lost in other areas.
All right, Bob, thanks so much for joining us. Bob Teeter there from Silvercrest Asset Management. Really appreciate your time in the studio with us today. Simone, I'm looking at the story here. It was actually in the FT on Wednesday. Baidu, ByteDance, Tencent, and Alibaba made orders worth $5 billion for Nvidia chips vital for artificial intelligence systems.
That's enormous. Are they just kind of stocking up and holding on to this supply? And
I imagine that they were waiting for Biden's executive order to go out and limit what they can access, and decided, let's do this before time runs out, because I think they've got still a year to make purchases.
That's so interesting, and you wonder how much more. Much longer they can go.
Let's get to Amy Morris right now in Washington, D.C. She's got your world and national news. Amy?
All right, thank you, Matt. The death toll from the Maui wildfires has increased to at least 55. Now, crews say they're conducting search, rescue, and recovery.
As crews go through the burn zone, they still hope to find survivors, but it's definitely a grim task. Lieutenant Governor Sylvia Luke says the state is trying to get food to the west side of the island, which is still without power. And then the state has to look into the future.
The damage to the infrastructure, it's not just buildings. I mean, these were small businesses that invested in Maui. These were local residents.
President Biden is promising a relief package, but this is going to be a massive rebuild. In San Francisco, I'm Ed Baxter, Bloomberg Radio.
And attorneys for President Biden are negotiating with the special counsel over terms under which the president will be interviewed regarding the handling of classified documents. NBC reports special counsel Robert Hur's office has been negotiating with the president's lawyers over how, when, and where that interview might take place. Attorney General Merrick Garland appointed Hur to investigate Biden's handling of classified documents after his term as vice president ended. The Justice Department has met its deadline for submitting a suggested trial date for its election case against former President Trump.
The Justice Department is proposing the jury trial begin on January 2nd of 2024. That would fit with special counsel Jack Smith's request for a speedy trial. Now, the clock is ticking on the Trump team to offer its request, which is due August 17th. Trump's attorneys have already said they'll argue for a longer timeline due to their client's busy political schedule and his other court cases. Once their request is submitted, it'll be up to U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan to set an official trial date at an August 28th hearing. In Washington, I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
It's time for today's STEM tip. Okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
When news breaks across the globe, Bloomberg Radio is there. From Asia,
we are officially in deflation in China,
to Europe.
The UK economy grew more strongly than expected in the second quarter.
And anywhere in the world news happens.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie on the ground in Lithuania.
Bloomberg's Stephen Engel has the latest from Hong Kong.
Joining us from Bangkok, Bloomberg Chief International Correspondent Haslunda Ahmed.
Bloomberg's Greg Sullivan begins our global team coverage from Budapest.
Bloomberg Radio, on the ground, everywhere.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Whether you're an in-house counsel or in private practice, Bloomberg Law gives you the edge with the latest in AI-powered legal analytics, business insights, and workflow tools. With guidance from our experts, you'll grasp the latest trends in the legal industry, helping you achieve better results for the practice of law, the business of law, the future of law. The difference is Bloomberg Law. Learn more at BloombergLaw.com.
Chainalysis is the premier blockchain data platform. Crypto businesses, financial institutions, and government agencies utilize Chainalysis data and services to make sense of what's happening on the blockchain. As regulators and policymakers work together to pass legislation that provides clarity for crypto businesses and protects consumers, they have the chance to do so with unparalleled data and research into the crypto ecosystem. Demystify cryptocurrency and gain greater visibility and insight by visiting chainalysis.com/radio.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes.
More news on the latest indictment of former President Donald Trump.
There's word of another company cutting jobs.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak, U.S. edition.
The footprint of Putin's war on Ukraine is growing fast.
Preseason football, the Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio.
Available now on your podcast feed. Each weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Tensions between the U.S. and China remain in focus.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak, U.S. edition today on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts.
Bridgebank helps breakthrough ideas actually break through and remains dedicated to providing financial solutions to the risk takers, the game changers, and the disruptors, those committed to making the world a better place. Bridgebank has been providing financial solutions to technology and innovation companies from inception to IPO and beyond for over 2 decades through its national network of banking teams and offices. Bridgebank, a division of Western Alliance Bank, member FDIC. Bridgebank, be bold, venture wisely.
If I could be you.
And you could be me for just 1 hour.
If you could find a way.
To get inside
each other's mind.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
We've all felt left out. And for some, that feeling lasts more than a moment. We can change that. Learn how at belongingbeginswithus.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Walk a mile in my shoes.
The Bloomberg Talks Podcast. Today's top interviews from around Bloomberg News.
An exclusive interview with the chair of the SEC, Gary Gensler.
Kathy Wood, the founder of ARK Invest. Thanks for joining us.
Wide-ranging conversations with Fortune 500 CEOs, big-name investors, and business leaders around the world.
The president of the Atlanta Fed, Raphael Bostic.
Back with us is Enon Pryce, chairman and CEO of Mattel.
Bloomberg Talks. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Good, I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. A bit of risk has returned to markets after the University of Michigan Sentiment Survey results. That showed year-ahead inflation expectations unexpectedly declining in early August. That matches a more than 2-year low. This was certainly not the case earlier today when we had the hotter-than-expected producer price data. Right now, 8 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500, they are higher. Market indicators, they've been something of a head-scratcher for some this week. And Emily Rowland at JH Investment says investors do need to be careful.
The macro signals right now are like a stoplight. They're going from red to green and back to red. And we look at the macro messages right now as more of a yellow. You want to maybe take your foot off the gas a little bit. You want to look both ways. You want to proceed with caution.
The 2-year yield right now, 3 basis points higher at 487. With yields higher, the tech-heavy NASDAQ 100, that's lower. Some of the biggest drags there are coming from Nvda, Tesla, as well as Microsoft. S&P 500, 5 points higher. That's up 0.1%. We're at 4474 in the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average right now up 162 points. That's a rise of about 0.5%. NASDAQ 100, 44 points lower. That's down 0.3%. And that has actually cured some of the earlier losses. The price of bacon dropping by the most in 8 years last month. But the good times may not last. Hog farmers have been losing money cutting back on their herds. So I don't know if you're a bacon eater or not.
Dude, who is not a bacon eater? Every person who's not a vegetarian.
I bet you Simone is not a bacon eater.
I am a very proud bacon eater.
Oh,
and I had to go for several years without regular access to bacon.
Oh, because you were in the Mideast,
yeah.
right?
So now I'm
So
all
do they
about
have
it.
no bacon at all there, or?
Okay, so you, as with alcohol, you buy bacon in a special store.
For infidels.
I mean,
is that not
for
how
non-Muslims. Yeah, and there's a
okay.
special bacon room only for non.
Would me and Matt be able to survive without alcohol and bacon? I don't think so.
What day is today? August 11th. I've been 1 year and 3 days without a drink.
Wow.
Isn't that nuts?
That's awesome.
But is it safe to say that you found a substitute?
In bacon.
In New York, yes. I found a...
Okay, you don't have to go
Thankfully,
any
the New York
further.
market has offered
I don't want to
me-
get you in trouble.
Got it. Okay, let's move on quickly from... By the way, remember at the top of the show when I asked about... if you called for an Uber, Simone, and some dude showed up on a Honda Cub and said, get on the back...
I mean, it'd be different. It'd be very different. And but I think I'd be cool with it eventually. There is that personal space element.
I think it would be very cool, especially compared to, like, getting in the back of a 8-year-old Toyota Highlander with horrible suspension, which is what most Ubers are, right? But do you have to hug the driver, or how do you stay on?
Can we ask her
if he's quick? Yeah, so there's a company in the Philippines called Angkas. I believe I have the pronunciation right. They have 4 million downloads. They have 30,000 biker partners, and they are essentially an Uber that runs on 2 wheels rather than 4. Let's bring in the CEO right now of Angkas. George Royeka joins us to talk more about the growth that they've seen and the market. George, thanks so much for your time. I'm an avid motorcyclist, so I love the idea. But how exactly does this work? I mean, I imagine people sometimes fall off.
Well, hi guys. Thanks for having me here. Well, we're very close here in our side of the world, and much love to give in transportation, right? So you do gotta hug your driver, unfortunately.
Or fortunately, depending on, everybody needs a hug once in a while.
That's true. That's true.
What kind of growth have you shown? Because I know you have a goal of getting to creating 1 million jobs, and right now you got 30,000.
So actually, we're at 50,000 now.
Wow.
I think just a few months ago, we grew quite significantly, and we're about 8 million downloads as of date.
Wow. What spurred that growth? Because I know very recently, as of March, it was quite a bit less. Right, March, right?
Yeah, well, I think in our part of town, congestion is it's a big problem, and a lot of the streets here, even the main thoroughfares, it's just riddled with cars and buses, and there's not enough infrastructure. So a 10-kilometer drive can take about 2 hours one way. So that's very bad. So there's a really big need for small agile vehicles. Indonesia has led the way for these types of transportation, and this is something that we're seeing as a trend all over Southeast Asia.
So what does your growth look like going forward? If you've doubled your downloads since March and you've almost doubled your driver pool, what do you expect in the next year or two?
Yeah, well, we're experiencing double-digit growths, right? So this is something that we're expecting over the next 12 months, even just the balance year. Right now, we're only in the metropolitans, and we're now expanding to the cities. There's about maybe another 20 odd cities that we'll be launching in the next 60 days. So it's been quite busy for us this past few months.
Yeah, sounds like it. I mean, are the chief customers of your service, are they people going to work? Are they leisure travelers? How would you describe who is using ANCAS at any given time?
I think we're an alternative, mode of transport, really. Really, one, for emergency use cases, for people who want to get to their destination much faster, for work especially, and also to get home to their families, right? That's primary. So really the workforce are the main constituency for my riders. Second would be really just anybody that, would like to get there faster for whatever reason, right? So our demographic is quite large. So you'll see in the morning and the evening rush hour, it's really more of the workforce and a little bit of the, more guys that need an affordable mode of transportation, because taxis, as you can imagine, can get very expensive, especially when you're on the road for a long time. An hour or 2 hour drive would cost you a lot more. So we have those people that want a more efficient ride and also a more cheaper ride. But in the throughout the day, as you go closer to the weekend, it gets pretty congested, even in the off-peak hours. So you just really get a wider demographic for even the more affluent base that just wants to get to places faster. So I think it's a little bit of both. As we expand to the provincial cities, there's actually less and less cars and more motorcycles. If you go outside of Metro Manila, the ratio between cars to motorcycle is 18:1. So we become the dominant form of transportation. As you can imagine, buying a motorcycle is a lot cheaper than getting a car. So this is something that a lot of people use as, not just their family car, not just their work car, but also as a means for livelihood, which is what we're trying to really espouse, is give people more jobs.
George, it seems like from looking at your CV, you've been very active and still are in media and content creation, entertainment, that sort of thing. Now, transportation is a wholly different industry. How did that transition happen, and what does your exit look like? Do you have an IPO planned?
I think everybody wants to have that type of exit, right? For now, we're just trying to open to more cities and serving more customers. I think my media background really helps in telling the story. And it is a story of freedom, getting unshackled from traffic. In the Philippines, especially in Metro Manila, a lot of your major and minor decisions revolves around where you live and how far it is to get to where you're supposed to go. Whether it's going on a date or, putting your kids through school, the daily commute matters. So this is something that I think a lot of people use just because it allows them to do a lot, more things in a day. And being able to really create that or relay that compelling story to people is something that really has helped our company grow.
All right. Great talking to you, George, and we wish you the best luck. We'll continue to watch to see if this astronomical growth goes forward. George Royeca there, he's the CEO of ANCAS in the Philippines. It's like the Uber, I guess, of motorcycles.
And I didn't realize how much motorcycles are dominant outside of the cities, especially.
Oh, yeah. I spent a lot of time in Indonesia, and it's very similar there. I've actually been on a motorcycle taxi in Indonesia, and everything moves a lot faster that way, and it's more exciting. It's more
hence the Uber of motorcycles.
And adventure. Simone Foxman filling in for Paul. This is Bloomberg. Let's get company news right now. For that, we go to Lisa Mateo. Lisa?
You got it, Matt. Well, Clear, the company that gets certain travelers through airport security faster, it's being asked by the TSA to increase the number of customers receiving additional screening. Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti reports.
The move came as more details emerged of security incidents connected to the line expediting company's practices. Clear customers, who generally pay $189 a year, are escorted by company employees to the front of security lines leading to TSA screening portals after verifying their identities with iris scans or fingerprints.
Now, shares of Clear Secure right now up more than 1.5%. Virgin Galactic has announced plans for its next space tourism mission, on track for 1 month from now. Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle has more on the stock reaction.
The stock, in fact, is down 94% from its 2021 peak. It has everything to do with the numbers. There's minuscule revenue that they are making. There's a huge backlog, I believe 800 folks who want to fly into space. So they really have their work cut out for them. Deeply unprofitable, an 18.5% short interest.
Now, Virgin Galactic is also competing with Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin. Shares of Virgin Galactic right now, they are down about more than 2.5%. And speaking of Jeff Bezos, the world's third richest person just bought another mansion. Yeah, this time he's paying $68 million for it. Bloomberg reports the 2.8-acre waterfront property is located in Indian Creek, a.k.a. Billionaire Bunker, a man-made barrier island in the Miami area. Now, sources tell Bloomberg that he's also looking to purchase other things in the area. Here's the kicker. It only has 3 bedrooms. I'm sure they're pretty big bedrooms. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
Global market news changes in an instant, so don't miss a minute. Listen to Bloomberg Radio anytime, anywhere around the world on the iHeartRadio app. Tune in, the Bloomberg Business app, and Bloomberg.com.
At PPAC Private, we know that dreams can lead to great achievements. And that path, from dream to reality, takes planning, hard work, and determination. Our wealth managers understand our commitment to client success. We're dedicated to providing the guidance that helps them achieve it, generation after generation. While others dream, PPAC clients achieve. For advice in planning, investment management, and trust and fiduciary solutions, visit ppacprivate.com. Not FDIC insured, no bank guarantee, may lose value.
From New York,
another update on Wall Street, in fact, records,
to London,
UK businesses are feeling the effects of higher prices.
To Hong Kong,
the Hang Seng down about 1.3% right now.
24/7 business and market news that expands your worldview.
Bruno Le Maire, always nice to see you, French Finance Minister.
I'm much more concerned about how things flow out of China.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
And what you doing with your phone? Taking pictures?
No, I'm asking it questions.
Like what?
Hey, Bobo, do flowers have best friends?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I don't know that. Hey, follow me. I want to show you something. Look, flowers do have best friends.
Whoa.
Some answers can only be found in nature. Discover the unsearchable. Visit discovertheforest.org to find a trail near you. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
You've heard the phrase, the voice of experience.
You're the guy that made the bet with Warren Buffett. I get that that might go on my tombstone.
There's actually more than one of them.
Writing on Star Wars was crazy fun.
The voices of experience tell their stories on Masters in Business.
When I got hired in 2013, M&A was dead.
I think life and markets are intertwined.
Barry Ritholtz hosts Masters in Business. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Today, nearly all business is international business. The same goes for business disputes. That's why the International Center for Dispute Resolution provides a faster, more efficient approach to dispute resolution across borders. Backed by the American Arbitration Association, the ICDR is the world's leading provider of dispute resolution services. Find out why global expertise matters. Visit ICDR.org.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
Matt Miller here in the Interactive Broker Studio. Paul Sweeney is lounging on the shores of beautiful southern New Jersey.
Well, it's Spring Lake.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's not
south
southern.
It's south of here, so. Anyway, Simone Foxman is in the studio with me. John Tucker, as always, riding alongside as well. We're looking at the index is down to some extent. The S&P 500 is off just 0.1% at 4464. It's more than a 2% drop over the last 2 weeks. The Nasdaq falling 0.5% right now, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average, it is actually gaining, adding 113 points to 35,290. Let's get some company news right now. Sorry, world and national news. For that, we go to Amy Morris in Washington, D.C. Amy?
All right, thank you, Matt. We've got a couple of decisions that have just been handed down in the past couple of minutes. First of all, the federal judge who's overseeing the election conspiracy case has largely sided with Donald Trump's defense in a dispute over the protective order. District Judge Tanya Chutkan in Washington rejected prosecutors' protective order proposal. She did block, though, the defense request to broaden the scope of who can see discovery and what should be considered sensitive. Also in Illinois, the Supreme Court there has upheld the state's ban on the sale or possession of certain automatic weapons. That was a 4-3 decision, a very close one. The High Court found that the Protect Our Communities Act does not violate the Constitution, and they also said that those lawmakers and gun owners who brought the lawsuit waived their claims that the law infringes on the Second Amendment, so they can't take it to the Supreme Court. Iran, in other news, moved 4 U.S. citizens from prison to house arrest. It is the first step of an emerging deal that will release Americans who are imprisoned in that country.
National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says a delegation from Switzerland helped in the negotiations.
The Swiss representative did have an opportunity to meet with all of them once they got out of the prison, see them physically, talk to them, and that's how we know that they're out and that they're generally okay.
Kirby says the American detainees will eventually be allowed to leave Iran in exchange for the release of several jailed Iranians, and also with promises that Iran will have access to about $6 billion in its assets that had been blocked under U.S. sanctions. In Washington, Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
And President Biden is ratcheting up his rhetoric against China as he ramps up his re-election campaign. Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie.
He described the economy as being like a ticking time bomb and China's leaders as being bad folks. Previously, he's called Xi Jinping a dictator. He's also made comments about Taiwan that has confused and muddied the picture in terms of the U.S. stance on that island.
Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie says it is a contrast to the Biden administration's engagement with China of late. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg. Matt and Simone.
All right, Simone Foxman in for Paul Sweeney here. I'm Matt Miller in the Interactive Broker Studio. We had an interesting, I guess, Odd Lots podcast. Mm-hmm. That's the Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway vehicle that you can download on Bloomberg.com.
Award-winning, I believe.
Wherever
exactly.
Wherever you get your podcasts. They talked to what? Paul Krugman.
Yeah, Nobel-winning economist.
Also award-winning.
Throw in all the awards today. Well, their conversation was very wide-ranging, but the thing I loved about it best, he has apparently considered the impact of an alien invasion on inflation. Belief that there would be a war, obviously inflationary.
Yeah, that was the weird thing. The story, you can read it on the Bloomberg terminal. You can subscribe to the Odd Lots podcast on the terminal as well. But he says essentially that if there were an alien invasion, that would result in a war. And since wars are inflationary, an alien invasion would be inflationary as well. The thing is, I don't feel like we necessarily would have a war. I think we could chill with aliens.
Yeah, we can be friends. But apparently, Paul Krugman...
look how it's working south of the border. That's just great.
I was talking about a completely different kind. There were congressional hearings recently in which a number of military personnel or former military personnel claimed that we have had contact with aliens and that we even have withheld some of their stuff and maybe even alien bodies. So that would be
life likely out there, intelligent life.
According to Krugman. More markets up next.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
We got a lot of green on the screen here, but the volume is light.
We constantly underestimate the strength of the U.S. consumer.
This is a market that's much more optimistic or bullish than maybe the central bankers are.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
There's still some concern out there in the market that there is room for things to deteriorate a little bit more than what they're indicating.
As small and medium-sized businesses struggle, they don't present as much competition.
The supply chain has still got dislocations globally and here in the U.S.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
Matt Miller here in the Interactive Broker Studio with Simone Foxman. Paul Sweeney is on assignment today.
At the Jersey Shore.
Yeah, well, I guess he's off today, but we always say people
He's
are on
investigating the
assignment no matter
economy.
where they are. It's like such a catch.
He's at the beach.
Exactly. He is chilling like Dylan. We have a lot going on, though, in terms of company news. A lot of stuff I'm excited to get to, especially what I'm driving this week. I'm going to talk about the Chevy Colorado that I'm driving this week with David Welch. Eric Kazatsky is going to join us on Munis because it's Friday. We always talk Munis on Friday, and I am so excited for that conversation. Plus, we're going to talk about the return to office as well as the outlook for office holdings with IWG CEO Mark Dixon. So stay tuned for all of that. Right now, let's get over to John Tucker for a Bloomberg Business Flash. John?
All right, Matt and Simone, stocks shedding a lot of the earlier losses after that data from the University of Michigan. That showed inflation expectations are down. Dropping, in fact, to the lowest in more than 2 years. You have energy shares, they're still advancing as oil prices rise today. And the mega cap space, that remains under pressure today. You have Tesla, Nvda among them, leading the losses there. Meantime, Luke Hickmore at Aberdeen Investment Management still looking for the U.S. to enter recession.
It's really hard for the Fed to raise rates this hard without a recession coming along. There is very little evidence in history that they've been able to get a perfect soft landing once, maybe twice in 100-odd years.
Right now, the S&P 500, 4 points lower, and that's down 0.1%. We're at 4464 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 88 points higher. That's up about 0.25%. We're at 35,264. And the tech-heavy NASDAQ 100, 84 points lower. That's down 0.6%. Two-year yield at 486. That's 2 basis points higher. So August apparently is the new September. Walt Disney World rolling out the Jack-o'-lanterns on Main Street, USA. They're now kicking off the Mickey Halloween Party seasonal event. This is the earliest that Halloween event at the Magic Kingdom has started.
That seems way too early.
And plus, it's like on Main Street, and it's like probably 100 degrees.
Yeah. The pumpkins will wilt.
It's got to be cool enough that you can wear like long pants and a sweatshirt comfortably before.
Although it really opens up your costume options if it's so hot, right?
I guess that's true.
Or no costume. I guess you could go in your birthday suit.
I think it would limit them, but
probably not at Disney,
that's
though.
Just me. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Simone and Matt.
All right, John Tucker, thanks very much for that. Simone Foxman in for Paul Sweeney on this Friday morning. Still morning. We got 54 minutes of morning left. Let's get over to Jess Menton. She's a cross-asset.
Actually, I'm on the equities team, but I do.
Oh, okay.
But I have covered cross assets throughout my career. Exactly.
For us, you're a cross asset reporter.
Exactly,
you're
I am.
On the equities
Technically,
team
I'm on the
News.
equities team.
All right, so the equities are doing a whole lot of nothing today.
They really
Thanks
are.
for coming in.
Of course. Hey, and you know what? I'm here. Paul's very big about showing up in office, and he's also Paul T. Sweeney, so we like to say the T is for the fashion police. So while you were away doing other activities and covering things, Matthew, JT and I had to hear about Paul sort of scolding people about
He actually stopped somebody in the hallway.
For dress code? Paul,
were they wearing sandals?
Violation.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, no, the guy was wearing
sandals to work, can you?
I think that's what it was, and the guy told Paul, "You're not my boss."
I mean, a man,
is kind of
I guess
fair.
I would have thought a man can't wear sandals to work.
If you're a programmer, you can wear sandals.
Paul, by the way, comes to work every day dressed like he's just gotten off the golf course, right?
Does he?
Does he ever? Yeah,
he does. He has the like polo shirt and the khaki pants.
I feel like he's got the blazer every once in a while.
Shirt that Paul owns has come from some golf club or other. They're not just random polo shirts like you and I wear. They're all from golf clubs around the world.
Wicking.
Amazing.
and nice materials.
And exactly, wicking materials. Jess, what's happening in markets today?
Yeah, well, I mean, on a weekly basis, if you look at the S&P 500, down just 0.3%. So this puts it on track for 2 consecutive weeks of losses, as with the Nasdaq 100 as well. But for the weekly losses there, it's down about 1.5%. So depending on kind of what happens here in the S&P 500, maybe it could turn flat for the week. But overall, you are seeing, especially with that seasonality we talked about coming into August and September typically being the worst months of the year. But if you want to look at sectors that are outperforming, I mean, energy once again.
Hang on, August and September are the worst months of the year. Do you see this on the SEAG function for the S&P? Yes, you can.
You can do SEAG Go, look at the heat map. You can go back.
I always learn something every time you speak about markets.
What time period do you typically... So I do SPX Index SEAG Go.
Correct.
And then
you can mess with the time frame.
I click on heat map. You have to click on heat map. And then what do you typically put in? Because it default at 5 years. That's not enough. I put 20 usually.
I usually go back. The max on here is 29, but there's kind of a blip there where we can still tweak with the data and move it back even further. It's just something we have to do with the Excel data. But if you put in 30, it'll automatically change it to 29. But if you do that and you look at the 29-year average for August, historically it's down about 0.5%. You look at September, down about 0.7%. So you'll see September being typically the worst month, and then August right behind it. If you pull it back even further to post-World War II, Sam Stovall, who I know you follow very closely over at CFRA Research, his data will tell you the same thing, as September still being the worst month too, when you pull it back an even longer time frame there too. But that's a function.
Sam doesn't use Excel. He writes it down with pencil in a book.
He knows it all. He's just got it all retained in his encyclopedia of stock market knowledge. But that's what I like to look at going into these months. But we have seen seasonality buck the trend a lot. Like, we didn't see the June swoon. Typically June can be a bit of a tough month, but July actually still held up really well. And actually the past 16 years, if you look at the QQQ as well, it's been up for 16 consecutive years for the S&P 500 in the month of July. So it's some interesting tidbits there. Looking ahead to next week, though, we are going to start hearing from retailers. So even though we've had about 90% of the market cap for the S&P 500 having reported, this is when we're going to start hearing from Walmart, Target. It's interesting, both of those companies are technically in the staples sector because they have a higher percentage of grocery sales. Target had been in discretionary but got moved back in March because of some of the GICS changes going on. But then also we'll hear from other companies like Kohl's coming up. Macy's would be the following week. We'll also have Home Depot on Tuesday.
Wait a second. Target was in consumer discretionary.
Correct.
And Walmart was in staples.
Yes, and the dollar stores, so Dollar Tree and Dollar General also had been in discretionary, but now Dollar Tree, Dollar General, and Target are all in staples as well, in addition to Walmart. So
interesting stuff.
Something I like to look at, so you can look at the ratio from equal weight for the staple sector and then also equal weight for discretionary to kind of get the noise out from, because you do have Amazon and Tesla in the discretionary sector, and to watch kind of where it's headed. Typically that can be a view of Wall Street as far as where they think the projection of the economy is, because typically you'd want to see discretionary outperform staples, which we saw the opposite effect last year, but that's steadily been moving higher all year. And so that can tell you really, when you're thinking about investors' view of the economy, that's basically a brighter outlook there. But that's a story I'm working on for Sunday that I would be putting out.
I like it. I love the GICS. What does GICS stand for, by the way?
Oh, it's like a very, let me look. It's always a pop quiz.
It's global
with you.
industry something, I don't know. It's basically the S&P, how they break down the index.
Global Industry Classification Standard. This for MSCI, and so that's what. So they have different reweightings at times, but then also they'll shuffle companies around. So that was something that had happened in the spring, which sometimes people forget about.
By the way, are your stories? Can I subscribe to your stories and then just have them hit my inbox every time they come out?
That's a good question, because we have a subscription to Taking Stocks. So myself and a bunch of others like Alina Popina, Alex Manova, Esha Day, we all tend to write those, as well as the Earnings Watch columns, so you can subscribe to those. I'm wondering, I think you might be able to subscribe to a specific reporter. That's a good question.
You can online.
Ooh,
you can sign up online. I don't
know
know that you can do it. Well, you can set up an NLRT alert for specific reporters on the terminal as well.
But yeah. Good point.
That's good.
NLRT.
Everybody sign up for my stories that are coming out.
I'm going to make one right now.
One thing I wanted to actually ask you real quick, Matt, is because I was also pulling data earlier this week about the flows in the energy sector. So specifically, if you're looking at the 80 listed U.S. exchange-traded products, because there's also some ETNs in there, for energy companies, there's been around $11.5 billion in outflows. So it's more than obviously all the other sectors combined. But some people are kind of wondering now if it's hit an inflection point in a contrarian zone where there's just been so much pain and outflows that maybe we'll start to see that reversing here. And we have seen, obviously, when you're looking at crude prices holding up better than expected. I'll send you this story.
And expected to rise, right? I mean,
Yes.
I think the consensus is for at least the people that we've been talking to last week, they expect crude prices to rise. It's interesting how much energy earnings have just crushed everything else, right? Because so far this earnings season, we're down about 8%, I think, on the bottom line for all the companies that reported on the S&P, which is like 450 so far.
And but it's skewed by the weakness in energy.
Energy earnings are down 52%.
Yeah. So it's masking some of the improvement in other sectors like industrials, discretionary, and things of those natures, and even technology, too, that have benefited from those margin cutting.
But the comparables are so terrible for the energy sector, because think of where we were in the 3 months ending in June, say, in 2022.
Right.
I mean, we were at these ginormous energy prices, and what energy analysts have been saying all year is that we should expect tighter oil supplies come the end of the year, and that was before Saudi Arabia decided to make all these production cuts.
Yeah.
So
especially when you look at those year-over-year effects, and then also
how much of that rides on? How much of the energy forecast rides on China's economy?
I think a lot. The demand has not been there.
Yeah.
But a recovery has been slower than normal, but it's still a recovery.
Right. Well, and if they start making moves to fill up debt
Stimulate,
pockets and stimulate the economy, that could be. All right, Jess Menton, who is an equities reporter for Bloomberg News, but you're cross asset in our hearts, babe.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Always a pleasure.
Talking about the markets. Now let's get to my second favorite asset class.
I'm so excited to hear you say this.
Muni bonds. Focus on Munis is brought to you by Build America Mutual. The new deal created American infrastructure that unleashed new opportunity. Today we're doing it again with massive investment in modernizing our infrastructure, and municipal bonds backed by Build America Mutual help make it happen. Invest in the future of America with BAM, insured bonds.
Come on, Savannah.
BAM! I didn't realize I have to say it with you guys, but I've been waiting to hear Matt Miller say it.
That's like a thing we do in the studio. Also, sometimes we go actually down to the Build America Mutual office to broadcast this program.
Wow.
Which is pretty cool.
That's exciting.
Very, very smart people here. And we're going to talk right now with Eric Kazatsky about what's going on in the muni market. He is senior municipal bond strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence, also full of very smart people. And he can tell us what's going on as we see, Treasury yields tick back up to higher levels. Eric, what has I guess this supply, what effect has this supply had on the muni market?
I mean, the same things has been going on all year, right? We have low primary supply, and there's still flows coming into the municipal space. Not as robust as previous years, but there's still people who don't want to pay taxes. That's really the bottom line here, and they're willing to pay up in price, and we're seeing that in positive returns for the year. I mean, in fact, munis are probably outpacing taxable alternatives by about 100 basis points in total return so far this year. Not too bad.
How much of this is tied to these ongoing the SALT restrictions that were put into place under the Trump administration? Is that why people are so keen on these tax benefits?
I mean, in high tax states, yeah, of course, right? In New York, California, people still don't want to pay taxes, and they had a key tax break taken away from them. Will we see that come back when some of these provisions sunset? Probably not. It seems like very unpopular provision to put back in, right? They've already sort of capped that at 10,000. But look, that's good for my market. It's going to keep abnormally higher demand for those coastal states.
Talk to me about how this plays out if we see the Fed kind of continuing to stay on pause, perhaps, and that is the expectation in markets. Does this change the story as we watch the Fed move into a different kind of pattern?
With this inverted yield curve, the opportunity set in munis has changed a little bit, right? So, in prior worlds, we'd say, laddering a portfolio would make the most sense. Here, we're taking more of a barbell approach. And in the front end of the curve, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to be buying munis in there. And, we're telling a lot of people that we speak to, you're better off buying corporates are better off buying treasuries. Long end of the curve, munis make a lot more sense. And we think that, as the Fed stays on pause, they're still going to continue to outpace corporates. I mean, as an example, 30-year munis on a tax equivalent yield basis, you're picking up 130 basis points over single A rated corporates. I mean, really cheap.
Are you starting to see people go out the curve? I mean, that's the talk we've been hearing.
Yeah, absolutely. And when I just looked at the Fed holdings data prior to hopping on the call, and individual holdings of munis are the highest they've been since, I would say, mid-2021. So there is activity coming back in the individual holdings for municipals this year. And I think these higher rates are really drawing people in.
That's so weird to me, Eric, because I think about the fiscal spending situation over the last few years and the infrastructure bill, the amount of money going from Washington, D.C. to local communities to municipalities across the country, and I would think they have far fewer reasons to issue because they have so much more money, right?
Yeah, 100%. And that's why it's another reason we're seeing lower primary supply in our market, right? They're still sort of siphoning off a lot of that stimulus cash they had coming in. And look, to be honest, no one wants to buy a house and mortgage at like 7.5% rate. A lot of issuers don't want to issue bonds at higher rates. So they might be a little trying to market time to some degree, but at some point they're going to have to come back in the market regardless of where the Fed is.
Talk to me about some of the issuance that's hitting the market. New York City, I believe, is part of that list.
Yep. New York TFA was a recent issuer that came back in the market. And we're seeing strong demand across the board for these coastal names. People don't want to pay their in-state taxes, and this is one way they can avoid that.
And I believe there were a couple stories in the last couple of weeks about the likes of Bar Harbor or Hamptons going. I believe East Hampton, was that right? Going into the market too.
I saw that as well.
That was interesting.
Because more people are staying in the Hamptons for longer, right? The town has to beef up its services to cater to that sort of well-heeled crowd.
Exactly. A lot of these coastal areas, they had a pandemic boom, like to Matt's point, a lot of residents staying year round, and they have to expand their services. We're seeing that in larger cities too, right? Austin, Texas, perfect example. Huge influx of people, permanent residents need to increase their services year round.
So a difference, like a settling of where the issuance is coming from in the U.S.
Because the population,
because
the population has moved people around. It's fascinating stuff. Eric, thanks very much for joining us. Eric Kazatsky there talking to us about munis. He is our senior municipal bond strategist at Bloomberg Intelligence, and we do that every single Friday. They have a newsletter you can subscribe to as well.
They do, as well does Joe Mysak, our current Friday our often frequent Friday contributor as well.
Absolutely. Simone Foxman in for Paul Sweeney. I'm Matt Miller. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news right now. For that, we go to Lisa Mateo. Lisa?
Good morning, Matt. UBS has ended an agreement that could have seen the Swiss government cover up to $10.3 billion of losses from the rescue of Credit Suisse. Bloomberg's Leonard Koncherper explains what terminating the loss protection agreement means for the Swiss government.
I know personally that many people in Switzerland, not just the government, were really disappointed with what happened in the first half of this year, and they were, their confidence was shaken by those events. And I think the government obviously would have had to take responsibility for part of it because they brokered the deal, and now not having to backstop UBS here and basically the losses that occur from Credit Suisse, I think is a good sign for the Swiss government.
Now, UBS also terminated a liquidity backstop with the Swiss National Bank of up to 100 billion francs. Now, shares of UBS right now, well, they're up about 4.5%. And federal labor board prosecutors plan to formally accuse Wells Fargo of violating federal labor law at an Oregon call center. Bloomberg's Joan Doniger reports.
The National Labor Relations Board has found, among other things, Wells Fargo illegally imposed a rule that banned workers from handing out pro-union literature unless management first approved it.
Now, shares of Wells Fargo, they are down just a fraction. And sports fans, they're going to have to pay a little bit more if they want to stream games from the NFL. The cost of an NFL Plus premium subscription, that includes access to the NFL Network and Red Zone channel, it's going to rise by 50% to $14.99 a month. For the NFL Plus standard, that's going to go up about 40% to $6.99. Those are the stories we're following this hour. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
Missed your favorite Bloomberg radio show? Bloomberg Business Week, Masters in Business, Bloomberg Intelligence, and more are also available as podcasts. Listen today on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. The best of Bloomberg Business Week every business day.
The story among the most read on the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec.
What does an Apple-developed car look like?
The day's breaking global business, finance, and tech news, along with smart analysis.
This stock has been on a tear.
The Bloomberg Business Week podcast.
Can we just get like 20 seconds from you on Bitcoin?
Listen live weekday afternoons at 3 Eastern or on demand wherever you get your podcasts.
No one knows where this market will go. Right now, it feels like a wild ride. But one thing's for certain, there's a way through it. And the experience and guidance of a Merrill advisor can help you get there. Because where there's a bull, there's a way. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Nearly 1 in 2 U.S. adults have high blood pressure. That's why it's important to self-monitor your blood pressure in 4 easy-to-remember steps. It starts with a monitor. Be next to talk to your doctor about your blood pressure numbers. Get down with your blood pressure. Self-monitoring is power. Visit managerbp.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the American Heart Association, and the American Medical Association, in partnership with the Office of Minority Health and Health Resources and Services Administration.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Stocks likely to book a weekly loss right now as we're looking at it for the second week running, but we have paired some of the earlier losses today. We had a batch of consumer sentiment data from the University of Michigan that helped offset concerns about a potential re-acceleration of inflation. Technology still proving a drag. The NASDAQ headed for the first back-to-back weekly losses since September. S&P 500, that's fallen during 6 of the last 9 trading sessions. Looking at some of the individual shares right now, Chevron helping lift the Dow. It's higher as oil prices rise. And then Keno Health, that's dropping 68%. The healthcare provider issuing a going concern warning. The Dow Jones Industrial Average right now 53 points higher. That's up 0.2%. S&P 500 down 10 points. The Nasdaq 100 120 points lower. That's down 0.8%. The 2-year yield 4 basis points higher. That's at 4.88. Here's one for you. The California Association of Realtors reports only 16% of households can actually qualify to purchase a median-price single-family home in the state in the second quarter. The median price for an existing single-family home in California, over $830,000.
Wow. Whoa. That's the median price.
That's the median. So you would need an income of $208,000 to actually qualify for a mortgage at those prices.
That is nuts. I mean, I can't remember a statistics class because it's been 30 years since I slept through that one at Antioch College. But isn't median, that kind of helps to strip out the outliers to some extent, right?
Right.
Better than mean.
Yeah, right, because in California you're going to have, $40, $50 million homes, and there's going to completely skew things. It's the middle number.
That's like twice as much as the median house price on the Isle of Man.
Oh, man.
Did you see that story today?
No.
A lot of people are moving to the Isle of Man.
Because it's a tax haven.
Exactly.
Oh, yes.
So they've got like a recruiting program bringing people, especially from South Africa, up to the Isle of Man, which until now has been known for, being a tax haven and for the TT race,
The Brits didn't invent offshoring, but they certainly perfected it.
Yeah, you got Jersey and the Isle of Man, and there's a whole bunch of... We have some good offshore tax shelters around here as well, slightly to the south.
And I guess some wealth managers elsewhere talked about the whole U.S. being a tax shelter. But anyway, different discussion.
Definitely a different discussion than the one we want to have right now. John Tucker, thank you very much for that. I want to get to cars. I've been, covering this industry for almost 20 years now, and as a result, manufacturers often give me a motorcycle or a car or a truck, and they say, test drive this in the real world and see what it's like. And I take them up on that. So this week, I am driving a Chevrolet Colorado, the Z71 trim, which just means it's a mid-size pickup truck with beefed-up suspension and wheels. And it's a really interesting vehicle for me to drive because last year I bought kind of the big brother to this. Last year I bought the Chevy Silverado ZR2, which is a full-size pickup truck with the sort of off-road trim. It was a lot more expensive than this, and I kind of wish I'd bought this less expensive version instead. It starts at $40,000. And it's got a peppy little inline-4 engine that I like. I want to bring in David Welch to talk about this. He's our Detroit bureau chief, and he joins us out of Motown. David, I got to say that I have always kind of poo-pooed these mid-size pickup trucks, thinking that they're just like cars with a with an open bed in the back. But this one actually feels big and beefy, and I'm genuinely impressed as a diehard V8 fan with the 2.7-liter inline-4. It's got almost 400 pound-feet of torque. It really moves the truck around.
The mid-size pickup category is really, those trucks now, if you were to compare its dimensions to a Chevy Silverado from like the late 90s, because the full-size trucks have gotten so big, I bet it's not that much smaller. And so they really are of decent size these days. And the full-size one, the one you bought, I don't even know how you garage that thing. They're just gigantic. I find them unwieldy to drive in traffic. If I wanted to pick up, I drive a Mini by comparison. I'd probably get something in that category you're talking about, the mid-size truck.
I will say that I don't garage the full-size, the Silverado. It does not fit in my
You don't park on the
garage.
street in Manhattan, do you?
No, I live out in the suburbs, so I park it in my driveway. Wife gets the one-car garage. I suffer with that. Simone, do you drive?
Does your car even fit in the garage?
No, the truck does not fit in the garage.
Yes, I do, and we recently purchased a Hyundai Santa Fe hybrid, actually, and I love it. It's got a nice ride. It's very quiet. It handles very well.
I thought I saw a Hyundai Santa Fe the other day that looked like a Subaru Brat or like an El Camino. David, you know what I'm talking about? That really is a car with an open bed.
Yeah, they do make. There are a couple companies making those where it's El Camino-ish. Subaru has one. Is it Subaru? Maybe no. It's Hyundai. What do they name that? That's the Veracruz or the Santa Cruz or something? I know what you're talking about.
Yes, it is the Santa Cruz. You're correct. Sorry, that's what I saw. The Santa Cruz. It looks like it goes for about $30,000 to start. That's weird. I don't know. I guess
Subaru did have one. I don't think they sell it anymore.
They had the Brat, and they had cool rear-facing seats in the back when I was a kid that were definitely dangerous, and I don't think they do it anymore.
They sold one more recently, I think. Look, they're kind of a neat configuration, but I don't know. It's not that big of a bed, and it's not that roomy inside. It just sort of seems like...
And not that big of a segment, right? The mid-size pickup truck, Ford brought
that's a big segment.
Ranger back, and they now have Maverick, which is even smaller. Does GM benefit by having a couple different brands? Because you can buy the Chevy Colorado, or you can buy the GMC Canyon, and they split their pickup trucks and their big SUVs that way as well. Do they benefit by having those brands, which essentially sell kind of the same vehicles with a different badge?
They do. So first of all, the GMCs always sell for more, and like GMC is a massively profitable brand, and half of all GMCs, not just the pickup trucks, everything, is the Denali sub-brand, which is luxury. And basically, if you were to get a GMC Denali Yukon, it's kind of as well equipped as like a Cadillac Escalade, styled differently and all, but and it makes them a lot of money. Here's another thing, too. When General Motors was going bankrupt, the Treasury Department had analysts looking at this, and they had hired a consulting firm, and they were pressing GM to get rid of GMC. And what they found when they did consumer research is that for a GMC truck buyer, their second choice was not Chevy, it was a Ford. So they said, yeah, that's the research they came up with. So they said, yeah, we can't give this away, or we're just going to give away, hundreds of thousands of units a year. Yeah, GMC is, first of all, probably the most, I'm certain it is the most profitable brand on a margin basis within GM, just because Cadillac's got some sporty sedans that don't make very much money. On a volume, on a total basis, Chevy'd still be the because of the sheer volume. But yeah, GMC is a huge moneymaker for General Motors.
Well, can I talk to you a little on this Cadillac tangent? You wrote a great story this week. GM's $130,000 Escalade is big, brash, expensive, and green. And I love the idea that they're going to have this enormous car that's going to be an electric vehicle. Talk to me about who they're going to market this to.
Well, look, I think of a lot of it is to traditional or current Cadillac Escalade buyers, because even though the gasoline-powered one starts at $81, most of them sell well more than that, and can easily get above $100,000 per truck.
The V costs $151 to start.
Yeah, that's a rare one, but certainly people buy them. So I think you'll get a lot of traditional Cadillac buyers. You get a lot of athletes, entertainers have always loved this brand. Escalade almost, and in a lot of ways, it does stand on its own. Within you could have your own Escalade sub-brand and sell it at Cadillac dealerships and sell a line of SUVs that way, and I'm sure it'd be great with consumers. Because you think about all the other Cadillacs have an alphanumeric, CT4, CT5, XT for their mid-sized SUVs. Escalade's just Escalade, always has been. And so the brand is great. But I do think there's really almost no competition out there in the large electric EV. In fact, there's none right now. Mercedes is probably the closest there is with the EQS, and that's not as big as an Escalade.
Not nearly as big. I actually drove that a few weeks ago, and it's it's very luxurious, but it's much smaller. I guess Rivian might be.
Kind of looks minivanish to me, but yeah, Rivian would be the closest thing.
I wonder.
And those aren't as big. They're not nearly as big.
So is the pitch that these buyers would be like climate conscious, or because they probably don't care about saving money on gas, which was my push to buy a hybrid?
Yes and no. The various points whenever gasoline. Look, there are a lot of people with big vehicles who don't care about gas prices or the environment. There are some that do. For those who worry about conspicuous consumption related to climate change, an electric Escalade goes a long way. Now, look, this vehicle is not going to be viewed as newfound sainthood by the environmental movement. I've already heard some complaints that, it might not run on gasoline, but it still takes a lot of electrically generated power.
I'll tell you what it is. It's in a sense, it's a reinvention of an American icon. And you know where I get that phrase.
You get that from Mark Royce.
I get that from your book, dude. Charging Ahead, GM, Mary Barra, and the reinvention of an American icon. David Welch, the author of that book. So if you care about GM and the transition that you're making, go ahead and pick that one up on Amazon or at your local bookstore. David, thanks so much for joining us. This is Bloomberg. Let's get more world and national news. Now we go to Washington, D.C. for that, and Amy Morris. Amy?
All right, thank you, Matt. The federal judge overseeing the election conspiracy case against Donald Trump has largely sided with his defense and says she's inclined to agree to less restrictive rules around the public disclosure of government evidence. At least 55 people have been killed in Maui wildfires. Hawaii Governor Josh Green says they're still assessing the destruction.
The number has been rising, and we will continue to see loss of life. But we have extraordinary professionals working on this job. We also have seen many hundreds of homes destroyed, and that's going to take a great deal of time to recover from.
Hawaii Governor Josh Green says they're still trying to find shelter for thousands of evacuees. Former Vice President Mike Pence addressed a crowd at the Iowa State Fair soapbox, saying that the country deserves new leadership in the White House.
So I have faith. I have faith in the American people, and I truly do believe the better days are coming.
GOP opponents, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, headed there now. Former President Trump is going to attend later this weekend. Former Trump attorney Michael Cohen says he's considering a run for Congress. Bloomberg's Michael Barr reports.
Michael Cohen told Semaphore he is interested in running as a Democrat. Cohen says he lives on the east side of Manhattan. That likely means he would make a bid for New York's 12th congressional district seat, now held by Democratic Representative Jerry Nadler. In 2018, Cohen, who is Donald Trump's personal attorney, pleaded guilty to campaign finance violations linked to a payment to porn actor Stormy Daniels. Daniels, whose real name is Stephanie Clifford, alleges she had an affair with Trump. In New York, Michael Barr, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Your business landscape is ever-changing.
There could be a lot more selling to come.
Ours is too.
Just getting some headlines I want to bring to our audience.
We also have the unknown of how much can financial assets take.
We have something else in common.
Small caps continuing to feel the pressure.
We seek out the latest business news wherever we are.
A deep drop in Asian equities overnight.
U.S. futures also pointing to the downside.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen.
For late nights writing English papers.
For your teen's music taste.
For dinners, where they talk more on their phone than with you.
For the first time, they call you mom.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen, and you can't imagine the reward.
To learn more about adopting a teen, visit adoptuskids.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Take a not-so-random walk through hot topics in markets and finance.
The case of the counterfeit commodities collateral.
The end of zero interest rates.
Listen to the Odd Lots podcast with Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway.
How does machine learning actually work?
Odd Lots explores the most interesting topics in finance, markets, and economics.
Feels like that inflation is fading.
Every time we start a podcast saying that, I think we're just jinxing it.
Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts.
Financial advisors, are you looking to add or switch custodians? Are you going independent? Interactive Brokers provides lowest cost trading and turnkey custody solutions for all size firms. Trade globally from a single integrated master account with no ticket charges, no custody fees, no minimums, and no tech, platform, or reporting fees. Plus, IBKR has no advisory team or prop trading group to compete with you for your clients. Switch to the custody solutions that work for you at ibkr.com/RIA.
Melissa from Michigan. I work an extra part-time job serving lunch at my child's school, but I still can't afford to put food on our table.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
The business news Wall Street depends on.
Under surveillance this morning, China sliding into deflation.
And the insight that only Bloomberg can provide.
To me, the real news this morning is the German 30-year yield.
Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
You have to look at the data as it is. It shows strength and it shows higher inflation.
Listen to Bloomberg Surveillance live weekday mornings at 7 Eastern.
How sticky is this story going to be?
Or on demand on Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
The New Deal created American infrastructure that unleashed new opportunity. Today, we're doing it again with massive investment in modernizing our infrastructure to build for tomorrow. At Build America Mutual, we protect your municipal bond investments that help make it happen, building a vibrant future for our communities and your portfolio. Invest in the future of America with BAM insured bonds.
Hi everyone, Al Roker here. As a guy with his own catchphrase, I appreciate that Smokey's only said,
"Only you can prevent wildfires."
But I'm filling in because there's a lot more to report. Like when there are parched or windy conditions out there, you gotta be extra careful with things like burning yard waste. After all, wildfires can start anywhere, even in your neck of the woods. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes.
European Central Bank's fight to tame inflation isn't over.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak Europe Edition.
Prime Minister Rishi Sunak will seek closer economic ties with the US.
Available now on your podcast feed each weekday morning by 7 a.m. in London.
The jump in rate bets has fueled a renewed rise in mortgage rates.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe Edition today on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom. This Bloomberg Business Flash, the tech mega caps weighing on the major stock averages. You have Tesla and Nvda among the decliners right now. The NASDAQ 100 underperforming right now. The major benchmarks are headed toward second week of declines. This would be the longest losing streak this year. The stocks have pared some of those earlier losses, though, after we had that reading from the University of Michigan. It did show some easing expectations on the inflation front. Meantime, Daniel Morris, the BNP Paribas chief market strategist, hasn't ruled out a soft landing for the U.S. economy.
We're looking at goods and services inflation that's running at a pretty low rate, and that what makes you believe that it is at least possible that we do end up getting a slowdown in inflation without necessarily having to enter a recession.
Right now, the S&P 500 13 points lower, down 0.3%, 44.54 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 35 points. That's a rise of 0.1%. And the NASDAQ 100, 144 points lower, down just about 1%. Two-year yield, that's rising again 5 basis points higher right now at 4.89. Amazon dropping dozens of its in-house brands. The company deciding to eliminate 27 of its 30 clothing labels. It's also phasing out its private label furniture. Amazon Basics sells a range of home goods. They're going to remain a focus for the company. I did not know that, actually. Amazon clothing?
I also was unaware, but I was looking on Amazon for hats today, this morning.
Like a cowboy hat?
No, like baseball caps. I have this for people who are watching on YouTube. I have this hat that's a replica of the one that Magnum and TC wore. You know, VMO2.
Simone has no idea
over my head.
What you're referencing.
No, you don't know Magnum PI.
Oh, I've heard about this.
So, and then I was looking,
show.
My grandfather was in the U.S. Army Air Force, the U.S. Army Air Corps. Before there was a separate Air Force, in World War II. He was stationed over in Horsham, St. Faith, England. And I was looking for a USAAF hat or like a Mighty 8th hat or a 458th Bomber Group hat, but I couldn't find any.
Okay. I did find a hat on Amazon that has a thing for my like a space for my ponytail. That was my.
That's important.
It was actually really cool. I like to. I really wear it all the time. So.
Anyway, off next week, so I'll see you in a little while.
All right.
I'm on assignment.
JT, have a great time on assignment. Hope you enjoy yourself, and I hope the weather plays along.
I hope so too. See you guys. Thank you.
Bye bye.
So our MLive question of the week is, has the commercial real estate crisis escalated? We asked this at a time when WeWork shares are slumping. It's now become kind of a penny stock meme-ish thing. And the question is, has this crisis really begun and gotten crazy? And the person I want to ask about this is Mark Dixon. He's the CEO of IWG. This is a brand that includes Regus, Spaces, HQ, Signature, actually a WeWork competitor. So the question here is, what is the outlook? I mean, have enough people returned to office that a lot of these office spaces can move forward into the future? So Mark, thank you so much for joining us. I mean, you say 8 million plus people use IWG workspaces. What are you seeing in terms of the trends of people coming back? Is this escalating? And what's the way forward as we get back into the fall?
Yeah, well, look, thanks very much for having me. We're in a similar business to WeWork, but we're not exactly the same. Our network is very diversified. You know, a large part of our customers are actually already working from home. We have a significant business supports people working from home. We also have buildings very much in the suburbs and in rural locations, not just in the big cities. So what we published this week, actually the day before WeWork's announcement, record results for us with our revenues up to record levels, and also profits hitting a record level. So, you know, for us, we're producing a lot of cash and we're growing very quickly. So the market has changed. It's not that the real estate market's not there anymore. It's changed, and it's changed, we think, fundamentally and forever. And this is really technology changing how people can work, and most importantly, where they can work. So we're the leaders globally in hybrid work. We operate in 120 countries. We have 4,000 locations, and companies and individuals are working with us in a completely different way, and that business is growing.
I will say that we Bloomberg News use Regus office space. I remember visiting a Regus in Munich when I was a cub reporter 20 years ago, and at my Berlin office, right on the Brandenburg Gate, there was a Regus in our building. I imagine we started out leasing that space as well. So you've been around for a while, because I've been around for a while. Does that give you some advantage over a bombastic upstart like a WeWork? I mean, they're very different.
We're a very different business to WeWork. So, look, there's nothing wrong with the industry that WeWork's in. It's just, you know, they had a bad start. I mean, they started at the top of the market. They grew very quickly, had a lot of capital. We're the opposite. The entire business has been built with 300 million of core capital, and, you know, we have created everything from that. But, you know, overall, this is new real estate. This is digital real estate. This is providing space to people on a platform. We were doing it for Bloomberg 15 years ago, right at the beginning of Bloomberg, basically.
Yep.
And many other companies use us around the world, and it is a growing part of the real estate industry.
So talk to me about the small towns, the I guess non-traditional places that you're setting up some of these offices. I know this is a key strategy for you. What's the thinking there in terms of, well, from a company perspective too? Why do they rent office space in places outside of major metro centers?
Yeah, I mean, look, we don't rent office space, just to sort of. I know we're not in the real estate business as such. We provide workspace as a platform. So when we sign people up or companies up, they're using us across the whole platform. So it's not companies taking space generally in one particular location.
Sure, but why are they looking at these small town areas?
Because it's close to where they live. Look, the elephant in the room is commuting. It's the time it takes to commute. It's the cost of commuting. It's not anything else but that. Folks generally want to work in an office. They don't want to work from home. They work from home some of the time, but they really want to get to an office, meet with other people. They just don't want that office to be too far away. So what we're seeing is companies allowing people and encouraging people, in fact, to get an office with us close to where they live. So these openings we're doing in provincial and rural United States, the suburbs, in the US, but all over the world, are filling up. And they're filling up with people from large corporates, mid-sized companies who just want to have an office close to home. It's really as simple as that. They're very, very popular.
So in terms of, you say you started with 300 million in core capital, and that's obviously a very different story to the billions WeWork burned, but do you have any debt that you need to roll over? Are higher interest rates affecting you at this time?
Well, our debt is... will at the end of this year be about just over 1 times EBITDA. So we're low leverage. We are reducing our debt. We're producing a lot of cash. First half, we produced about $200 million of cash. We'll produce more in the second half. So up until, and we just did our investor presentations this week, this year is all about reducing debt, and we continue to do that. Next year, we'll look to start distributing cash, either share buybacks. We have somewhat got caught in the tailwind of what's going on with WeWork. Our stock price is basically depressed, and people think we're in the real estate industry. It's those two things together. But we will buy back shares, and there's some M&A we can do, and potentially dividends. But we're in a very good situation with regard to leverage and cash flow.
Excellent. Great to get some time with you, Mark. Hope we can talk to you again in the future. Mark Dixon there, the CEO of IWG. The ticker is IWGFF here in the U.S. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news now. For that, we go over to Bloomberg's Lisa Mateo. Lisa?
Thanks, Matt. A major milestone toward commercializing robo-taxis. Bloomberg's Gina Cervetti reports.
San Francisco is about to see more driverless taxis that can charge for their services now that California regulators have voted in favor of robo-taxi operators expanding in the city. The General Motors unit Cruise, along with Alphabet's Waymo, got the green light to increase the areas of the city where they can operate a car without a safety driver and charge riders a fare for it.
Now, one of the shares of General Motors are down about 1%. Now, one of the reasons for that is because investors are worried about what a strike would mean for the auto industry. The biggest U.S. car companies estimate it could add more than $80 billion in expenses for each of them. Bloomberg's David Welch has more on what union leaders are asking for and what they may not get.
He wants raises for workers, and I think the companies are very willing to give in on that. The things that they won't touch that the union has asked for, and these are very big ticket items, and arguably what pushed General Motors into bankruptcy, were retiree health care guarantees and a defined benefit pension plan. Both of those things were tens of billions of dollars in liabilities that GM couldn't afford at the time they did go bankrupt. Same thing with Chrysler.
Now, since Wes mentioned Chrysler, let's check in right now. Shares of Stellantis down 2%. Shares of Ford are down about 0.5%. And a turnaround for Meta. Business Insider reports the company has rehired dozens of the 21,000 employees that it had laid off since last year. They'll be working in engineering and on technical roles. Right now, shares of Meta down about 1.5%. Those are the stories we're following this hour. I'm Lisa Mateo. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Radio is where you are. Get live business news and market headlines from anywhere, 24 hours a day, via your mobile device. Listen on the iHeartRadio app. Tune in, the Bloomberg Business app, and Bloomberg.com.
Your clients all have unique financial journeys. So why should their investment options be one size fits all? When you partner with Commonwealth Financial Network, you gain access to a comprehensive range of holistic investment solutions that you can customize according to your client's goals. Welcome to freedom of flexibility. Welcome to Commonwealth. To learn more, visit commonwealth.com. Commonwealth Financial Network, member FINRA SIPC, a registered investment advisor.
When news breaks across the globe, Bloomberg Radio is there. From Asia,
we are officially in deflation in China,
to Europe.
The UK economy grew more strongly than expected in the second quarter.
And anywhere in the world, news happens.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie on the ground in Lithuania.
Bloomberg's Stephen Engel has the latest from Hong Kong.
Joining us from Bangkok, Bloomberg Chief International Correspondent Haslunda Ahmed.
Bloomberg's Greg Sullivan begins our global team coverage from Budapest.
Bloomberg Radio, on the ground, everywhere.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. He sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself.
For many military veteran caregivers, their caregiving journey starts earlier in life and lasts longer. Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
The Bloomberg Talks Podcast. Today's top interviews from around Bloomberg News.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Horton sitting down with the Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen.
Joining us now, Intel's CEO, Pat Gelsinger.
Wide-ranging conversations with Fortune 500 CEOs, big-name investors, and business leaders around the world.
The president of the Chicago Fed, he is Austin Goolsbee.
Let's dig in further with Meta Chief Financial Officer, Susan Lee.
Bloomberg Talks. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Chainalysis is the premier blockchain data platform. Crypto businesses, financial institutions, and government agencies utilize Chainalysis data and services to make sense of what's happening on the blockchain. As regulators and policymakers work together to pass legislation that provides clarity for crypto businesses and protects consumers, they have the chance to do so with unparalleled data and research into the crypto ecosystem. Demystify cryptocurrency and gain greater visibility and insight by visiting chainalysis.com/radio.
These are the sounds of a dinner that almost didn't happen. A dinner now served thanks to people like you. Due to COVID-19, 17 million more Americans may face hunger. Feeding America is helping our neighbors in need. And if you're able, you can too. Donations are being accepted at feedingamerica.org/coronavirus. Brought to you by the Ad Council and Feeding America, 200 food banks strong.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
Matt Miller here in the studio with Simone Foxman. Paul Sweeney is on assignment today on the beach on the New Jersey shore. We are still looking ahead to a lot to come in this program. We're going to talk with Lisa Donahue, the co-head of the Americas NASIA at Alex Partners. We're also going to talk with Andy Callahan, the CEO of Hostess Brands. He can tell us about all the products that they're coming out with that I need to avoid. Right now, I want to get over to Denise Pellegrini. To World National News. Amy Morris has got that in Washington, D.C.
All right, thank you, Matt. The federal judge overseeing the election conspiracy case against Donald Trump has agreed with the defense on a looser version of a protective order for evidence in the case. U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan has also sided with the prosecution on what sensitive materials should be protected. Attorneys for President Biden are negotiating with the special counsel over terms under which the president will be interviewed regarding the handling of classified documents. NBC reports special counsel Robert Hur's office has been negotiating with the president's lawyers over how, when, and where that interview might take place. The death toll from the Maui firestorm has increased to at least 55. Crews say they are conducting search, rescue, and recovery. Bloomberg's Steve Rappaport has more.
Firefighters say the wildfire moving through Maui is at least 80% contained. The fire destroyed the historic seaside town of Lahaina, forcing residents and tourists to flee. The police chief says perhaps 1,000 people remain unaccounted for. Governor Josh Green surveyed the damage yesterday.
We will continue to see loss of life, but we have extraordinary professionals working on this job. We also have seen many hundreds of homes destroyed.
Green described the wildfire as the worst natural disaster in Hawaii's history. Steve Rappaport, Bloomberg Radio.
And Hawaii emergency management records show no indication that any warning sirens sounded. Online job site Indeed says it's seen a 50% spike in searches for UPS jobs ever since the Teamsters touted their historic deal. UPS says full-time drivers will average $170,000 a year in pay and benefits at the end of a 5-year contract. Industry experts say consumers can expect rate hikes of 6 to 8% to help pay for it. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg. Matt and Simone.
All right, Amy, thanks very much. Amy Morris there with your World National News. We have a number of interesting stories on the Bloomberg that kind of caught my eye, Simone, when I woke up this morning. One of them had a $5 trillion number in it in terms of getting the airlines to, net zero in terms of your carbon footprint?
That's right. The goal is to get that to carbon neutrality by 2050. And the increasing belief, both by airline executives as well as industry analysts, is that this $5 trillion is going to fall on the backs of passengers. So if your airline fares did not already seem expensive enough, now you're going to have to pay for the industry to decarbonize.
So how will they actually get there? I mean, what's the idea? Because one of the figures I saw in that story was shocking. They burn more jet kerosene in a year than we drink beer globally. That's insane.
Yeah, it's insane. And you know, what's interesting is the airline industry has had such a hard time decarbonizing. Sustainable aviation fuel not necessarily seen as being as successful in terms of decarbonization as other industries. So the airline's share of CO2 output is expected to rise from about 2% today. This is global output, the world's global output of CO2. It's going to be 22% by 2050 if emissions aren't cut fast enough. So it's going to be an extraordinary polluter if they don't figure out exactly how they're going to do this.
All right. Very interesting story. Recommend people check out that story on the Bloomberg Terminal or on Bloomberg.com. When we come back, we're going to talk about a couple of really important cage matches. One possibly real between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. One just in my head between President Joe Biden and President Xi Jinping in China. It's going to be a very interesting story with our Bloomberg Opinion writer. More markets up next.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
We got a lot of green on the screen here, but the volume is light.
We constantly underestimate the strength of the U.S. consumer.
This is a market that's much more optimistic or bullish than maybe central bankers are.
Breaking market news and insight from Bloomberg experts.
There's still some concern out there in the market that there is room for things to deteriorate a little bit more than what they're indicating.
As small and medium-sized businesses struggle, they don't present as much competition.
The supply chain has still got dislocations globally and here in the U.S.
This is Bloomberg Markets with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller on Bloomberg Radio.
Matt Miller here in the Interactive Brokers studio with Simone Foxman. Paul Sweeney is off today on a well-deserved tea day. That's what we call it when you take
on
off.
assignment, figuring out work-life balance.
Exactly, just swimming through his pool of municipal bonds. We have a lot coming up, though, on the program. I'm very excited to get Howard Chua-Iwan with us. He's an international editor with Bloomberg Opinion to talk about the comments that President Biden made about the Xi Jinping, about the Communist Party at Xi Jinping, about China. Some of them, I think, pretty inflammatory, it's safe to say, almost Trumpian.
Yeah, calling members of the Communist Party bad guys.
Bad folks, and calling the Belt and Road Initiative the Debt and Noose Initiative, which is kind of grisly. We're also going to talk to Hayden Brown, the CEO of Upwork, joining us to talk about remote work and the freelance job market, NASDAQ ticker UPWK. And as I said, we're going to talk to Lisa Donahue from Alex Partners. Right now, I want to get over to Denise Pellegrini. She's got your Bloomberg Business Flash. Denise?
Hey there, Matt and Simone. Well, we got kind of a cage match over data going on. We check the markets all day long here for you at Bloomberg. Stocks are mixed. On the one hand, we have U.S. year-ahead inflation expectations unexpectedly declining in August to a 2-year low. That's despite all the higher gas and grocery costs we've been seeing. Americans expect prices will climb at a 3.3% rate over the next year. The preliminary August reading from the University of Michigan there, they see costs rising 2.9% over the next 5 to 10 years compared with last month's 3% data, according to reports that we got today. On the other hand, we had PPI, producer prices. They picked up, so that's the cage match. One showing inflation expectations easing, the other showing inflation may be picking up. And Andrew Hollenhorst, chief U.S. economist at Citi, says you really have to look at the whole thing long term.
It's an economy that's generating 2% plus growth. It's an economy with a very tight labor market. Wage growth running around 5% by various different measures. That's not an economy that's going to bring inflation back down to 2%. So, yeah, we're getting a couple months of softer inflation readings here. That's certainly going to look like a soft landing. I don't think that's where we're headed.
Yeah, and Hollenhorst with us there on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. The Dow is up 92 points right now, up about 0.2%. The S&P 500, though, down about 0.1%, down about 6 points. The NASDAQ, biggest loser of the day, down almost 0.7%, down 91 points. The yield on the 10-year right now, 4.14%. Brent crude, or crude, up about 0.8%, 83.51 a barrel. Spot gold, it's also higher, but just fractionally. And Amazon is cracking down on employees who stay away from the office. Some employees have received an email saying they are not meeting the company's expectation of spending at least 3 days a week in the office, and a spokesperson for Amazon is declining to comment. Guys, back over to you.
All right, Denise, thanks very much. Denise Pellegrini there with your Bloomberg Business Flash. I want to get to, well, we're going to talk about the actual cage match that we've been talking about for weeks. Is it or is it not going to happen between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg? But we're also going to talk about the comments President Biden made, I think yesterday, about China, about the Communist Party leaders, about Xi Jinping.
The verbal cage match.
Yeah, it kind of... It seems that way. He really came out swinging. Howard Chuo Iwan joins us. He's an international editor with Bloomberg Opinion. Howard, great to have you on. I saw your a newsletter this morning, the opinion wrap, and you kicked it off with these comments. I thought President Biden and this administration wanted to get on a friendlier footing with the Chinese, but he yesterday blasted China's economic problems as a ticking time bomb. He said the Communist Party leaders are bad folks. And he also said, I think most disturbingly, certainly from their perspective, that the Belt and Road Initiative, he called it the Debt and Noose Initiative. I mean, that's pretty hardcore, isn't it?
It's pretty hardcore. It sort of reminds me of when Donald Trump said, remember his bad hombre quote? When he said bad folks, it just sort of reminded me of all of that. And the news comparison was particularly harsh because the Belt and Road Initiative by China has become a bit of a weight around Xi's neck, actually, because it's everyone complains about how China's gotten all these developing countries in debt. The problem is, of course, China is left holding the bag if they don't pay anything back. So it's a two-edged sword.
It was kind of, Howard, even a little bit more Trumpian in that Biden seemed to be making up his own facts, which were not, in fact, facts, right? I mean, he said China had
2% growth.
Exactly.
When it was actually 5.5. Well, everyone is suspicious, of course, of Chinese numbers, but that is quite a difference, especially when the American growth rate is about, what, 1.2, 1.5?
He also made up his own demographics for China.
Yeah, so he turned it into a very, very, very old country when it isn't actually. It's aging, but it hasn't aged that quickly in the last couple of years.
But I mean, how is this different than the sort of bombastic commentary that we constantly got from former President Trump? You know, I remember him talking about the Chinese virus, and I mean,
yes,
that sort of rhetoric. How does it coming from Biden differ?
I'm not sure, and that's why I worry about it sometimes when the president comes out and talks this way, and it feels like he's just speaking off the cuff. I just worry that things will get a combination of certain things may happen, and the same thing that happened under Trump may happen again, which is that people will take him a little too much at his word and go after people they assume are the enemy. And these would be their fellow Americans. So I worry about things like that. And I'm not sure what the strategy is to speak this way, except that the way American economic diplomacy has been conducted over the years has basically been it's a zero-sum game, and basically if you are the main rival, we're going to destroy you. So it's not that the Chinese are behaving otherwise, but it is that sort of lack of feeling that we're all in this together. There's a global economy we should share. Dan Moss in his column was very good. He said, there was this period when everyone was growing at the same time. Then suddenly the U.S. went into recession. China had to come in. Basically, it was the Chinese economy that buoyed the rest of the world. And so now it's the other way around. And as the U.S. economy is expected to bring everyone along, now that the Chinese economy is down. And so we've come into what may be a new cycle. Dan very nicely points out that when the Chinese economy is down, the U.S. economy has to come in, and if it doesn't work out that way, then we're all in trouble.
Well, he was also supposed to be a more serious president, bring some gravitas to the office, actually speak in truths rather than just making up numbers. And it's so weird that President Biden would say this to a group of his own donors in Park City, right? He's not talking to the general electorate.
Yeah.
No, it's quite surprising that he wasn't aware, or the people around him weren't aware to let him know that this was going to get out.
Let's get to the real cage match. I mean, we hope it's real, right? We want this to happen. Howard, you, I guess, were a fan of the MMA at some point. I have paid for a few fights myself. I think it's pretty fascinating stuff. But if two of the richest people in the world get in the cage together, man, that would be cool. Is it going to happen?
I think if they keep on talking this way, they'll have to make it happen, even though one or both of them may not eventually want to do it. And like all these matches, it's a game of psyching each other out. So at this point, Zuckerberg looks incredibly fit, while Musk looks like he might need more surgery for that supposed injury to his neck. But as you know, Matt, the fighters like to psych each other out, and who knows? Musk might pick the right time to do this, just like Floyd Mayweather used to pick the right fights with Manny Pacquiao, and who knows? You can't really tell whether it would be the timing that will decide who the winner is.
Well, very interesting discussion there. I'm rooting for this. I'm rooting for this match to happen.
I want it to happen too. And I want to say that Howard has a great column on this. So if you have a Bloomberg terminal in front of you, type OPIN GO to check it out.
Howard, thank you so much. Howard Chu-Iwan joining us there. We've been talking about remote work. Do people go back to the offices all morning, especially with the CEO of IWG, who was talking about people wanting to be back in the offices. We get a different flavor here. I want to bring in Hayden Brown. She's the CEO of Upwork. Now, this is a publicly traded company. Reported earnings last week. But before we get to kind of the numbers and the nitty-gritty, Hayden, I want to understand, do you think that this wave of remote work is turning a corner, perhaps ending a little bit? And then, do you benefit or suffer from that at Upwork?
That's a great question. I think this is a long-term trend that's here to stay. Remote work, the cat is out of the bag, and even though a lot of companies are going back into the office, which is great, every company is going to find their place on the spectrum of remote work, whether it's in office, whether it's hybrid, or whether it's fully remote. The norms and the capabilities that every company figured out over the pandemic are things that will serve them well as they now tap into some variety of remote workers on a platform like ours. We serve the world with freelance talent that they can access globally. These are professionals on our platform, doing 125 plus categories of work. And every business, whether they're back in the office or not, is tapping into these types of professionals to augment and accelerate their work strategies. So I think this is a long-term trend that's not reversing, even though there will be, fits and starts as companies kind of navigate, this new normal.
I have to ask just quickly about your stock price, because it was soaring during the pandemic. You were one of the darlings of the markets. It was up to $60 a share a few different times. Now it had come back down to earth, but now it's heading back up again. It was back down below 10, and now we're up above 14. How much do you have to watch this as an agent, I guess, of the owners, right, of the company, and what's influencing it?
We are here building a business for the long term through durable, profitable growth, and I think that's really the story. This is a company that's still in its early innings, frankly. We went public in 2018, and we are going after $1 trillion TAM. So this is a company,
TAM?
Total addressable market.
Okay.
So we're unlocking a huge addressable market opportunity for our customers, for our shareholders, and I think that's really the headline. We did have a great quarter, raised our guidance for the year on both the top line and the bottom line. But this is still a business that's in its early innings. And I think that's what's really exciting is we are executing well, we're performing well, and yet we have a ton of runway ahead of us.
I mean, I see kind of a discrepancy here, right? Because these companies are asking their workers to return to the office because they believe they collaborate better. Yet you're saying freelance on the rise, and that there's a future for this. Are there certain places where you're seeing a particular uptick in demand with respect to the clients that, the corporate clients that are looking for talent? Are there things that they're going to just want to keep out of their business in the long term and just kind of turn to outsource, to freelance folks when they need it?
We serve every kind of company that is looking for freelance talent, whether they're in office, whether they're back working remotely, and also small companies through large enterprises are turning to this model. Freelancing was a secular trend that was on the rise prior to the pandemic, and it only accelerated through the pandemic because workers figured out that they really want to work this way. They are excited to have the freedom, the flexibility to do this, and we see younger generations of workers leaning into this even more. 43% of Generation Z is freelancing right now, so companies are realizing if they want to tap into the workers they need with the skills they need, they absolutely have to be tapping into the freelance economy. So this is why companies of all sizes are tapping into this workforce, and certainly as they're looking at things like generative AI, which is a huge and growing category for us. We saw these jobs increase 1,000% in Q2 versus Q4. Companies that need these types of workers with these types of very current skills have to tap into freelancers to get this type of work done.
I recently learned about traveling nurses. I had never realized that it was such a massive industry. And I talked with somebody who ran a company that helped them administrate their jobs. It's interesting. They make more money than the nurses that are actually installed permanently at the hospital. I'm wondering what the freelancers that you bring in are making. I mean, my initial thought would be they must not make very much money because they're freelancers, but then maybe they do.
It's the opposite.
That's amazing.
This is a very lucrative career, and I mean, so in AI, for example, we're seeing people with these skills are making 50% more than the average. And again, to your point, folks are joining the freelance economy because this is a better way for them. It's actually more safe and secure. They know they can't get laid off. So this is something where they've got multiple steady clients, and it really insulates them from the vagaries of the normal economy. And they're earning more. We've heard from our talent. Frequently they say no amount of money would pay them to go back into a full-time normal job because they make more, they have more freedom, they have more flexibility, they have control over their schedule. So everything about the work arrangement as a freelancer is actually working better for them. Now, of course, this isn't a way of work that's going to be suitable for everybody.
But
not everyone has to do this.
It's not like a gig economy thing.
No, not at all. I mean, these are independent workers. These are professionals. They set their own rates. They set their own schedule. They negotiate all of this for themselves. And these are independent entrepreneurs, really working on their own terms.
Do benefits kind of offset that at all? I mean, these are people who have to go and probably get their own health care, all that sort of thing.
I mean, it depends on the geography. Of course, in the U.S., we have a certain benefit set up, and also we, serve customers all over the globe. So some of them are buying their own benefits. Some of them obviously are in, a relationship with a spouse who has those benefits. So it really depends on the worker, but that is absolutely not an impediment for them to being able to work this way.
It definitely lays bare, I'm sure for you, the stark differences between the healthcare system in this country and those in other countries.
It totally does. But when you think about it, no one should be barred from working the way they want and doing the job they want just because of a benefits issue, right? And that's just the saddest thing. But that's what we see. People saying, you know what, even if the benefits are more challenging, I still want to go and work this way. And absolutely they should be empowered to do that.
All right. Hayden, thanks so much for coming in. Fascinating conversation, fascinating business as well. Hayden Brown is the CEO of Upwork, the ticker on the NASDAQ, UPWK. And I think this is all part of the way the economy changed post-pandemic. It's not like we're going to go back to normal. We're progressing into the future. This is Bloomberg. Let's get some company news now. For that, we go to Bloomberg's Lisa Mateo. Lisa?
You got it, Matt. UBS Group will voluntarily terminate the loss protection agreement with Swiss government and the public liquidity backstop with the Swiss National Bank. Now, it's meant to cover losses the firm could incur from the rescue of Credit Suisse. Bloomberg's Leonard Kenchever explains why now.
I think it was very important for them to get this out of the way before they report earnings, mainly also to assure investors, of course. Throughout the past 3-4 years, we've seen so many bad surprises with Credit Suisse's portfolio, with assets there. I think it was really, really important basically to tell markets now that it's not as bad as it seemed before.
Now, shares of UBS are up about 4.5%. Amazon wants to deliver your orders without their branded boxes. Bloomberg's Andrew O'Day has more.
Amazon is cutting down on the use of extra packaging, which means items from diapers to TVs increasingly are being dropped off in the manufacturer's packaging only. Along with saving Amazon money, the company tells Dow Jones it hopes the move will appeal to customers put off by all those Amazon-branded boxes they get and throw away every week.
I mean, meanwhile, Amazon is getting some pushback from workers who received emails about not coming to the office 3 days a week. And the company changed its work schedule back in May. The Financial Times reports that they're upset over privacy issues as Amazon tracked their attendance when they badged in with their IDs. Now, others said they received the email even though they met the mandate. Amazon said, quote, there may be instances where we have it wrong. Checking in with shares of Amazon right now, they are up just a fraction. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. I'm Lisa Mateo, and this is Bloomberg.
Can't catch us live? Your favorite Bloomberg radio shows, including Bloomberg Surveillance, Wall Street Week, and Bloomberg Sound On, are also available as podcasts. Listen today on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. The biggest issues on Wall Street. The top names in finance and economics.
Welcome now, Sheila Bair. We are joined now by Brian Moynihan.
The Bloomberg Wall Street Week podcast with David Weston.
The Bank of Japan shook global bond markets.
The week's top financial stories, along with analysis from the business world's most prominent voices.
Inflation is coming down. There's a reasonable probability of a soft landing.
Bloomberg Wall Street Week. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Bridgebank helps breakthrough ideas actually break through and remains dedicated to providing financial solutions to the risk takers, the game changers, and the disruptors, those committed to making the world a better place. Bridgebank has been providing financial solutions to technology and innovation companies from inception to IPO and beyond for over 2 decades through its national network of banking teams and offices. Bridgebank, a division of Western Alliance Bank, member FDIC. Bridgebank, be bold, venture wisely.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 12:20 on Wall Street. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are mixed right now. Inflation headlines may be rattling investors a little bit right now. Consumers expect inflation pressures to ease, according to a University of Michigan report. That's a surprise, and that could be a good sign for those worried about inflation and more rate hikes. But on the other hand, we got a report on producer prices today showing prices nudging slightly higher. So that could trigger you if you're worried about inflation. And that is what appears to be happening. Like I said, we're mixed. The Dow is higher, up about 0.3%, 96 points, we'll call it. The S&P 500, though, it's down fractionally about 3 points. And the NASDAQ down about 0.5% right now, or down about 70 points. The yield on the 10-year right now, 4.14 or 4.1444 if you really want to get into it. Investors watching that closely. Spot gold right now, it is higher, just about 0.1%, $19.14 an ounce. And crude oil right now up about 1%, $83.64 a barrel. Worries of possible crippling labor strikes and rising costs, meantime, are slamming stocks of 2 major U.S. automakers. General Motors on pace for its worst week in nearly 5 months, and Ford heading toward its lowest since May. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Denise, we have breaking news right now. Hunter Biden has been assigned a special counsel by the Department of Justice. Merrick Garland, the secretary, is taking, the Attorney General is taking questions right now. Let's listen in.
Agents and analysts working on this matter the ability to proceed with their work expeditiously and to make decisions indisputably guided only by the facts and the law. The men and women undertaking this investigation are public servants who have dedicated their careers to protecting the citizens of this country. The appointment of Mr. Weiss reinforces for the American people the department's commitment to both independence and accountability in particularly sensitive matters. I am confident that Mr. Weiss will carry out his responsibility in an even-handed and urgent manner and in accordance with the highest traditions of this department. Thank you.
If you as Attorney Weiss had the authorities he needed,
All right, he actually walked away. It doesn't look like he's going to be taking any Q&A, but that is a bombshell. The Department of Justice has assigned a special counsel to the Hunter Biden probe. That special counsel is going to be David Weiss. So that was Merrick Garland, you just heard, giving the announcement there, but not sticking around for any Q&A. It's interesting, Simone, they now have a special counsel investigating former President Donald Trump and have brought in a new special counsel, David Weiss, who's going to be investigating the current president's son, Hunter Biden. But of course, essentially, the GOP wants to, through Hunter, get to President Biden with this.
Clearly, it's interesting here as well that David Weiss he's the guy that had been handling the probe as the U.S. attorney in Delaware. Garland saying he was the one who requested this appointment. You know, that investigation, that probe had been dragging on for many, many years. So it's interesting to see we believed, I think, that it was wrapping up to a degree. And then there was that failure to enter that plea agreement in court recently.
A shocking failure there as well. And the question is, was the investigation dragging on, or were they dragging the investigation, as one, I guess, whistleblower had testified? Let's get to Ryan Teague Beckwith right now on the phone, political reporter at Bloomberg News. Ryan, this is definitely a shocking headline to see come across. How expected was this in Washington?
No, this is totally unexpected. I mean, obviously there have been sort of persistent questions about Hunter Biden that Republicans have been trying to sort of forefront. But I think that their hope among Democrats had been that Hunter Biden could kind of sort out his legal problems and put that to an end. When that plea bargain fell apart, that really kind of put things up in the air, and it was a little bit uncertain why it had fallen apart. But this just sort of creates a whole new world of hassle for Hunter Biden and concern for Democrats that you don't know where a special counsel investigation can lead.
Sorry. Well, what's changed here? I mean, I thought these investigators have been looking into Hunter Biden for years. Is this simply a political move, or is this maybe to maintain this image of separation between the administration, or is this do we think that they found something new that they just haven't investigated?
I mean, I still don't think that there has been enough material there from all of the investigations that have happened to really prove that something untoward or extremely bad happened, right? But there's been
prove
enough.
is going a long way, isn't
Yes.
it? I mean, all we need is the appearance of impropriety.
Yes, there's enough to raise the question, and the question has been raised repeatedly, and there have been investigations. I think what the special counsel is a move that you make when there's just been too much question about how you were investigating it for you to credibly continue to say, no, we did this all above board, and it's sort of a way of insulating yourself from that investigation. Then you hand it over to a special counsel. That person goes and takes it and runs with it wherever they're going to go, and you may not like where they go, but at least it's no longer your decision. And so I'm a little surprised that they took this move, especially now, but I think that with the whistleblowers and with just sort of the clear sense that this was going to continue to be a political thing no matter where the cases went, that this was sort of the best approach to show the public that, like, okay, we're not, stacking the deck here. This is being fairly investigated.
So what do we know that they'll be investigating? I mean, he had planned, as far as I know, on pleading guilty to a tax evasion charge. I don't know if that phrase is too heavy, but not paying taxes for a while, and or not paying enough, and to claiming to be sober when he bought a gun in 2018, when he in fact wasn't sober. Is that the only thing, or is there more?
Well, I mean, keep in mind that, like, you know, Bill Clinton was impeached over an affair, like, as the end result of a special counsel that was looking into a real estate deal. So, you know, the special counsel can go wherever they think the evidence leads them. And as we said, like, there's a lot of stuff out there that we've heard about that is, you know, kind of shady, like, doesn't look great, maybe doesn't rise to the level of criminality, but who knows where they will go, you know. So the last thing you want ever is a special counsel on your trail, because they can turn over any stone they want, and there's really not any way to rein them in. That's the whole point. So this investigation could go anywhere, or it could be that they look through all the stuff they had, they spend a little bit more time investigating, and they could wrap it all up. And that has happened before. There was a cabinet secretary who was had a special counsel, and that at the very end of it, they basically said, yeah, there was nothing here. There was never anything here. We just, you know, we turned it all over. We looked at all of it, and there was nothing. So that can also happen.
Ryan, I want you to stick with us. Ryan Teague Beckwith there from Bloomberg News in Washington. I want to bring in June Grasso. She's a legal analyst from Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio, here with us in the Interactive Broker Studio. June, this is no doubt a surprising twist of events. And just, I think, a couple of weeks ago, we expected this all to wrap up with a plea agreement. What happened to that?
Well, Hunter Biden walked into a Delaware courtroom expecting to walk out with a plea agreement, and the judge questioned the deal. It was very strange, first of all, because the prosecutors and defense appeared, and they didn't have the details of the deal nailed down, and there was confusion about whether he was getting full immunity from any charges or not. And the judge noticed that and said, go back and come back when you have a deal hammered out and when you know what the immunity is that he's getting. Because Hunter Biden said, well, if I'm not getting immunity, she asked him, would you agree to this deal if you're not getting immunity for other offenses? And he said no. So it was a very odd proceeding from the start.
And that's why you take a plea agreement for, well, not the only reason, but typically a lot of defendants take a plea agreement because they want it to be over and done with, and they want to wipe their hands and walk away. How does this work logistically? You're moving the investigation from Delaware to a special counsel. Are there any ways that the investigation would change?
You know, I'm not sure. This is so surprising because, you know, it's been said time and again that this didn't need to be a special counsel, that he had all the powers that he needed. So in this case, he'll have much more resources. He can get more people on board, and it'll be totally separate from the Delaware office, which I think it was anyway. And he'll have wider jurisdiction, and so he can go and, as Ryan was saying, you know, think about the proceeding that's been going on forever that started under Donald Trump, the special counsel there, the Durham, which has been going on for years and has resulted in losses at trial and just one plea agreement. So the problem with the special counsel is they have rope, and a lot of them take it and run with it, and it goes on and on and on when it should have been wrapped up. But this way, he'll do a report at the end. Allegedly, he doesn't have to answer to the Attorney General, but from all that was said, he wasn't answering anyway. So I think this is just being done for political purposes, really, to have the appearance of independence, and so that the Republicans in Congress, well, I'd say can't, but are less likely to attack some of the decisions that are made here. But as far as, what's gone on, it's just been a little bit strange, I'd say, and this makes it even more.
And, I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire in many cases, and even if there's no fire here yet, we can agree that there's a lot of smoke, right? I mean,
there is a lot of smoke.
Has clearly attempted to leverage his the powerful position his father is in, has for years, to make money. And
but
for years he did make money, and I know that's not illegal, and many presidents' family members have done it in the past.
Right.
But I don't want to make this what about other people. The question is, have the Republicans moved the ball any further in attempting to prove that there was actually some kickbacks for the big guy?
No, they haven't. That's what they want to prove, but they haven't. And the problem is all the smoke around Hunter Biden. So this deal that they gave him based on those charges from the attorneys that I've spoken to who are, expert in this area, that deal wasn't necessarily a sweetheart deal. It wasn't. In fact, some people who were in that position might not have even been prosecuted. So they would have made a plea agreement and just not gone to jail, like the tax charges where he paid the tax ahead of time, and the gun charges, a lot of people don't even get prosecuted on those. So it wasn't a sweetheart deal, but all the smoke around it and all the Republican inquiries and also the whistleblowers who testified that, there was something wrong with the investigation. That all has created a lot of smoke, and now it has to be, solved. And, most of the smoke is about his leveraging his father's name, but there hasn't been any proof that Biden was part of that. And also, talk about Washington.
He did seem to come into conference calls and meetings quite a lot.
I know. Yeah. Talk about, though, how much leveraging, like nepotism in this country. The country runs by nepotism. I mean, it's like, how many people do you know whose fathers were, CEOs of organizations that they're in, actors, actresses. I mean, it's news business. It's everywhere.
And then, I mean, you think the Trump administration, there were daughters and son-in-laws who are very close to the business. I don't want to go to the whataboutism, but I wonder how many special counsels we truly need.
Right. Again, this administration was supposed to not be doing things the Trump administration was doing. That was kind of the idea.
Well, how many special counsels did the Trump administration have?
So we're going to come back to this.
Oh, you didn't answer that
June.
question.
This is, I think, all of a sudden made your day a lot busier, your Friday a lot busier than it was before. June Grasso is a legal analyst for Bloomberg Television, Bloomberg Radio. We're going to come back to her. Right now, I want to get over to Denise Pellegrini for a Bloomberg Business Flash. Denise?
Yeah, why does this keep happening on a Friday? It seems like every Friday it's June Grasso. Where's June Grasso? Where's June Grasso? Stocks, though, they're mixed. The Dow is up about 63 points. That's about 0.2% now. The S&P 500, though, it's down about 0.2%. The Nasdaq down 0.6%, down 87 points. We've got kind of a push-pull on inflation. Consumers expecting inflation to ease, according to a report from the University of Michigan. That was a surprise and good news if you're worried about inflation, but producer price inflation, well, that picked up in July after a key measure of consumer prices that I mentioned posted a small gain. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Back over to you guys.
All right, Denise, thanks very much. Denise Pellegrini there with the Bloomberg Business Flash. I want to get quickly back to the markets before we later in the program continue with this breaking news that Hunter Biden, a special counsel, I should say, has been assigned by the DOJ to the Hunter Biden probe. But we're going to set that aside for now and get back to the markets. Lisa Donahue joins us, co-head of the Americas and Asia at the global consultancy firm Alex Partners. Lisa, thanks so much for joining us. There's a lot going on this Friday that we thought was going to be a slow day in August. But in terms of the markets, it really is still slow. And it has been all week, even though we got inflation data. It just kind of proved what we thought we already knew. How do you look at the current U.S. economic and Wall Street market situation right now?
First, thanks for having me. And yes, very busy day today. I think some of the market information that we're getting continues on the trend of confusing, right? If you look at the consumer debt and you look at the credit card debt, it's up to $1 trillion. And that would suggest that the consumer is feeling comfortable. And perhaps they are, but we're also seeing signs of a little bit of a pullback, which continues on the trend of push-pull, which I think your reporter had just said. So what we're seeing is, companies and leaders are thinking ahead, and they are taking this confusion time as an opportunity to really work on the hygiene of their businesses and think about what they should be doing to be prepared for the continued disruption and the continued lack of clarity on where we're going from inflation, interest rates, disruption, war in Ukraine, et cetera.
Well, Lisa, before we get some of the broader geopolitical issues, you talk about hygiene of the business, cost cutting, layoffs has been a theme we've seen across tech and finance to a degree. Have businesses gone too far? at this point?
You know, when I say hygiene, I don't necessarily mean layoffs. I mean taking a look at non-core assets, taking a look at your employee base, and is there upskilling that you have to do? Is your organization and the way you're aligned, is it fit for purpose? You know, in some cases it might mean layoffs, but in a lot of cases it doesn't. It could mean just taking a look strategically at what you're doing and should you be doing things differently.
In terms of the geopolitical issues, U.S., China, I mean, President Biden already kind of ratcheted those up last night, saying that they're bad folks, and he called the Belt and Road Initiative the Debt and Noose Initiative. Now we've got, U.S., more problems in U.S. politics. Does this unrest play into your strategy at all?
It does in some ways. What we're seeing some of our clients doing is looking at alternatives and parallel supply chains. Because if one thing COVID and that major disruption to actually getting product taught us is that, yes, low cost is important, but surety of product is as important, if not more important. So what we're seeing as a result of the political uncertainty, the relations with China, some of the Russian concerns, is we're seeing more onshoring and more alternative sourcing for where to put your supply chain. We're seeing folks go to Japan as an alternative from an APAC perspective. And we're seeing folks really looking at shortening the supply chains and looking, as I said, at other considerations instead of just price.
With respect to moving business assets around, we had a really great big take earlier in the week about how trade is and the incentives offered by the Inflation Reduction Act are really shaking things up for where companies put their manufacturing, where they hire groups of new people. How much interest are the executives you're speaking to giving to where can I get the best incentives, and how much more is the answer of the United States than it was maybe 6 months ago?
I think it's a big consideration, and we talk with a lot of folks on a global basis. And I was speaking with the CEO of a large energy company that's super focused on renewables and green initiatives, and they were talking about the genius of this act and that it is ultimately going to make the U.S. more competitive when it comes to renewable green initiatives. Because of the incentives that are baked into it. So I do think that it is something that leaders are thinking of and should be thinking of as part of the full picture on where you want to put your investment dollars.
Rates are rising, obviously 550 basis points since last March, and as inflation comes down, the real rate's even higher. How much more difficult does this make the investment outlook, or does it make things even juicier?
Well, I think it depends on your perspective, right? If you are a private equity firm and you're looking to do deals, which is what they do, it means they have to look at diligence deeper. They have to look at synergistic opportunities more. They have to be a little more creative from a structuring perspective because the cost of capital is so much higher. If you are a semiconductor manufacturer and you're trying to onshore, which we're seeing a lot of in the U.S., you need to look at alternatives. You need to look at quasi-equity type investments in addition to just debt. So I think it's forcing folks to be a bit more creative in how they structure and where their investment dollars are going.
All right, Lisa, thanks so much for joining us. Sorry that we took a little longer to get to you today because of the breaking news, but we really appreciate you sticking with us. Lisa Donahue, co-head of the Americas and Asia at the global consultancy firm Alex Partners. Great to have you with us. All right, I want to get back to the breaking news that we have. Hunter Biden, the Hunter Biden probe over at the DOJ has been assigned a special counsel. So we saw briefly Merrick Garland come out and make a statement appointing this special counsel to oversee the government's ongoing criminal investigation into President Biden's son over his taxes, as well as a number of other issues. Certainly the Republicans hope there will be a number of other issues there. We have Nick Ackerman on the phone right now. He's a former assistant special Watergate prosecutor. And Nick, typically we would talk to you about all things Trump. Increasingly, these conversations are about the Biden family, certainly about Hunter Biden. We thought it was all going to be over a couple of weeks ago with the plea agreement, and now it's come to this. Are you surprised?
Not completely. I was surprised that the plea didn't go down on the day it was supposed to. But since then, this is not at all surprising. I think it was pretty clear at that point that that plea would not have taken care of all the other matters that might be under investigation. And I think that Merrick Garland did the right thing, appointed Weiss, made it official that he's really a special prosecutor in this thing, and that he has complete independence as he had before, and I think it just solidifies that. Don't forget he was appointed initially as the U.S. Attorney in Delaware by Donald Trump. So I think this just, provides more distance between the Department of Justice and the prosecutor.
But does it give him any extra tools? I just, it seems like an investigation had been happening for a long time. All the members of the Biden administration had said, Merrick Garland's given him a bunch of tools, whatever he wants. But now, the escalation here, June Grasso was just with us. She's a legal analyst at Bloomberg Law and was saying, this looks like a political move, plain and simple.
Well, I think it's part of what Merrick Garland has done all around. He has tried on these types of cases that affects the administration and particularly Joe Biden to make sure that the person who's doing the investigation, whether it's Jack Smith or whether it's Weiss, that they are completely independent. I think what Garland is trying to do is basically use the model of Archibald Cox, who was made the first Watergate special prosecutor, where he really had total independence, wasn't answerable to the Department of Justice. And I think that's what Merrick Garland is trying to set up, so that there is complete buffer between the Department of Justice and Joe Biden. I think that's really the whole purpose of this, is to have somebody in there who is truly independent. And I think this was a way to make it more formalized, particularly if there are other areas to be investigated. Now, having said that, I question, what is left to investigate, mainly because you've got a statute of limitations that goes for 5 years on most of these matters. And if you take the two tax crimes, they were at a period of time now that's getting beyond a normal statute of limitations for anything probably other than tax crimes. So I just thought, I think it in some senses is political to the extent that it's set up so that there is no question of politics not being involved. I think, to the extent you're saying it's political, having complete independence from the Department of Justice and from Merrick Garland just adds to the fact that the person has the independent ability to do what he's doing. And even though under this crazy special prosecutor regulation that supposedly the special prosecutor ultimately answers to the Attorney General, I think that Merrick Garland has been and made it clear that he's been totally hands-off on all of these matters, whether it's Jack Smith or now it's going to be Weiss.
Frankly, Nick, why, wouldn't they have been a lot better off if they'd done this from the get-go? Because the concerns are on the Republican side, not just the tax crimes or the gun issue, but the sort of foot dragging. The idea that if the president's son is a tax evader, he can get away with it, or he'll be given a lighter sentence. Wouldn't President Biden or the administration have been smarter to get this out of the way at the beginning?
Oh, I totally agree with you. But I think from Merrick Garland's standpoint, appointing somebody who to investigate this, who was a Trump appointee as U.S. Attorney in Delaware, had the same effect, but in some ways it didn't. And I think what he's trying to do is emphasize that now. It also sends a signal that there are other matters to be investigated. He wouldn't be doing this unless there was something more to investigate beyond the tax crime. So I think this probably also signals the fact that there's not going to be a plea anytime soon. I think that there are other matters that they're looking at, and I don't think they're in a position yet to say they're going to put this all behind Hunter Biden.
Yeah, I mean, so there was this closed-door testimony of Hunter Biden's ex-business partner, Devin Archer, and I think the takeaway from some of the press was that this didn't really back up the Republicans accusing President Biden, of crime and corruption. But there were some bits and pieces in there. Was there anything there for you that you thought, this might be potentially the subject of a probe that could be continued under David Weiss?
Yeah, not really. I mean, it sounded like Hunter Biden had his dad call in like a couple times, 5 times over a long period of time, basically trading off his name, trading off his connection. A lot of other presidents in the past have had the same problem. I think Richard Nixon did, Jimmy Carter did, even Hillary Clinton had this problem with her brother. That relatives, you can pick your friends, but you can't pick your relatives, basically. And it's always been something that's bedeviled presidents and people in high public, office. So I don't think it really reflected that there was any there. But look, the public has to be assured that everything is being done by the book, that everything that's out there is being investigated. And at the end of the day, I think this will give that assurance. One, he's made the special counsel on this. And two, he was a former Trump appointee, and a Republican who was the Delaware U.S. attorney who's been kept on, and he's the one investigating it. So I really don't see how you can have anybody with any better credentials to do this than Weiss. And I think this, provides exactly what needs to be done.
Did we find out who the big guy was, Nick? I mean, if in the emails that the Post got out of the laptop, in the quote on the CEFC China Energy venture, when they said 10% held by H for the big guy, did we ever figure out who that was? Did we lose Nick?
Oh no, I think we might have lost Nick.
I'm looking at the Zoom screen. Oh no, Nick, there you are. So did we care? I mean, is there any there?
Well, so far they haven't found any there, but it doesn't mean that they shouldn't investigate it and assure the public that they've looked at everything before they close out the case. And I think that is what they've got to do.
All right,
and that's what Weiss's job is.
Yep. Nick, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you jumping in on this breaking news. Nick Ackerman, former special Watergate prosecutor, talking to us about the breaking news that the Department of Justice will appoint a special prosecutor in the Hunter Biden probe, and that prosecutor is David Weiss. I want to continue to cover this issue with our Washington reporter in just a moment. First, I'm going to get over to Denise Pellegrini for a Bloomberg Business Flash. Denise?
Yeah, it's 12:52 on Wall Street. We check the markets for you all day long, of course, and we do see markets dipping, Matt, weakening a bit after those headlines on the Bloomberg terminal came about 12:20 Wall Street time, saying that U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland is appointing a special counsel to oversee the investigation into Hunter Biden, et cetera, that you've been talking about. But before that, we were kind of obsessed with inflation. Consumers expecting inflation to ease. That's according to a report from the University of Michigan. But at the same time, U.S. producer price inflation, well, that picked up, and Bloomberg's Edward Harrison says signs of inflation persist. And this is really key to watch right now.
we're not going to get to 2% anytime soon on core services. And so the question is how hawkish is the Fed given the data that we've seen come out? And I think that there's a cohort of people at the Fed who are saying that, we actually want to hike maybe one or two more times. We saw Mary Daly saying that there's still work to be done just earlier this week. And, she's considered to be neutral to dovish. And then once we get to that level, they've said consistently, at least for a year, that they're not going to cut. And, you'd have to see the labor market back up considerably in order for them to actually cut. So it's more likely that they're going to hike and hold than it is that they're going to hold and cut.
Hike and hold. The Fed has another meeting in September. Edward Harrison on Bloomberg Markets, the open there. And as I mentioned, stocks gains evaporating. The Dow now up just about 0.1%. The S&P 500 down 0.3%. The Nasdaq down 0.7%. Yield on the 10-year inching higher now 4.15%. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Denise, thanks very much. Denise Pellegrini there with your Bloomberg Business Flash. We want to get back to this breaking story. I'll repeat for those of you just tuning in. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland is appointing a special counsel to oversee the government's ongoing criminal investigation into President Biden's son. Of course, the crimes that we know about are related to taxes, not paying enough in taxes, and obtaining a handgun with, I guess, false claims that he was actually sober when he was, I guess, on drugs or something like that. In any case, we thought that there was a plea agreement that was going to deal with all of this. That fell apart last month, and now Garland is named U.S. Attorney. David Weiss, the official overseeing the criminal investigation into Hunter Biden, as a special counsel. Let's get to Ryan Teague, Beckwith, political reporter with Bloomberg News. Ryan, do we know that David Weiss actually requested this position himself?
In the past, there had been some stories that he had asked to be made a special counsel and that he had been turned down. He actually pushed back on that account and said that he had not asked in the past. So I don't know that we know just yet if he has asked it or if this was Merrick Garland's decision, but certainly I don't think he would object to it.
Was there anything on timing when he asked? I wonder what happened in the last couple of, months or weeks that kind of made this suddenly something that David Weiss would have needed.
I think this just all comes back to that plea deal falling apart in court at the last minute. And just, I think, among the Justice Department officials, the sense that this was just not going away, that there were continuing to be sort of claims made about all of this, and with it being left open-ended and not resolved, there was really not a way to just sort of say, okay, we had someone, they looked into this, it's over. So I think this is just a way of saying, okay, there's been other allegations that have been made about this. We need to sort of thoroughly vet all of those, and doing it through a special counsel is a way to sort of depoliticize it.
One of the allegations, Ryan, is that Hunter Biden was doing a deal with a Chinese energy company and may have been, and this is an allegation that hasn't been proved, and I haven't seen anywhere sufficient documentation that really would move a jury, but that Hunter Biden was holding 10% for someone referred to as the big guy. This, according to an email from his laptop. The Post broke the story. Everyone else kind of ignored it for a while, but Politico later reported on it and confirmed it. Have you heard anything more about that? Who is the big guy? Does anyone think that there is a connection to President Biden there?
Yeah, I mean, again, there has just not been sufficient evidence to tie in Joe Biden to any of this. I think if anything, the evidence that we've seen so far would maybe lean more in the direction that these people who are paying Hunter Biden for access got ripped off. I mean, the sort of the best they got was he would do a phone call to his dad and say, hey, I'm having dinner with friends, and put him on speakerphone, and then he'd say, well, nice to meet you guys, and that was it. But that said, I mean, we don't know if there is some other unexplored avenue here. A special counsel certainly is going to have the resources to find that. this has been investigated for quite a while here, including by the House too. So, I think that if there was something as really obvious and egregious as like a direct payment or something like that to Joe Biden himself, that you would think we'd
know already.
Come up. Yeah, but that said, I mean, the thing is, special counsel investigations can take years. So, if they really want to go and chase this, that they can do that, and that it may come out eventually.
Ryan, just quickly, I know this is something that's likely to please the Republican side. Does this offer any fodder for a look, at least, into the dealings of Jared Kushner, who, by the way, raised billions of dollars from Saudi Arabia? Again, we only have about 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is it always looks worse if you're doing stuff secretly than when you're doing stuff publicly. And Jared Kushner and all of his deals may have been unseemly, but they were all fairly out in the open when they were doing it. And so people kind of just shrug. You get a lot more in trouble when it turns out that you were actually doing something and that wasn't widely known, and then it's also unseemly. So I don't know that that's really going to have any blowback on Jared Kushner scandals.
All right, Ryan, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you on this, what's now turned out to be an incredibly busy August Friday, as this breaking news comes out that there has been a special counsel appointed to the Hunter Biden probe. For Simone Foxman, I'm Matt Miller. This is Bloomberg. Sound On with Jack Fitzpatrick starts now.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now, from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
Former President Trump has a protected constitutional right to make statements, even if the statements are knowingly false.
Israel is a democracy. A third of the country has been protesting these judicial reforms.
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
China may be less of a desirable investment target because of their own economic issues.
I would hope that both the Senate and the House can get a plan in place and avoid any kind of a government shutdown.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
You just heard it. The Attorney General, Merrick Garland, announcing that he's appointing David Weiss to be a special counsel to investigate Hunter Biden, the son of President Joe Biden, over his taxes and that gun charge. We will get all the latest, including very shortly from Eric Larson, Bloomberg's legal reporter, on what exactly that means and what comes next. But of course, first we've got to get our market report with Denise Pellegrini.
And we do check the markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. It is 1 o'clock, 1:01 on Wall Street. Stocks are mixed, maybe a little more weakening as those Hunter Biden headlines started crossing the Bloomberg terminal at 12:20. Jennifer Lee, Managing Director and Senior Economist at BMO Capital Markets, meantime says in spite of the data showing inflation possibly easing, she's not sure we can really avoid an economic slowdown. Check this out.
I think it sort of helps solidify, like, overall, like this big picture soft landing story looks like it's intact. We actually, we're only looking for like a 1 quarter now of negative growth early next year, around the turn of the year. And for, it's not going to be great growth, but it's going to be growth regardless.
Let's call that a forecast of a softish landing, okay, from Lee. Lee with us there earlier on Bloomberg Markets. And the Dow right now, it is up about 0.2%, struggling to stay higher, up 61 points. The S&P 500 down 0.2%, down about 9 points. The NASDAQ down about 0.7%, down 94 points. And the yield on the 10-year right now inching higher. Every time I do a report now, it's 4.158%. Spot gold, it's inching higher as well, up about 0.1% at $19.14 an ounce, and crude oil up about 0.9% at $83.56 a barrel. We've got worries about possible crippling labor strikes and rising costs slamming the two major U.S. automakers, both car makers, GM and Ford, currently in talks with the United Auto Workers on new contract terms. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Jack.
Thank you so much, Denise. As we mentioned, the Attorney General announced just earlier this afternoon he is appointing David Weiss to be special counsel to investigate Hunter Biden, the president's son. Here is how Attorney General Merrick Garland described that this afternoon.
This appointment confirms my commitment to provide Mr. Weiss all the resources he requests. It also reaffirms that Mr. Weiss has the authority he needs to conduct a thorough investigation and to continue to take the steps he deems appropriate independently, based only on the facts and the law.
So we're now joined by Eric Larson, Bloomberg legal reporter. Eric, thank you so much for joining us on short notice. This is very recent news this afternoon. Most basic question on this, what is the practical difference now that David Weiss is a special counsel? What does it mean to have a special counsel specifically on this?
So the point of having a special counsel like this is to essentially remove this individual, David Weiss, from the normal chain of command at the Justice Department. So what that does is sort of creates or sort of removes any concerns, whether real or perceived, about any influence from the Biden administration. So this individual, as well, it's worth noting, David Weiss, he's the U.S. Attorney in Delaware, who was already overseeing this investigation. You know, he was appointed by Donald Trump when he was president, and he was kept on by Biden specifically because this investigation was already ongoing, and he didn't want to give the appearance of trying to influence the probe into his son. So this gives Mr. Weiss more independence, and he'll be allowed to issue a report at the conclusion of his investigation, and then the Justice Department will make any decisions or recommendations.
Do we know roughly when that report would come out?
You know, we don't. We do know that this investigation has been going on for 5 years, so it's safe to say that a lot of this, investigatory work is probably already done. But we also know that there's a lot of concern among Republicans in Congress and the critics of Biden and his family, saying that some of these business dealings that Hunter Biden has been involved in could potentially have involved payments to other Biden family members and even to the president himself. None of that has been concluded. This is just suspicion and concerns among Republicans at this time. So this will potentially involve, expand the investigation. Not sure exactly where he'll go with it, but he clearly has the time and resources now to do what he wants.
Well, yeah, you made a point earlier about the process of avoiding the appearance of bias, but I am curious if we could dig down on more on this idea of expanding the investigation. Does this decision tell us anything about if this is bad news for Hunter Biden or if this is bad news for the president, if this is expanding to any links between them?
Well, I can't tell you exactly what Mr. Weiss had in mind when he requested to become special counsel. It's also worth noting that that was his request, and that the Attorney General granted it. So we don't know exactly what he has in mind here. They've already been doing this investigation for 5 years, but definitely, with an election coming up next year, it certainly is a risk for President Biden that something else could be uncovered, or this particular special counsel could issue something damaging. But we also know that this U.S. attorney was overseeing a plea deal with Hunter Biden where they were hoping to wrap up this whole investigation and put it to rest. So that plea deal fell apart late last month in court, just as Hunter Biden was prepared to plead guilty to 2 tax misdemeanors. The judge had concerns about the agreement, and it sort of fell apart, and it sort of had been in limbo up until now. We're not sure exactly what happened in the meantime, but the U.S. attorney was already prepared to put this case to bed, and the only reason that we're still here, in a way, is just because that plea deal fell apart. So we'll learn a lot more about this, I think, when his report comes out.
I do have to ask a little more about the plea deal. It was big news when that fell apart last month. Right. Is there any chance, I'm the legal layman here, is there any chance of a different kind of more clarified plea deal, or is that absolutely out the window?
I don't see why it would be out the window. I mean, the judge made her concerns clear. I think that there were some issues with ways that the deal might have restricted court oversight into certain future elements of the agreement, and that's where some of the concerns arose. So it certainly, we were expecting that they would be able to come up with some sort of revised deal and that they would go back to court and perhaps he would just plead guilty and that would be the end of it. But right now that deal, I would say that the deal is definitely very much in jeopardy if this investigation is ongoing.
Right. Eric Larson, thank you so much for joining us with the immediate insights on the news about the appointment of a special counsel to investigate Hunter Biden. Let's bring in our panel, Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino. Guys, I have to start to get an understanding of the political ramifications here because you listen to the rhetoric from House Republicans and they are looking for a connection between Hunter Biden and the president. Rick, what do you make of today's news in terms of does this build some sort of bridge between this case and the president himself in any way?
You know, it's hard to tell at this stage whether that bridge is in place. Certainly the House will make good use of this as a way of saying, hey, there's more here. And it kind of takes away the two separate lines of justice that Donald Trump and a lot of House Republicans have been using as a political argument. I would say we kind of saw this telegraphed. I mean, part of what screwed up the deal with Hunter Biden was when they found out that the government still had ongoing investigations and that the plea deal wasn't the sum total of everything that was going on legally at the Justice Department related to Hunter Biden. And so now all of a sudden it's like, oh, maybe there was more to it than that. It's a bad news item for the president and his political team. They're going to now have to deal with this throughout the entire election cycle. Highly unlikely this gets resolved between now and Election Day. And so, it's just another headache they did not need.
Yeah, not great for the president. I'm also curious about the, political views about David Weiss himself, the special counsel. I see there's a statement out from Congressman Jim Jordan's office that's very negative about Weiss, noting that he had signed off on the plea deal. Republicans in Congress were not happy about that. Jeannie, I know this is an attempt to make it clear that there's not supposed to be any bias, no favoritism here. But given Republicans' feelings about David Weiss, is that even possible?
Yeah, I was just looking at that, Jack. He has a tweet, and you just referenced it. Jim Jordan, the chair of the House Judiciary Committee, saying this is a new way to whitewash the Biden family corruption. He describes what Weiss had signed off on as a sweetheart deal. So if anybody thought this was a gift to the GOP and they were going to be content by Merrick Garland doing this, they are expressing, at least Jim Jordan is expressing, a lot of consternation about what is happening here. And I think it speaks to what Rick was just talking about, because what we had been hearing was they were very frustrated by Weiss after 5 years trying to push forward this deal that the judge then struck down or at least postponed. And so I don't think this is going to placate the House Republicans at all. I think Merrick Garland is going to be under continuing pressure on this as much as he tries to move it out of his plate. But I think the White House is going to do what they've always done, which is say that they're not going to say anything about this. They're not going to weigh in and refer all questions to Hunter Biden's attorneys and to the DOJ, trying to maintain the strict independence that he campaigned on.
Well, we'll keep our listeners updated on any more developments that just happened this afternoon, the announcement of an appointment of a special counsel to investigate Hunter Biden. It is a newsy Friday. This is not really easing out of the work week. We've also, here at the top of the hour, got to discuss the ramifications of the fast-moving and very destructive wildfires in Hawaii. That the latest count here on the Bloomberg terminal, according to officials in Hawaii, they have confirmed at least 55 deaths, and the police chief locally has said it's likely there are another 1,000 people unaccounted for still. Of course, big news yesterday, the request for $40 billion in aid from the president to Congress, including $12 billion for FEMA, that was needed even before the Hawaiian wildfires and all of that destruction. We are joined now by Brock Long. He is currently executive chairman of Haggerty Consulting, and of course he's the former administrator of FEMA under the Trump administration. thank you so much for joining us. I have to sort of delineate what happens when and from what agency. Brock, what is the initial response at this stage of a disaster so early on from FEMA in particular? What does FEMA do on the ground at a time like this?
Well, as I've always said, disaster response in this type of situation is a partnership between not only the local and state level of government in conjunction with FEMA, but, an event like this, a devastating wildfire on a tropical island, thousands of miles from the mainland, is also going to take neighbor helping neighbor in this situation. Initially FEMA, when I was in office back in 2018, I actually did a lot of work to increase logistical capabilities, the federal government's logistical capabilities to respond to devastating disasters in Hawaii, particularly around how you do life-sustaining missions for big events. Unfortunately, with the Lahaina fires and the fires that are still going on, these are what we call low to no notice disasters, which, it takes time for the federal government to be able to mobilize. But hopefully, we've already seen FEMA with the great ability to be able to get incident management teams on Maui. They're continuing to send. I know Administrator Deanne Criswell, who I had contact with this morning, is headed to the island today. It's my understanding she will be on site today. So, again, it's a lot of working parts, particularly because of the distance from the mainland. But then also, when a wildfire pushes through a community like Lahaina and burns everything up, a lot of the infrastructure is just totally gone. So, the wildfires are incredibly devastating, and it doesn't leave you much to work with. So this is going to be a very long disaster recovery process, painful one for the citizens of Hawaii.
And can you tell us a little more, as you mentioned, the challenges of responding to a disaster very far from the contiguous states? What resources are they short on, if any? How does that all work? It's one thing to respond to severe wildfires maybe in the southwestern states, but Hawaii, what are the particular challenges there?
Well, the challenge nationwide, whether it's Hawaii or Puerto Rico or the United States mainland, the goal should be of any community to build a baseline capability that's pretty strong, right? And when the local capability to respond to disasters is strong and the state ability to respond to disasters is strong, then the federal government should be able to support the gaps. But in this situation, everything in the municipality of Lahaina is wiped out. Obviously they need all the help that they can get from the state and federal government. And Hawaii's done a good job, again, of being able to pack supplies and teams to be able to come over from other islands very quickly. And in this case, other municipalities within Maui will be sending mutual aid, most likely to Lahaina and or accepting citizens that have been displaced into their communities to help with sheltering and temporary housing, those types of things. And, what it looks like for FEMA in the community is it's very tough to set the expectations at this point, because a wildfire wipes out all the infrastructure. There is nothing left. There is nothing really to go back to. And if you look at the infrastructure on Lahaina that's been impacted, the ports are gone, the comms, the communications are down, the power is off, the water systems are not working.
Right.
And, you're still in search and rescue mode. You're trying to do life sustainment missions. But the long-term recovery of this, there's going to be a lot of debris that they have to remove, a lot of hazardous materials that they have to remove.
Right.
They've got to figure out how to put back basic infrastructure before life can begin again in that area.
And very brief, in maybe 30 seconds, there was a request for another $12 billion for FEMA, and I know the Disaster Relief Fund is set to run out of money before September 30th. What does this do, what we're seeing in Hawaii, to the negotiation on further funding for FEMA?
Well, I don't think right now, the emergency funding that FEMA has, it should not impact the disaster response at all. And I think Congress will wake up and do the right thing to always keep the disaster relief fund fully funded. We do have to have an honest discussion in the future about disaster mitigation and attacking things on the forefront rather than the back end.
Brock Long, former FEMA administrator at Haggerty Consulting, thanks so much for your insights. A lot of news to discuss. In a little bit, we'll talk to Tom Orlick, our chief economist here at Bloomberg, on the China executive order that was signed by the president yesterday. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast, we talked about President Biden calling China's economy a ticking time bomb with Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie.
On one front, they are sending some senior officials and have been doing that in terms, of course, of the Secretary of State, of course, Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary as well, to China, to Beijing, to have those interactions with their Chinese colleagues, to try to, if not reset the relationship, then at least find some barriers to the tensions and some paths that they can walk down together, constructive areas of engagement. At the same time, you seem to continually get, almost on a monthly basis, the president himself kind of quote-unquote bad-mouthing China. And in this context, he described the economy as being like a ticking time bomb, as you mentioned, and China's leaders as being bad folks. Previously, he's called Xi Jinping a dictator. He's also made comments about Taiwan that has confused and muddied the picture in terms of the U.S. stance on that island. And we know the hotspot that Taiwan proposes or is potentially the center of when it comes to these tensions. So it's the disconnect between what we hear from the president and what we hear from the rest of the team and what it tells us about the strategy of the Biden administration vis-a-vis China.
When it comes to that disconnect, Tom, what does the Chinese government pay more attention to? Is it the words or is it the actions that we're seeing from the U.S. government?
When we look back at what President Biden said, characterizing Xi Jinping as a dictator, obviously that went back, that filtered back to China. They were asked about that, the foreign ministry. They kind of brushed it off. They continued to allow the visits of Janet Yellen to Beijing. We're expecting potentially the head of trade, of course, over in the U.S. to be over in Beijing as well in the next few weeks, Gina Raimondo, to continue conversations on the trade front with her Chinese counterparts.
Hear the full conversation on the latest Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. Edition podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com. The Bloomberg.
Want to make your night out a little more fun? Try some music, some friends, and a few rounds of Club Keno.
I won!
But how can the Michigan Lottery make Club Keno more fun?
Tripler time!
That's right, Tripler Time's back. All this month, random Club Keno tickets will have a doubler or tripler message. Find one, and your Club Keno and extra prizes will be doubled or tripled. So triple your fun.
Yeah!
With Club Keno Tripler Time, only from the Michigan Lottery. Knowing your limits is always the best bet.
Talks podcast. Today's top interviews from around Bloomberg News.
Charlie Bassek sat down with Jonathan Gray, Blackstone's president.
Democratic Congresswoman Haley Stevens joining us live from Israel.
Wide-ranging conversations with Fortune 500 CEOs, big-name investors, and business leaders around the world.
Charlie Nunn, the CEO of Lloyds Banking Group. Thank you so much for coming to speak to us.
Brian Moynihan, Chairman and CEO of Bank of America.
Bloomberg Talks. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
The New Deal created American infrastructure that unleashed new opportunity. Today, we're doing it again with massive investment in modernizing our infrastructure to build for tomorrow. At Build America Mutual, we protect your municipal bond investments that help make it happen, building a vibrant future for our communities and your portfolio. Invest in the future of America with BAM insured bonds.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand?
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Well, it's 1:20 on Wall Street. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg, and stocks are mixed this Friday trading. Inflation headlines may be rattling investors a little bit today. Consumers expect inflation pressures to ease. That is according to a University of Michigan report. That's a surprise. Could be a good sign for those worried about inflation and more rate hikes, right? But on the other hand, there is that report we got on producer prices today. It showed prices nudging slightly higher. So that could trigger you if you're worried about inflation. And right now, the Dow is up about 0.2%, 62 points, we'll call it. The S&P 500, though, down 0.2%, down 9 points. The NASDAQ also lower, down 0.7%, down about 92 points right now. The yield on the 10-year, it is creeping higher, 4.1542 now, we'll call it. And spot gold right now, it's up about 0.1%, 19/14 an ounce, and crude oil up about 0.7%, 83.42 a barrel. And we're also watching the automakers. Word of a possible crippling labor strike. Rising costs slamming stocks of GM and Ford, both currently in talks with their labor union, the UAW, on new contract terms. And a report out this week, Jack, says the demands could end up adding more than $80 billion to each of their labor costs. So we'll keep watching that for you as well. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash, Jack.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Big reading recommendation of the day if you're looking for some more insights on President Biden's major executive order relating to China investment yesterday. Here's Why the U.S. is Wrong on China. That's by Tom Orlick, Bloomberg chief economist, who joins me in the studio now. I wish we could just read the whole thing aloud. Great insights and several reasons that you list. One question I want to ask you is not only how they get it wrong, and you detail, Tom, the hawkishness and offer a contrast with the Henry Kissinger, Richard Nixon approach, but why do you think that is? Is it a misunderstanding of the economic realities of China? Is it that a certain kind of political pressure here in the U.S. has gotten to back-to-back administrations? What causes these misunderstandings that you see with regard to the U.S.'s approach on China?
So let's be clear, Jack. There is a grabby mercantilism from China, and there is an authoritarian excess from China, and both of those things demand a reaction from the United States. At the same time, my view is that at the moment, here in the United States, we view China through a kind of angry red mist. We can't get beyond the big dichotomies: democracy versus a single-party state, free markets versus a state-dominated economy. And as a consequence of that, we find it hard to gauge and calibrate the right policy response. Let me give you an example of that. A huge focus here in the United States is on China's intellectual property theft, right? And if you listen to the narrative here in Washington, D.C., you would think that China's rise has come mainly, maybe almost exclusively, from stealing IP from the United States. But look at the top-end estimate from the United States government on how much IP theft is costing. The top-end estimate, which is a really flaky, hard-to-support estimate, but let's just go with it for a minute. Top-end estimate is $600 billion a year. Well, China is an $18 trillion a year economy. So what that means is that based on the US's own top-end estimate, theft by China is only accounting for 3% of China's GDP. What about the rest of it? What about the other 97%? Well, that 97% comes from smart policies and hard work by China's policymakers and China's people. So what's the best response from the United States? Well, bad behavior by anybody, and certainly bad behavior by China, demands a response. But what should the bigger focus of attention be for the United States? Well, really, it should be on getting its own house in order.
Mm-hmm. Now, you make a good point on the correct or incorrect response to bad behavior. As I read your piece, I wondered if maybe the hardest question to answer is the following. You point out that China sees hypocrisy in the U.S.'s tone on repression, whether you're referring to Uyghurs or Hong Kong. But of course, this is not the first repressive action that we've seen from the Chinese government, and the U.S. doesn't have the same stance toward any repressive government in the world. But then that raises the question, what is the correct response from the U.S. with an eye on the Uyghurs that are in concentration camps? Is there a correct response to current repressive activity by the Chinese government?
So calibrating a China policy which is true to U.S. values and also keeps broader strategic objectives in place is tough to do. Right, is really not an easy task. At the same time, I don't think that the United States does itself any favors when it casts the relationship with China in terms of a Manichaean struggle between good and evil. When we have remarks along the lines of China is a dictatorship, when we have remarks along the lines of China are the bad guys. Well, when you make that kind of remark, you really don't leave any space for compromise. You don't leave any space for strategic reassurance. All you're really doing is buying a little bit of popular support in the United States, and Trump demonstrated how powerful that can be with his campaign for the presidency on a promise to beat China. You're buying that at the expense of a lot more risk in your China relationship.
Right. Last one real quick before we bring in our panel of Bloomberg Politics contributors. You mentioned in your piece, quote-unquote, disciplined rhetoric. I'm just curious what you make of when you hear President Biden refer to the Chinese economy as a ticking time bomb. I'm guessing that doesn't necessarily meet your standard of the kind of disciplined rhetoric.
So, I mean, let's be clear, Jack. Indisciplined rhetoric is not a unique characteristic of the Biden administration. The Trump campaign promised to beat China. Trump referred to COVID-19 as the Kung flu. So, yes, a president who refers to his counterpart, the person he has to negotiate with, the person he has to have at times a trusted relationship with, as a dictator. Is that disciplined rhetoric? Probably not. A president who refers to the Chinese economy as a ticking time bomb, is that disciplined rhetoric? Probably not. But this is an issue which stretches across the US political spectrum. And as we head towards the 2024 election, I think we can only expect that that rhetorical temperature is going to be amplified as both parties attempt to win more votes from the US, places in the Rust Belt that feel they lost out as China's exports boomed and jobs were offshored, buying those votes, but at the expense of a lot more risk in the China relationship.
Right. Great insights. Tom Orlik, Bloomberg chief economist, certainly recommend reading his full piece on Here's Why the U.S. is Wrong on China. And that's a nice little segue for us to get to our Bloomberg Politics contributors, Rick Davis and Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, on the political angle and the possibility of this only ramping up as we get toward Election Day 2024. Rick, I have to just ask, and I asked about the indelicate rhetoric by President Biden referring to the Chinese economy as a ticking time bomb. This isn't the first time he seems to have shot from the hip when he called Xi Jinping a dictator. Why do you think President Biden made those comments about the Chinese economy?
Well, it's not actually inaccurate. The Chinese economy is creating a suppressive, impact on the global economy, and certainly warrants watching because of the de-inflationary activity that's going on there, right? So sure, Joe Biden's a gaffe machine, and a lot of the other things he said may have actually been inaccurate, but that one is probably the one that is the most accurate. And I think when you're out there selling Bidenomics all day long and all night long, the last thing you want is a drag on your economy in the U.S. because of some bad policy decisions made in Beijing. But this has been a fight that's going on, for a long time. I mean, Premier Xi did exactly the same thing related to the U.S. when he was trying to secure his historic third term, and everybody plays domestic politics with each other's image. So
right.
I think it's a lot of hoopla over not a whole lot. Although I would say, when you then start talking about sort of the military activity on the part of China, that these
right.
are the things that actually create a stir.
And Jeannie, very briefly, I do want to double back on, do you only see this ramping up as we get closer to the election? Is that the trend line on China rhetoric here?
It is, and it's from all of the Washington establishment, particularly foreign policy elites. And I, too, adored Tom's article. It is a must-read. Couple that with people in my discipline like John Mersheimer. This is the push from the U.S., which has been going on historically for decades, for liberal hegemony. And it is something that is dangerous when you look at it from an economic perspective and when you look at it from an international relations perspective. And so it is something that we should all watch for, because there is a delusional aspect of this.
We will keep it going with our politics panel, but right now let's get a check on world and national news with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington.
Thanks, Jack. Attorney General Merrick Garland says he is giving special counsel status to Delaware U.S. Attorney David Weiss in the ongoing investigation into President Joe Biden's son, Hunter. Garland says Weiss will now operate outside the normal chain of command.
As special counsel, he will continue to have the authority and responsibility that he has previously exercised to oversee the investigation and decide where, when, and whether to file charges.
Attorney General Garland says the appointment of the special counsel reinforces the department's commitment to independence. The federal judge overseeing Donald Trump's 2020 election interference case says there are limits on what the former president can publicly say about the investigation. U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan today said while Trump does have a right to free speech, his free speech is subject to rules in the criminal case. She did, though, side with Trump's defense team on the scope of materials covered under a protective order, meaning only materials deemed sensitive will be restricted. Hundreds of people are still missing after wildfires turned the historic Hawaiian town of Lahaina into ash and rubble. Maui Mayor Richard Bisson says they are still in the middle of a search and rescue operation.
We have not yet searched in the interior of the buildings. We're waiting for FEMA to help with that search as they are equipped to handle the hazmat conditions of the buildings that have been burnt.
Mayor Bisson says the official death toll is now up to 55. A brand of packaged kiwi fruit is being recalled over possible listeria contamination. Food safety officials say 1-pound plastic packages of Zespri organic green kiwi could contain the bacteria. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Want to make your night out a little more fun? Try some music, some friends, and a few rounds of Club Keno.
I won!
But how can the Michigan Lottery make Club Keno more fun?
Tripler time!
That's right, Tripler Time's back. All this month, random Club Keno tickets will have a doubler or tripler message. Find one, and your Club Keno and extra prizes will be doubled or tripled. So triple your fun.
Yeah!
With Club Keno Tripler Time, only from the Michigan Lottery. Knowing your limits is always the best bet.
If you love them enough to listen to them practice the same song on tuba,
please be done.
Over and over and over and over and over, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Sounds good, honey.
Check today at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
When news breaks across the globe, Bloomberg Radio is there. From Asia,
we are officially in deflation in China,
to Europe.
The UK economy grew more strongly than expected in the second quarter.
And anywhere in the world, news happens.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie on the ground in Lithuania.
Bloomberg's Stephen Engel has the latest from Hong Kong.
Joining us from Bangkok, Bloomberg Chief International Correspondent Haslinda Ahmed.
Bloomberg's Greg Sullivan begins our global team coverage from Budapest.
Bloomberg Radio, on the ground, everywhere.
145 over 92.
180 over
111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
The Big Take, a daily podcast from Bloomberg and iHeartRadio, highlighting the best reporting by Bloomberg News from around the globe.
This is a really fast-moving story.
It's caused a lot of outrage among investors.
It will really set the economy on a road to disaster.
Each weekday, we dig into one important story and tell you why it matters.
The market shut down in a way it's never done before.
That's going to have consequences for years to come.
Listen to The Big Take on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you listen.
Is your firm growing as fast as it should? Commonwealth Financial Network can help you accelerate your growth by tapping into intellectual capital, targeted marketing strategies, and tailored development programs. Everything you need to grow your practice your way. Welcome to your advisor advantage. Welcome to Commonwealth. To learn more, visit commonwealth.com. Commonwealth Financial Network. Member FINRA SIPC, a registered investment advisor.
What is dedication?
My daughter is biological and my son is adopted. I love them both so much. From the morning when you wake up to putting them to bed at night and every moment in between. I think a parent's job is to protect our children but also prepare them for the world so they become good, kind human beings.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
The market's in focus every business day. The Tape Podcast with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller.
Are there some sectors that you want to have more or less exposure to? These equity indexes just keep going up.
Analysis of the day's Wall Street action.
What's the thought on Apple here?
From Bloomberg Intelligence, Bloomberg Opinion, and influential newsmakers.
The bond market was the boss.
The Tape with Paul Sweeney and Matt Miller. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Chainalysis is the premier blockchain data platform. Crypto businesses, financial institutions, and government agencies utilize Chainalysis data and services to make sense of what's happening on the blockchain. As regulators and policymakers work together to pass legislation that provides clarity for crypto businesses and protects consumers, they have the chance to do so with unparalleled data and research into the crypto ecosystem. Demystify cryptocurrency and gain greater visibility and insight by visiting chainalysis.com/radio.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Take a not-so-random walk through hot topics in markets and finance.
The case of the counterfeit commodities collateral.
The end of zero interest rates.
Listen to the Odd Lots podcast with Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway.
How does machine learning actually work?
Odd Lots explores the most interesting topics in finance, markets, and economics.
Feels like that inflation is fading.
Every time we start a podcast saying that, I think we're just jinxing it.
Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg, and stocks are mixed. A report from the University of Michigan showing inflation expectations are easing, but a separate report on producer prices that showed inflation may be ticking up a bit, and maybe an additional little bit of weakness after that Hunter Biden investigation headline crossed at 12:20 Wall Street time. We're tracking that closely for you here on Bloomberg Radio. Right now, the Dow is up about 0.2%, up 78 points. The S&P 500, it's down about 0.1%, about 6 points. The NASDAQ, it is down 0.5%, down 76 points. The yield on the 10-year right now creeping ever higher, 4.1522% now. And spot gold, it is up fractionally, $19.13 an ounce. And crude oil, it is up 0.8%, 89.50 a barrel right now. And because this is a show on Washington, just want to mention this. You know all the talk about UFOs and space invaders, right, and the hearings and stuff on that on Capitol Hill. Well, a space invasion, that could be inflationary, according to Paul Krugman, Nobel laureate in economic sciences.
I think that we can say almost surely it would be inflationary. Wars almost always are. An uncontested alien invasion, I guess it kind of depends on how they run the occupation, but actual wars are always inflationary. I can't think of one that wasn't. They always involve big government spending.
And you heard it here, UFOs and space invaders, that could be inflationary. Krugman there with Joe Wiesenthal and Tracy Alloway on the Bloomberg Odd Lots podcast. Guess, Jack, they don't call it Odd Lots for nothing. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Well, you've heard the response so far from congressional Republicans to this announcement by Attorney General Merrick Garland that he's naming David Weiss as special counsel to investigate Hunter Biden. And it's not a friendly response from Republicans on Capitol Hill. I'll read you part of the statement from Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who said that this, quote, cannot be used to obstruct congressional investigations or whitewash the Biden family corruption. He also notes that Weiss was the one who negotiated the plea deal that fell apart last month, asking how can he be trusted as a special counsel. So some negative feelings in response to today's announcement on a special counsel to investigate Hunter Biden. I'm Jack Fitzpatrick here from Bloomberg Government, filling in for Joe Matthew with our politics panel, our Bloomberg Politics contributors, Jeannie Scienzano and Rick Davis. Jeannie, let's start with you. Should we be surprised at all that Republicans are all seemingly against this? There's another comment from James Comer, the oversight chair, is very negative about this. And what does that mean? It seems like they're much more interested in their own congressional investigations.
They are, and the statement you just read from Kevin McCarthy, you know, they are repeating these talking points. You know, whitewashing is a term they're using. A sweetheart deal is another one, and so I think that they are going to continue to make this case. They do feel that Merrick Garland, by taking this step, something that some people may think they would welcome, is actually an attempt to rob them of their power to investigate, which is not true. They can still investigate. But also is an attempt to say this is independent of the White House. We've got this under control and move on. And of course, Republicans don't want to do that. So they are going to keep driving this home, and they are not going to be happy with Weiss, who they see or they thought gave Hunter Biden or was willing to give Hunter Biden this sweetheart deal after 5 years of investigation.
Rick, what do you make of the emphasis from Speaker McCarthy, from James Comer on the Oversight Committee of prioritizing their own congressional investigations? I'm wondering in particular if this is sort of an impeachment or bust campaign by Republicans.
Yeah, obviously, Comer wants to sort of have this all result in an impeachment inquiry, you know, the direct line going to Biden himself, the president. And this muddies that water, right? This takes it out of some of his hands. It will freeze up, potentially in his mind, some witnesses who, you know, will have jeopardy if they don't get some kind of immunity, and of course they can't do that in Congress. So yeah, I mean, it definitely muddies the water for a clean-cut investigation. But I really actually think it has more to do with just the PR nature of this whole thing. I'm not sure that, you know, the investigators in the House have actually found anything, and they've been at it for some time, and there's a real dispute as to whether or not any of this has anything to do with Joe Biden. And so the question is, does this take away from their sort of megaphone, right? Their ability to demagogue this politically is going to be harmed by this. And I think that's what we're really seeing a reaction to, is that it's just going to take some of the attention away from this, and people will check the box and say, okay, we'll wait and see what Justice Department comes up with.
It's a good point, Rick, and it makes me wonder about the timing. If you were entirely looking at this as a way to cut the legs out from under President Biden politically, I don't know if you would make announcements about this in August of 2023. Maybe you'd want it to be a little later. Now, we don't know when this report will come out. We know that there will eventually be a report from the special counsel. Jeannie, what are your expectations for the timing, and especially what that timing means for how this does or doesn't get politicized?
You know, it's going to be politicized either way. I don't have a good estimate on what the timing of something like that will be, but we are in the heart of election season, particularly as we get to Labor Day. I don't suspect we'll see anything before that. And so it is going to muddy the waters for both the Biden administration. It's going to be in a whataboutism that the Trump campaign will be able to use. House Republicans are going to come back September 12th. It's going to be all Hunter Biden all the time. And so it is going to be an ongoing issue. If the report somehow clears the president, and again, there's been no evidence connecting him heretofore, to date, it's still going to be an attempt by Republicans in the House in particular to try to connect him to what they see as a problematic activities by Hunter Biden. And I think they are problematic, and Elizabeth Warren was one of the most recent senators to make that case. And she is right. What Hunter Biden has done, what we've seen family members like Jared Kushner do, it is incredibly problematic. And if it is legal, that's something that Congress can address to try to make sure we have better ethics in government.
Well, I guess we are at the point where everything is at least a little politicized through the lens of 2024. It's not 2024 yet, but it almost feels like it. And there are candidates in Iowa at the Iowa State Fair. We've got a clip from the former Vice President, Mike Pence, who's on the trail, talking about entitlements, about Social Security and Medicare. I'm curious how smart it is for any strategy for a Republican to bring this up. Let's play Mike Pence's comments on those programs.
Look, Social Security and Medicare are a promise we've made to the American people, right? We're going to keep that promise. You'll hear the demagogues again, saying that Republicans are going to cut benefits to grandma. It's coming.
So I haven't heard anybody specifically propose cutting benefits to your grandmother, although there are some proposals to raise the age of eligibility. I am very curious, after the age of Donald Trump moving the party away from looking at the solvency of those programs, Rick, do you see any kind of special or smart approach from somebody like Mike Pence, who's trying to, I guess, acknowledge those, even though it's a dicey topic?
Yeah, it is a dicey topic. It's not something that other Republicans are anxious to weigh in on, and you really wonder in the polling data whether or not people are worried about this. I just recall in 2008, people were frantic about the fact that Social Security was going under, and they were going to lose their benefits because of the financial problems associated with it. And campaigns, including the McCain campaign, were talking about Social Security reform as a positive. This is clearly something that Vice President Pence thinks will differentiate him from the field, including Donald Trump, who has said, very directly that, he's not going to touch Social Security. So I think it's more a political ploy right now. But the problem is you start then saying what you're going to do about it, and you start dividing the country.
Right. Certainly a different approach from Pence compared to Trump on Social Security and Medicare. That'll be an interesting angle for the rest of this cycle. Coming up, I want to talk about this interesting little line in the FAA reauthorization bill about the publicly available information on private jets. This is Bloomberg.
Bridgebank helps breakthrough ideas actually break through and remains dedicated to providing financial solutions to the risk takers, the game changers, and the disruptors, those committed to making the world a better place. Bridgebank has been providing financial solutions to technology and innovation companies from inception to IPO and beyond for over 2 decades through its national network of banking teams and offices. Bridgebank, a division of Western Alliance Bank, member FDIC. Bridgebank. Be bold, venture wisely.
From New York,
Another update on Wall Street. In fact, records.
To London,
UK businesses are feeling the effects of higher prices.
to Hong Kong,
The Hang Seng down about 1.3% right now.
24/7 business and market news that expands your worldview.
Bruno Le Maire, always nice to see you, French Finance Minister.
I'm much more concerned about how things flow out of China.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Economics.
Everybody's out there pounding the inflation bandwagon.
Finance.
People just are not spending the savings that they have. They are saving more.
Investment.
Where do we bank? And is that bank big enough?
Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and the names that shape the world's markets.
The Chief Executive Officer, J.P. Morgan, James Dimon.
Listen to Bloomberg Surveillance live weekday mornings at 7 Eastern.
Equities get a little bit of a lift.
The labor market seeming to lose some steam.
Or on demand wherever you get your podcasts.
At PPAC Private, we know that dreams can lead to great achievements. And that path, from dream to reality, takes planning, hard work, and determination. Our wealth managers understand our commitment to client success. We're dedicated to providing the guidance that helps them achieve it, generation after generation. While others dream, PPAC clients achieve. For advice in planning, investment management, and trust and fiduciary solutions, visit ppacprivate.com. Not FDIC insured, no bank guarantee, may lose value.
Your business landscape is ever-changing.
There could be a lot more selling to come.
Ours is too.
Just getting some headlines I want to bring to our audience.
We also have the unknown of how much can financial assets take.
We have something else in common.
Small caps continuing to feel the pressure.
We seek out the latest business news wherever we are.
A deep drop in Asian equities overnight.
U.S. futures also pointing to the downside.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening. Missed your favorite Bloomberg radio show? Bloomberg Business Week, Masters in Business, Bloomberg Intelligence, and more are also available as podcasts. Listen today on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Now, your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And from Bloomberg World Headquarters in New York, I'm Denise Pellegrini. Amazon is now cracking down on those employees who stay away from the office. We get more on what's happening from Bloomberg's Ann Cates.
Some U.S. employees at Amazon have received an email this week stating that they are not meeting the company's expectation of spending at least 3 days a week in the office. That's according to a copy of the message seen by Bloomberg. A spokesperson for Amazon declined to comment. Amazon is not the only employer clamping down on remote workers. IBM says promotions will be harder to come by for those who aren't in the office. Zoom says employees who live near an office must be on site 2 days a week. And companies from Chipotle Mexican Grill to BlackRock and a parade of Wall Street companies have also increased the amount of time employees must come into work. Denise?
All right, thank you, Ann. Bloomberg's Ann Cates there. And Amazon shares, they are down about 0.3% right now. And UBS and Credit Suisse becoming one. Well, that could happen even faster. 5 months after being pulled into the rescue of Credit Suisse, UBS Group's decision to break free of a government backstop, well, that is set to accelerate the historic takeover of its smaller rival. Switzerland's biggest bank says it will voluntarily end a government safety net negotiated as part of its purchase of Credit Suisse, including a $10.3 billion loss protection agreement. And that move does buy UBS more freedom in how it deals with its defunct rivals' riskier assets. And it also may mean that bondholders who took a bat, they could be really angry as they push their legal pursuit against the Swiss government. And those are the company stories we're following.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Private jet owners might soon be able to stop the public from learning about details of their flights, according to the FAA bill that was passed by the House with bipartisan support. Axios reported that this morning. I'm going to ask our panel about that, but of course, first we've got to get a check on world and national news with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington.
Thanks, Jack. The U.S. attorney who had been investigating Hunter Biden will now serve as his special counsel in the case. That determination was made today by Attorney General Merrick Garland, who says David Weiss will now be able to work outside the normal chain of command.
The appointment of Mr. Weiss reinforces for the American people the department's commitment to both independence and accountability in particularly sensitive matters.
Former assistant prosecutor on Watergate, Nick Ackerman, spoke with Bloomberg Markets and says Merrick Garland wants to make sure there is no question about the justice system.
Look, the public has to be assured that everything is being done by the book, that everything that's out there is being investigated. And at the end of the day, I think this will give that assurance.
Nick Ackerman says this investigation is now 5 years old, and it's unclear what Weiss will now be investigating in the case. Donald Trump will need to limit his speech on his election case. The U.S. judge overseeing that said today the former president has the right to free speech, but that right is not absolute and must be weighed against protecting the integrity of the court process. Judge Tanya Chutkan also says the existence of a political campaign will not have a bearing on her decision. She said she did, however, side with the defense and says a protective order will only apply to the most sensitive evidence in the case. But she says while reviewing documents, Trump will not be able to have his phone or other electronics with him. The Illinois Supreme Court has upheld that state's ban on the sale or possession of the type of semi-automatic weapons used in hundreds of mass killings nationally. In a 4-3 decision today, the High Court found the Protect Our Communities Act does not violate the federal Constitution's guarantee of equal protection of the law, nor the state's Constitution's bar on special legislation. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Jack.
Thank you so much, Nancy. As I mentioned, Axios reporting earlier today, there's a measure in the Federal Aviation Administration reauthorizing bill that was passed with a lot of support in the House that would possibly make it easier for private jet owners to be able to stop the public from learning about their flights. Let's take it to our panel, Rick and Jeannie. I'm especially thinking of Elon Musk and his feud with that Twitter account that he blocked and threatened to sue that tracked some of his jet's activities. I'm also thinking of Clarence Thomas and ProPublica's reporting on his vacations paid for by some friends. Jeannie, do you see, I guess, a push against transparency to any significant degree there?
Well, you know, this ability to track these jets has been really important for journalists, and the ProPublica piece that you mentioned is a great example. And, you know, there is something of an irony of Congress standing up in a bipartisan fashion for the privacy of jet owners. They could do the same for others of us as well. And poor Jack Sweeney, I think his Twitter account and his new Threads account are going to be sort of maybe not as much applicable if he can't get this information as we go forward, because he was the college student tracking.
Rick, in our last 30 seconds or so, do you see this becoming any sort of controversy? This is a spotlight just now on that one particular provision in the FAA bill.
Yeah, I think this is much to do about nothing. I mean, there are ways you can shield the identity of your jets today. Taylor Swift makes good use of it, but the reality is that there are security concerns that a lot of people have, and I'm sure they outweigh, the quote public's need to know.
I will give you that this is already at times an issue. Good Taylor Swift reference, Rick. I can always count on you for a Taylor Swift reference. Coming up, we're going to get a little more serious, and we'll allow you to listen in on our colleagues' conversation with Bill Gross at PIMCO. Thanks again to our guests here in the first hour of Sound On. We'll keep it going through 3 p.m. The second hour starts now.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. Now, from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
former President Trump has a protected constitutional right to make statements, even if the statements are knowingly false.
Israel is a democracy. A third of the country has been protesting these judicial reforms.
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
China may be less of a desirable investment target because of their own economic issues.
I would hope that both the Senate and the House can get a plan in place and avoid any kind of a government shutdown.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
Jack Fitzpatrick here from Bloomberg Government, filling in for Joe Matthew today with Kaylee Lines joining me. I've got to get your take on the PPI data here out this morning, Kaylee, as the producer price index information showed prices rising in July a bit more than expected.
Yeah.
We kind of got a contrast with the CPI data yesterday. I, being the denizen of Washington, am just curious how Biden spins what really appears to be sort of a choppy back and forth inflation picture. But what was your takeaway there?
Yeah, I think choppy is a good word to describe it. It's not that the data this morning came in super hot. If anything, I would call it like slightly more lukewarm than expected. We're talking just 0.1% higher, 0.8% PPI on a year-on-year basis for final demand. For example, the estimate was for 0.7%. Ex food, energy, and trade is where you saw the biggest difference. The estimate was for 2.5% on a year-on-year basis. It was actually 2.7. So it's not necessarily the upside kind of surprise you want to see if you're in the game of getting Americans to think that you are being successful in bringing inflation down. Just kind of underscores how challenging it is. And even if you put this in context of the CPI data yesterday, which was in line and even a little bit cooler when it came to 1 point, Americans don't necessarily feel yet that inflationary price pressures are fully easing. You see that disconnect in the fact that the president's approval rating remains low, as does his approval rating on the economy. And that's why he's been on the road trying to tout Bidenomics. But clearly he has some more work to do to really get that message to resonate.
Right. I think it's important to keep in mind, even just after prices have risen, when people lose some purchasing power, as things cool off and as the rate of inflation slows, that doesn't mean that everything is fixed. And that makes it pretty difficult for the president looking toward November 2024 to cast the economy as entirely a good thing. I guess this is a good time to mention the Bond King. Bill Gross, PIMCO founder, is going to join our colleagues Romaine Bostick and Katie Greifeld very shortly. In fact, right now.
As we kick you off to the close here on Bloomberg Television, we want to welcome our audiences across Bloomberg Television and radio, our audiences worldwide. A discussion up ahead here about the markets here, and a discussion with Bill Gross, the co-founder of PIMCO, joining us right now from California. Bill, great to have you here on the program. We've been talking a lot this week. Absolutely. We've been talking a lot this week about the fight against inflation, whether it has been slayed or at least if it's on its way to being slayed. You can make a case, economically speaking, that we're on course for that. But is there an investment case to be made right now around that?
Well, I think there is a case for 3% inflation going forward, plus or minus, and I think if we got to that point, then the Fed would begin to consider stopping and maybe even lowering rates over the next year or so. But I do think that the 10-year at 4.15 now, you know, it is probably overvalued and has been overvalued for a long time in terms of a lower yield and too high a price. You know, if Fed funds actually came down to 2.5% or 3%, you know, the 10-year term premium, that is the spread between 10 years and Fed funds, typically has been about 135 basis points over a long period of time. So, you know, if you add 135 basis points to 2.5% or even 3% on Fed funds, you get to a point where we are now. And that suggests that all of the bulls on treasuries and on the 10-year and maybe even on the long bond, I think their arguments are a little misplaced. I think it's been overvalued for a long time, and we're going back to proper valuation on longer-term notes and bonds.
But I mean, you understand better than anybody that relationship between what's going on with inflation and the Fed and how that sort of factors into some of these bullish calls. And those bull calls have really started to increase, not just because of the two reports that we got this week, Bill. If they do have it wrong here, kind of give us a sense here of why specifically.
Well, I think they got it wrong, first of all, because rates were so low because of quantitative easing and the fact that, in some cases, the 5-year real yield was a minus 200 basis points, which sounds incredible, but it was a year and a half ago and is now a plus 200 basis points, so a 400 basis point switch in terms of real rates. So I think investors simply got overwhelmed with the fact that the Fed would stay low and stay low for a long time, and that inflation wouldn't pop its head out of the rabbit hole it has, and so now we're moving back into an old age world, I suppose, in which interest rates really are a sign of a healthy economy. And the way we have it now, the negative yield curve, and we've had that for 12 to 18 months, I suppose, a thriving economy, a thriving finance-based economy can't do well. Doesn't mean it goes down in the dust, but it can't do well if low-risk investments yield more than high-risk investments. And as you march out from the 30-day bill to the 30-year bond, you can see that you are better off yield-wise in terms of the 30-year bill or 30-day bill, and so that's just a perverted yield curve, and it won't do well for the economy going forward.
Well, you make the point that higher rates are a sign of a healthy economy, and I want to talk a little bit more about real yields because I was just going through the screens. If you look at 30-year real yields, they're knocking on the door of 2%. We haven't been there for well over a decade. What message do you take away from that, this fantastic run-up that we've seen specifically in real yields?
Well, it's a message that that the economy and inflation in particular should be slowing down and has to slow down if inflation is to be contained. Is a 2% real yield for, I don't think it's that high for 30s, but for 5s and close to that for 10s, is that too high? Yeah, it probably is on a longer term basis, but it's been deemed necessary, I guess, to keep inflation at this point at 3 to 3.5%, and will probably be necessary going forward. Real yields, as Paul Volcker showed us, are the solution to slower economic growth, to lower inflation. And I think the current Chairman Powell is trying to replicate what Paul Volcker did. To slay the inflation dragon, not in the same way and not to the same magnitude that Volcker had to do, but he's trying to be the Volcker number 2 going forward, 12 to 24 months in the future.
Bill, I promise you, I'm looking at the 30-year real yield right now at 1.95%. I'll give you the chart later, but it is really high. It's been shocking. I want to go back to nominal yields, though, and talk about fair value, because I follow your Twitter pretty closely, and of course you tweeted last week that you're overall bearish on 10-year yields. We've talked about how you look at the 10-year right now. It's at about, 4.16%. Where is fair value? At what level would you get comfortable stepping into duration here?
Well, I think at higher levels, around 4.5 is a good technical stopping point. What we've seen this week, Katie, in terms of supply, we've seen $100 billion in supply. You mentioned that 3, 10, and 30-year bonds. The first 2 auctions went well. The 30-year did not. But we can expect, I think, going forward, based upon the fiscal situation and a $1.5 trillion deficit, to see a supply in terms of longer-dated treasuries of maybe $1 trillion more than we saw in the previous 12 months. So it's supply in addition to the fact, in my view, that the 10-year, began the year at a much too low a level. I would point out, too, that other markets, the bond market in Germany and the gilt market in the UK, they're all at basically cyclical highs and show signs at the moment of breaking into higher territory. So this is a global phenomena. We know something about Japan. We don't know exactly what their intentions are, but it seems all major central banks are moving in the same direction, and all major bond markets are moving that way too. So I think the 10-year Treasury at 4.5% might be some value, but Bill, certainly not at this level.
But Bill, when we look at sort of, I guess, what real rates are telling us, and you put that, I guess, against the backdrop of the increase in Treasury supply, what most people expect to increase further, and of course the potential for additional fiscal money coming through the pipeline, does that distort the message that we're getting?
I think to some extent. I mean, like I suggested, the real yields, sorry, Katie, on the 30-year, I guess you're more right than I am in terms of being close to 2%. So they're all close to 2%. Historically, you know, those levels have been enough to bring down inflation. They were higher than that during the Volcker period, although it was harder to measure because they didn't have tips. But you know, 2% real is a substantially restrictive rate, and I think once you know, this 500 billion or 1 trillion push by consumers resulting from the $3 or $4 trillion fiscal program of 12 to 18 months ago, I think once that's used up, that we're going to start to see the effect of a 2% real rate on consumers and consumption going forward, therefore lower real GDP, and therefore inflation, in my view, around 3%.
All right, you've been listening to a special conversation with PIMCO co-founder Bill Gross on Bloomberg Radio. You can hear more of that on our Bloomberg Talks podcast. You can find that, of course, wherever you get your podcasts. Interesting to see Bill Gross, who is also, as you were saying earlier, Jack, been called the Bond King, talk about how there is a case for inflation at 3%, kind of questioning whether or not the 2% target is really appropriate for the world we live in now post-pandemic. And what it would take to get to 2% may be very difficult. So it's an interesting conversation. I'm not sure that the voters in America would like to see 3% inflation, which kind of poses, again, this economic difficulty for President Biden. But there's plenty of other political difficulties out there that he and others are also contending with, Jack.
Right. And I think there'd be some political difficulty if it's true that Jay Powell is, in fact, Volcker number 2. That's a strong statement about the aggressiveness of the Fed. If that really does turn out to be the case. We've got so much news to talk about today. You've already heard us discuss the legal issues regarding President Biden's son, Hunter Biden, but we've got to discuss the former president's legal challenges. Former President Donald Trump, his attorneys were in court this morning, and we're joined now by Zoe Tillman at Bloomberg Legal to discuss this order from a federal judge in Washington who said she will place some limits on what the former president can discuss regarding his case and the accusations that he tried to obstruct the 2020 election. Zoe, thank you so much for joining us. I understand the former president is not supposed to discuss sensitive details on this case. Can you walk us through what counts as sensitive?
That's right. You know, typically in a criminal case, the government will ask for what's known as a protective order. And this is a pretty standard part of cases. It just means, you know, the parties and the lawyers can't take a lot of the evidence ahead of trial and share it with the public. You know, it makes sure that witnesses aren't placed in jeopardy and sort of the integrity of the trial is maintained. And the fight here had been over, you know, how much of the evidence in this case would be covered by those kinds of restrictions. And Trump and his lawyers had already agreed, for instance, that information about, you know, secret grand jury proceedings, you know, things that were obviously sensitive, quote unquote, that was not an issue, but they did want to have the government, you know, clearly state what it believed was sensitive in, for instance, witness interviews, and then everything else could potentially be discussed on air, on the campaign trail, wherever. by the former president and his attorneys. So, it wasn't any specific category of evidence that's specified in court, but it's more sort of broad strokes, whether or not, all of it is considered off limits, or whether, he has some leeway to talk about what he's getting from the government.
Well, and of course, Zoe, Trump on True Social, for example, had said that a protective order would violate his right to free speech, which is the same indication we've gotten from his defense attorneys that they're going to argue in this actual case when it goes to trial, is that the former president had a right to say the things he was saying, etc. It's noteworthy to me that Judge Chutkan in this hearing said that while the former president does have a First Amendment right to free speech, that right is, quote, not absolute. And I just wonder if that also has implications ultimately for his wider defense.
It's not unexpected that a judge would say, in the context of a criminal case, whatever else is happening out in the world, my job is to protect the integrity of these proceedings. And that's really what we heard from her today, as she said, whatever the implications are in the political realm for you, for anyone else, she has to make sure that witnesses are secure. She has to make sure that a jury can be seated in the case. And so, she said that she was mindful of the First Amendment implications and did have to take those into consideration. That was sort of pushing back on the government a bit. But ultimately, her job is not to worry about, what it means for Trump's campaign, is what she had said to them.
Zoe, I'm curious, can they hold the former president to this, or what happens if he decides he doesn't want to cooperate and he just starts posting everything on Truth Social?
Sure. So separate from this protective order, as a condition of being allowed to remain free ahead of trial, he already had to agree that he wouldn't do anything that would jeopardize witness security or, the integrity of the case. And that the judge noted that was even broader than any restrictions that she would place on what evidence he could or could not talk about. What we've seen in other high-profile cases is judges starting out with, warnings, sort of informal admonitions to parties to say, listen, I'm not going to tell you can't say X, Y, and Z right now, but if it's crossing a line, I may have to call you back. And that's what she's done here. So in the future, if she feels that he is, first, if he violates the protective order, that is a clear problem, and the government can, ask for additional restrictions. But if the judge, sees things happening out in public and if the government brings them to her attention, she can bring him back in and potentially say, I'm considering a more restrictive limit on what you can talk about. And then they would argue over that.
And of course, Zoe, this is just as it pertains to this particular case, this particular indictment, of which there's already been 3 for the former president. And now next week, we're expecting there could be a 4th in Fulton County, Georgia. And District Attorney Fani Willis also potentially could bring charges in relation to overturning the 2020 election result in that state. What should we be looking for? What should we be expecting next week?
We are waiting to see how many people will be charged in Georgia, whether it will just be the former president, if it will be, local and state officials and actors who signed off, for instance, on the false certification saying that Trump had won the state, whether it'll involve any of his allies in efforts to overturn the 2020 election, people like Rudy Giuliani, and then we're looking to see how, if there is an indictment, how it's crafted. Is it going to be a sprawling racketeering case? Is it going to be a more limited set of charges under state law? There are really a lot of open questions right now about what that could look like.
Zoe, while we've got you, our legal reporter here on the phone with us, I have to ask you your takeaway on the importance of the announcement that David Weiss will be a special counsel investigating Hunter Biden. What do you see as the practical difference and the impact of that designation as a special counsel?
Sure. So practically what it means is that David Weiss is no longer subject to the normal chain of command that would have him answering to political appointees at the Justice Department. This is a step that's normally done in situations where, the Attorney General has to be concerned about, perception or reality of political influence in an investigation that just has political implications. So we had a special counsel for Trump after Trump announced he was running against Biden for the White House in 2024, a special counsel to investigate President Biden. Merrick Garland's boss. The reason for that is, it's, I think, clear. And now we've had Republicans really probing the Hunter Biden case and demanding there be more steps to insulate whatever happens to Hunter Biden from his father's administration. And, this appointment seems to be responding to that, or at least taking it into account and trying to head off accusations of bias or influence in whatever ends up happening with Hunter Biden in or out of court.
Well, that'll be really important to follow. And thank you so much, Zoe Tillman, Bloomberg legal reporter, for joining us on the variety of legal cases we've got to follow regarding presidents' sons and former presidents. Now let's get a market report from Denise Pellegrini.
Hey there, Jackie. We got a lot going on Wall Street. It's just about 2:20 on Wall Street. Stocks are mixed. We do check the markets all day long for you here at Bloomberg. Inflation headlines. Well, those might be rattling investors a little bit today. Consumers expect inflation pressures to ease, Jack, according to a University of Michigan report, but that is a surprise. Could be a good sign for those worried about inflation and more Fed rate hikes. But on the other hand, another report on producer prices today. Well, that showed prices nudging slightly higher. So that could trigger you if you're the type of person who worries about inflation. And right now, the Dow is up about 0.2%, about 70 points. The S&P 500 down, call it 0.1%, 7 points. The NASDAQ down 0.7%, down 94 points right now. So we'll call that modest losses. The yield on the 10-year right now, every time I do a report, seems to go up a little bit. It is 4.16% now. Spot gold slightly higher, but just fractionally, $19.13 an ounce. And crude oil right now up 0.7%, $83.47 a barrel. Stocks of the U.S. automakers, GM and Ford, they're under pressure, both in talks with the UAW on new contract terms. New report out this week says the demands could end up adding more than $80 billion, Jack, to each of their labor costs. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Denise. Jack Fitzpatrick here with Bloomberg Government, filling in for Joe Matthew today, here with Kaylee Leinz. And we're joined by Ryan Teague Beckwith, Bloomberg politics reporter. A variety of political stories we could discuss today. We were just deciding what we even start with. I am going to make the executive decision. I've got to double back on this request for $40 billion for Ukraine, for disaster aid. I'm especially curious because this is a request for more money over the debt limit deal by the Biden administration. And that FEMA disaster aid funding came without regard to what we just saw in Hawaii. Ryan, I'm curious how you see the push for Ukraine aid, for, I'm sure, even more for responding to the disaster in Hawaii and other disasters around the country through the lens of Republicans who seem to just want to pick a fight, especially on spending with Biden. Is there any middle ground politically when it comes to those kinds of issues?
Yeah, I mean, the thing about FEMA is that it's basically the federal budget equivalent of, like, you got a flat tire. Like we always make this disaster money declarations outside of the normal budget process because they don't know how many disasters there are going to be or where they're going to be. I think with climate change, clearly a factor in some of these disasters, we're going to be spending more. It's up by like 25% from like 2000 to 2010 to 2011 to 2020 in terms of like how much money we spend on disaster aid. So that if you're really trying to be green eye shade about it and say, let's not spend money, that's a big chunk of money that we keep spending. That said, it's never a popular fight to say we shouldn't give money to people who are hurting. That's pretty much like among voters. That's kind of like the bare minimum they want from the federal government is to come in when your whole town burns down and help you, especially the contrast with the visuals that always come out of these. And these are awful visuals. The number of people who have died is just tragic. And the stories that they had are just tragic. So I don't know that that's particularly helpful. On Ukraine aid, I think there's maybe more of a political thing there where there's a lot more Republicans and grassroots Republicans who are starting to say, how much longer are we going to keep giving them money? Should we keep doing this? I don't know that that's a majority opinion yet. I don't think that it's yet has enough political pull to succeed, but I think you're going to, each time we open the wallet and give them some more money, there's going to be a few more people saying, should we keep doing this?
Well, it strikes me that we should all remember in the Defense Authorization Act fight, there were 70 Republicans in the House who voted for an amendment to stop all support for the war in Ukraine from the U.S. So keep that in mind. But the idea was that for the NDAA, it was a fight. Pretty much all spending is a fight in this Congress. So when the president is asking for an additional $40 billion, and we're essentially now just relitigating conversations we were already having during the debt ceiling debate, which was agreed to months ago.
Right.
What was the point? I just, that's what I don't understand.
I don't know that anyone involved in that fight knew what the point was. The point in a lot of, among Republicans who are playing to the base, the point is to fight. It's not necessarily to win. And I think if you look at some of these, especially budget fights and spending fights, it's not so much that you came out ahead or that you achieved some goal. It's that you can show to the base that you're taking it to the other side. And so, and for Biden, who has a much different political calculus, I think picking a fight over $40 billion that he'll end up getting, probably, maybe not $40 billion, maybe a little bit less, but picking a fight that he ends up winning probably is just fine by him. So it's I think that we're in a situation right now from a sort of game theory perspective where pointless fights are just kind of the norm because both sides end up winning from them.
Well, if we're putting an eye on the 2024 race, I guess on a less severe note than the topics of Ukraine and disaster aid, I do want to ask about the Iowa State Fair. Former President Trump is going to go. I saw he's going to be there with some Florida Republicans who backed him over Ron DeSantis. I'm curious just how important you think Iowa is to Trump in particular. I mean, he didn't win Iowa in 2016. Is it critical to him, or what is Trump's relationship with Iowa?
I think that Iowa in 2016, you're right that he didn't win, but Iowa did sort of decide who his top challenger would be. I think, and I don't know that he will lose Iowa this time because he's running much more as an incumbent. He's running strongly ahead. And the reason why he didn't win Iowa in 2016 was that he hadn't yet consolidated the evangelical vote, and he has now. So I don't know that that's as big a concern for him. But I do think that if someone does well in Iowa, that will pinpoint them as being the top challenger to him, and that's where he faces some risk.
Who's the biggest challenger at this point in Iowa, and is there anybody in particular who sees that as an actual opening?
I mean, if somebody does something surprising, like honestly, if Ron DeSantis wins Iowa, I don't think it changes anything, and I don't think that I don't think it's enough of a boost for him because I just don't see it working for him. But look, if Tim Scott comes out and does really well, surprisingly, that will completely change the landscape, and we've seen that before, and that's one of the things that those very early states can do. It's just completely overnight transform the race from what we thought it was.
I also am curious on the state of North Carolina. I just saw the Politico article out today that the Biden campaign affiliates see a broader path in 2024 than 2020, and they pointed to North Carolina in particular. I'm curious what you see as the likelihood of Biden winning any state that he didn't already win. Is it smart to put money there and actually go for it in North Carolina or anywhere else like that? North
Carolina for Democrats is like the one that got away because Obama won it once. And when he did, it was kind of a shock. I was actually in North Carolina at the time covering the race, and the national reporters would show up for like 2 weeks or something, and then they would say, nah, they don't think that this is competitive, and they would all disappear and at once. And then all of a sudden they would come back, oh, well, no, they think we should be here. And that was kind of a surprising win for him, a very narrow win. And a lot of people thought, boy, this is going to follow the path of Virginia, which went from, being a red state to being a battleground state to being a blue state, because they have very similar demographic patterns. But it just didn't happen. They have a Democratic governor, and they continued to be competitive at the statewide level there. It's a little bit gerrymandered in the legislature in favor of Republicans right now. But I do think that there's some potential there because the right now the most likely candidate for governor is really, really Trumpy, and I mean I just can't even get into all of the ways in which he's a very interesting person. If he's up against the Attorney General who's running there, who's also named Josh and is kind of running the same playbook as the Pennsylvania governor named Josh, who was Attorney General, then potentially there's, potentially that could happen. This early on, putting a little bit of money in it isn't like necessarily a bad idea. It doesn't mean that you end up really committing to it, though.
Just because you just said Pennsylvania, during the midterms, I was there covering the Senate race for Bloomberg Television when Dr. Mehmet Oz obviously was trying to get the seat. He ultimately lost to John Fetterman. But there was a huge conversation happening about whether he actually lived in Pennsylvania or if he was a resident of New Jersey. And this headline from the Washington Post today about Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama, but allegedly, I guess, according to property records, doesn't actually own property in Alabama anymore, and he lives in a house in Florida? Question mark?
That's always awkward. I mean, it happens to a lot of senators who he does have a condo here in D.C. So, yeah, I mean, you're spending all of your time in D.C. and you're like, oh, let's just live here, basically. And then his other house was this place that they've been trying to portray as like just a, retirement cottage. The problem, I don't think it's like... it's not like career ending or something like that,
But he's facing other political difficulties at this moment as well.
It's like if you have 4 downs, that's one of them. So like it could be used against him.
Was that a coach pun?
I'm trying with the football references.
He's using all his downs.
I'm trying, but it could be like it's not typically a thing that causes you not to get reelected. But what it could tie into is if this holdup in the military thing starts to really cause a backlash among military families and voters, then also he's not one of us, and he's not from here, and he's sold out, and he's not, that could kind of start to add up, especially if he doesn't do well on the sort of basic blocking and tackling you need to do as a senator, where you've got to be like bringing home.
I love these sports puns.
I'm trying.
Time for sports puns. It's Tommy Tuberville. I remember this being a bit of an issue because he couldn't yet run for governor because they required that you live in the state, I believe, for 7 years. That requirement doesn't exist for the Senate.
For the Senate, it's
thank
one
you
day.
to Ryan Teague Beckwith, Bloomberg politics reporter. Coming up, we're going to talk to David Weston, host of Wall Street Week, all things China executive order. Now let's get a check on world and national news with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington.
Thanks, Jack. Attorney General Merrick Garland says he will appoint a special counsel in the Hunter Biden probe. He says David Weiss, who's been handling the case, will take over the role of special counsel.
I am confident that Mr. Weiss will carry out his responsibility in an even-handed and urgent manner and in accordance with the highest traditions of this department.
Garland says Weiss has been looking at the financial and business dealings of the president's son. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says the special counsel appointed in Hunter Biden's criminal tax case cannot be trusted, and McCarthy posted that today's appointment cannot be used to obstruct congressional investigations into the Biden family's business dealings. The U.S. judge overseeing Donald Trump's prosecution for allegedly interfering in the 2020 election has been hearing from both sides today on how to handle evidence in the case. There's been a dispute over a proposed protective order that would limit what could be shared publicly. Judge Tanya Chutkan has not released her decision on the order, but she did warn Trump to be careful on social media and says free speech rights are limited for criminal defendants. At least 55 people have been killed in those massive wildfires on Maui, and officials still do not have an estimate on the number of people missing, so that death toll could go higher. Maui Mayor Richard Bisson says search and rescue efforts are still underway.
My police department officers, the National Guard, we've had some assistance from Coast Guard in the water as well. So, and we have some cadaver dogs that have come in to Maui today. So we will be, increasing our area that we can search.
Bisson tells ABC in the town of Lahaina, search teams still need to go inside buildings to look for victims. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
When news breaks across the globe, Bloomberg Radio is there. From Asia,
we are officially in deflation in China,
to Europe.
The UK economy grew more strongly than expected in the second quarter.
And anywhere in the world, news happens.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie on the ground in Lithuania.
Bloomberg's Stephen Engel has the latest from Hong Kong.
Joining us from Bangkok, Bloomberg Chief International Correspondent Haslinda Ahmed.
Bloomberg's Greg Sullivan begins our global team coverage from Budapest.
Bloomberg Radio, on the ground, everywhere.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
The Bloomberg Talks podcast. Today's top interviews from around Bloomberg News.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke exclusively with Bloomberg.
Joining us now, the CEO of Uber, Dara Khosrowshahi.
Wide-ranging conversations with Fortune 500 CEOs, big-name investors, and business leaders around the world.
The former Treasury Secretaries Hank Paulson and Tim Geithner.
Morgan Stanley CEO James Gorman.
Bloomberg Talks. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
No one knows where this market will go. Right now, it feels like a wild ride. But one thing's for certain, there's a way through it. And the experience and guidance of a Merrill advisor can help you get there. Because where there's a bull, there's a way. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi.
Oh, hey. Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The data and analysis that give you an edge.
Bloomberg Intelligence's 10 companies to keep an eye on.
The Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
Economic uncertainty remains a headwind for global bank stocks.
In-depth research on 2,000 companies across 130 industries.
Intel faces tough competition.
We're going to take a look at global life science technology.
Let's turn now to climate change.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Intelligence on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Financial advisors, are you looking to add or switch custodians? Are you going independent? Interactive Brokers provides lowest cost trading and turnkey custody solutions for all size firms. Trade globally from a single integrated master account with no ticket charges, no custody fees, no minimums, and no tech, platform, or reporting fees. Plus, IBKR has no advisory team or prop trading group to compete with you for your clients. Switch to the custody solutions that work for you at ibkr.com/RIA.
It's time for today's STEM tip. Okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
Breaking political news from the team that knows D.C.
A breaking story. Greg Storer, Bloomberg Supreme Court reporter with us.
Bloomberg Washington correspondent Joe Matthew, along with D.C.'s most respected news team.
Jack Fitzpatrick on Capitol Hill. Brian Seekbeck with Bloomberg national political reporter. Nick Wadhams, the head of Bloomberg's national security team.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew.
More breaking news today from the Supreme Court.
Listen live weekday afternoons at 1 Eastern or on demand wherever you get your podcasts. Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are mixed this Friday afternoon, but they are trending a bit higher now. We did get mixed reports on inflation. Also, we're tracking those developments about Hunter Biden and a special counsel being appointed. We'll have more on that for you coming up shortly here on Bloomberg Radio. And Bill Gross, co-founder of PIMCO, says the Fed rate hikes will do the trick eventually. And he says inflation will be under control as the cash overhang from pandemic stimulus eases. Check this out.
Once, this $500 billion or $1 trillion push by consumers resulting from the $3 or $4 trillion fiscal program of 12 to 18 months ago, I think once that's used up, that we're going to start to see the effect of a 2% real rate on consumers and consumption going forward, therefore lower real GDP, and therefore inflation, in my view, around 3%.
And Bill Gross with us there on a special simulcast interview on Bloomberg Radio and Television. The Dow right now up 0.3%, 113 points now. The S&P 500 pretty much flat. It had been lower. The Nasdaq still down, but less than before, down only about 0.5%, now down about 71 points. The yield on the 10-year, every time I check in, goes higher, just went a little bit higher again, 4.162% now. Spot gold, call it flat. It's $19.13 an ounce. And crude oil right now, NYMEX crude up about 0.4% at $83.18 a barrel. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
Plenty of China news and analysis to discuss today. I'm Jack Fitzpatrick from Bloomberg Government, sitting in for Joe Matthew, here co-hosting with Kaylee Lines. And Kaylee, I'm struck by the back and forth. What appears to be a careful approach yesterday toward China with a seemingly sort of scaled back executive order on investment issues, but also some kind of glib comments about China's economy, referring to it as a ticking time bomb by President Biden, sort of shooting from the hip recently. And we are joined now by David Weston, host of Wall Street Week, who I understand also spoke to Deborah Lair at the Paulson Institute. David, how do you make sense of the back and forth between hot and cold with regard to the president's stance on China?
Well, it's great to be with you. As I heard once that a faux pas in Washington is when you speak the truth by accident. And you have to wonder about comments like this. You have to bear in mind, of course, he was appearing before fundraisers, right? He was trying to raise money out there in Utah. And I wonder whether it's positioning him for the election. We did talk to Deborah Lair, who spent a lot of time in China with Hank Paulson. She's the vice chair of his foundation, as well as working at Edelman Global Advisory. And I asked her, among other things, about what she made of these comments and what it said very specifically about where the respective parties may well be on China coming up to the next election. This is what she said.
China has always been a focus in election campaigns, and it will be again this year in a very heated way. I'm sure both sides are looking to see how tough they can be when it comes to China. What we hope is, in the context of looking at being tough on China, we remain laser focused on what we need to be doing to ensure that the United States remains competitive, and that we're doing things that don't isolate our companies, but instead ensure that they remain competitive, because after all, our economic security is what underpins our national security.
Yeah, that's Deborah Lair, sort of the Edelman Global Advisory. And the thing that actually, when I heard about this first thing this morning, Jack and Kaylee, I thought about, and you won't remember this, I barely do. When John Kennedy was running for president against Nixon, he came out early to make sure he was to the right of Nixon on Russia, on the Soviet Union. And I wondered whether this was actually President Biden making sure he was to the right, if I can use that expression, of whoever runs for the Republicans on China.
Yeah, I'm very curious, especially, David, because you mentioned earlier he did make these comments on the Chinese economy at a fundraiser where you often, I guess, get less scripted comments. But I'm curious if we can chalk this up to sort of a Joe Biden accidental gaffe kind of thing, or is this a natural outgrowth of a political pressure that is multiple administrations deep? I mean, do we have a clear answer on the motivations there in your view?
Well, certainly I can't get inside the president's mind at all, and I don't know that he ever wanted this to come out in this way. But I think at the very least what it does indicate is his state of mind and where he wants to communicate to the people who are giving him money where he is on China, and that is, I'm going to be really tough on China. That's the way at least I read it. He doesn't want the Republicans to come in and say, you're soft on China.
Well, it's so interesting to me, David, that words are words. Obviously, action is action, and maybe he's being a little less careful with some of the specific wording than the administration is being very intentional with the specific action, like this executive order, which was quite narrow in scope. High fence for small yard is what they're calling it. And maybe that's a good thing for investors. I mean, I wonder how Wall Street should be looking at this very careful strategy when it comes to China.
Well, I think that's a great point, Kaylee. I'm sure investors will want to look at what he's doing much more than what he's saying. At the same time, this was, again, going back to John Kennedy. You remember he got really to the right of Nixon on Soviet Union, and then what did he do once he got in office? He did the Bay of Pigs. And the question is it possible for a candidate to some extent to paint themselves in a corner on policy so they have to be tough once they get reelected? And it really affects policy in that respect. I mean, some people might suggest that happened with Saudi Arabia, with candidate Joe Biden. When he got in office, he had taken such a strong position on Saudi Arabia, he almost had no choice.
Yeah, I'm curious the degree to which the politics drive the policy and maybe policy mistakes. I spoke earlier with Tom Orlick, Bloomberg chief economist, who made a case in a piece this morning that there seems to be, I guess, a false idea that there's this binary choice between China either collapsing or taking over the world, that a lot of the political rhetoric is almost cartoonishly binary. David, I mean, is this a case in which the politics have led policymakers to oversimplify the issues there?
Well, we all do. I mean, I must say, I think we in the media sometimes oversimplify too, so I'm not going to point too many fingers at people. I'm sure that you're right, Jack, but I also want to take a half step back. China has its own struggles right now without regard to the United States. Whatever our position is, whatever our policies is, President Xi is facing a lot of challenges that we went over with Deborah Lair. And he's got a long way to go to really get his economy going again. And it's not clear exactly how quickly or effectively he can do that. I think that may be in some ways the larger issue for investors because obviously a China that isn't growing is not good for the global economy.
Yeah, and so China's economy obviously is a very sensitive issue for Beijing. Speaking of sensitive issues, some like the economy of China, President Biden speaks on. Other sensitive issues, he is more reluctant to do so. One of those, David, being his son. I feel like every Friday you come on Sound On and we ask you to put on your lawyer hat. I'd like to do so again, just given the news of today, a special counsel being appointed in the investigation into his son, Hunter Biden. This is actually just the U.S. attorney in Delaware who already was investigating him now being given this designation. As an attorney, how consequential is this? Jack was asking one of our legal reporters about this earlier, but do you think it's going to be enough to be satisfactory for some of the critics of the Justice Department in this matter?
Well, you should tell me what the legal reporters say because I don't want to get crosswise of our legal reporters, but I was watching Merrick Garland, with whom I clerked, for a couple of years. I've known him quite well in the past, as he made that announcement, and I thought two things right away. One is, this is really proof positive of what he, and to be frank, President Biden have been saying, which is he is independent of the White House. This can't be something that the White House was urging or wanted to tolerate. But he was proving he is independent of the White House. And now the special counsel, Jack Smith, is going to be even more independent because he's really out from under, to a large degree, Merrick Garland himself. And I'm afraid for the president, because it will not be fun for him. I think this means it's not going away anytime soon. The one thing we have experienced with special counsels is once you appoint them, they keep going.
Right. Even if it's not a massive expansion of the investigation, this is not a scaling back of the investigation. David Weston, thank you so much for joining us, host of Wall Street Week. Great insights on China policy. Merrick Garland being very careful. You know who hasn't been careful lately is Paul Krugman with his predictions of the alien war and the inflation that apparently will come out. We're going to wrap up with some weird stuff on that. But for now, I'm Jack Fitzpatrick. This is Bloomberg, here with Kaylee Lines.
The New Deal created American infrastructure that unleashed new opportunity. Today, we're doing it again with massive investment in modernizing our infrastructure to build for tomorrow. At Build America Mutual, we protect your municipal bond investments that help make it happen, building a vibrant future for our communities and your portfolio. Invest in the future of America with BAM insured bonds.
It's hard to keep up with breaking global business news.
It was a mixed day here in the States.
Volatility is sky high.
But at Bloomberg, our seasoned reporters and anchors make it look easy.
European stocks hit a fresh record.
Fares have basically been rendered obsolete.
The rate hike dance is playing out in the belly of the curve.
Are you worried about a wage price spiral?
A lot of Wall Street strategists getting more and more cautious here.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg, the world is listening.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
The Bloomberg Business of Sports podcast, where the money is flowing inside sports around the globe.
To drop some knowledge on the sports agency business.
The latest on the PGA Live Golf Tour.
Who is the next U.S. emerging rugby star?
Michael Barr, Scarlett Fu, and Damian Sessauer take you inside the decisions that power this multi-billion-dollar industry.
The balance of power in F1 might be shifting.
Bloomberg Business of Sports. Subscribe today on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts.
Your clients all have unique financial journeys, so why should their investment options be one size fits all? When you partner with Commonwealth Financial Network, you gain access to a comprehensive range of holistic investment solutions that you can customize according to your client's goals. Welcome to freedom of flexibility. Welcome to Commonwealth. To learn more, visit commonwealth.com. Commonwealth Financial Network, member FINRA/SIPC, a registered investment advisor.
Wherever your business takes you, Bloomberg Radio is here with you.
Breaking economic news crossing the Bloomberg.
Powered by 2,700 journalists and analysts.
So let's get to some of the day's gainers.
In more than 120 countries around the world.
We are seeing a flatter picture for European stocks this morning.
We're the only 24/7 global business radio platform.
This market regime is going to come with more volatility.
Bloomberg Radio, the Bloomberg Business app, and BloombergRadio.com. Bloomberg Radio is where you are. Get live business news and market headlines from anywhere, 24 hours a day, via your mobile device. Listen on the iHeartRadio app. Tune in, the Bloomberg Business app, and Bloomberg.com. Now, your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And from Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Denise Pellegrini. Well, how'd you like to get paid to do nothing? It is a real possibility, believe it or not, for some college undergrads, but the offer might not be worth it when you think about it, and Bloomberg's Steve Rappaport explains why. Steve.
Denise, layoffs in the financial sector have led some consulting firms to delay start times for new hires at a cost. Take Sophia Augustine, for example. She was ready to hit the ground running at Accenture, but the company told her to report for work in April of next year. Augustine says Accenture offered her a $25,000 stipend, which she promptly used to make travel plans. While the extra time may provide for extracurricular opportunities, some grads aren't willing or able to wait around, putting a firm's talent pipeline at risk. Denise?
All right, thank you, Steve. Bloomberg's Steve Rappaport reporting on that jobs trend. Meantime, David Portnoy says he's not selling his stake in Penn Entertainment. That's after the casino company registered most of his holdings for possible sale. I ain't selling Penn at this price, that's for sure, he said in a post on X, formerly known as Twitter. And the Barstool Sports founder filed for an offering of up to $1.25 million of its common shares held by Portnoy, who is buying the online media company back from Penn. This makes him worth almost $35 million, I think, according to one estimate. Penn is a casino operator, of course, and it agreed to sell Barstool back to Portnoy for $1 after sinking hundreds of millions of dollars into the business in the hope of turning it into a sportsbook and online betting powerhouse. And those are some of the company stories we are following for you this hour. I'm Denise Pellegrini, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
Well, we've covered a lot of hot news today, including the assignment of a special counsel to investigate Hunter Biden. Now, strangely enough, we also have a very confident prediction in the economic effects of an alien invasion by Nobel Prize winner Paul Krugman. We have to get to that. But, of course, first we're going to bring you our rundown of world and national news from Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington.
Thanks, Jack. You mentioned it. The investigation into the president's son, Hunter Biden, is now entering a new phase. The U.S. attorney who's been handling the investigation into the president's son, David Weiss, is being appointed as a special counsel by Attorney General Merrick Garland.
On Tuesday of this week, Mr. Weiss advised me that in his judgment, his investigation had reached a stage at which he should continue his work as a special counsel, and he asked to be so appointed. Upon considering his request, as well as the extraordinary circumstances relating to this matter, I have concluded that it is in the public interest to appoint him as special counsel.
With Garland's appointment, Weiss will now be able to operate outside the normal chain of command. The federal judge overseeing the election conspiracy case against Donald Trump is going with a defense request for less restrictive rules on sharing evidence than prosecutors wanted. But Judge Tanya Chutkan also made clear Trump, like every American, has a First Amendment right to speech, but that right is not absolute. She warned she will take whatever measures are necessary to protect the proceedings. Hawaiian officials say they still do not have a firm number of those missing following the wildfire that has caused massive destruction on the island of Maui that was fueled by drought conditions and hurricane-force winds. The death toll is now up to 55. Bloomberg climate reporter Eric Roston says what happened on Maui is highly unusual.
Certainly the scale is unprecedented. It's the worst natural disaster Hawaii has seen. It's potentially, I hope not, but it could surpass a 2018 California fire as the deadliest fire in U.S. history.
Bloomberg's Eric Roston says it'll take years to determine the role that climate change played in that disaster. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Jack and Kaylee.
Thank you so much, Nancy. Jack Fitzpatrick here, wrapping things up in this hour with Kaylee Lines. So the Nobel Prize winner, Paul Krugman, was on the latest episode of the Odd Lots podcast. Of course, you can download that anywhere you get your podcasts. And he seemed very confident in his prediction of what economically would happen if there is an alien invasion. We bring you the freshest analysis here. Let's play Krugman's comments.
An uncontested alien invasion, I guess it kind of depends on how they run the occupation, but actual wars are always inflationary. I can't think of one that wasn't.
Kaylee, he is quite confident that if they arrive, we are going to war with the aliens.
I have so much to say about this. This is a Nobel laureate, so we should take his words seriously. But I guess my question is, what kind of aliens are we talking about? Why would we have to go to war with them? What if we could be friends?
I have to disagree with him. I think we'd be friends. We'd establish trade. Whatever brought them all the way here, they must have a lot of minerals or electricity generation, and I think it would be disinflationary. I think we'd have a big supply boost. It could be copper or lightweight metal. Whatever happens, I want a full debate with Paul Krugman about the inflationary or disinflationary effects.
I would buy a ticket.
Yes, I'll go on for the full hour on that topic. But thank you again to our guests these past 2 hours. Great insights on China from David Weston. Ryan Teague Beckwith, I have to give a little shout out to for his numerous football references with respect to the political landscape today. Zoe Tillman walking us through the aspects of the Hunter Biden case and former President Donald Trump's legal woes, among all the other topics. And
so much for a slow summer Friday.
No. And thanks again to Brock Long, the former FEMA administrator, for walking us through the response to everything happening in Hawaii. With Kaylee Lines, I'm Jack Fitzpatrick. Bloomberg Business Week starts now.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And very good afternoon, everybody. It is Friday, and we're so glad it is. I'm Carol Masser, along with our Bloomberg News Deputy Team Leader for U.S. Equities, Jess Matt. And Tim is actually off today, and, you know, a lot going on, although I'm kind of just a little lost because I was listening about the aliens from Sound
How
On.
could you not? It was so entertaining.
It's so funny. When I was at the beach, my family brought up, because they know I'm in the news world, and they're like, what do you think about these aliens? I'm like, I'm a little worried about climate change right now and some other things. So,
It's something that really grabs your attention.
It does. You bring up alien and, like, we're all like, what? Anyway, it is Friday, August 11th. We're getting ready to wrap up the trading day and the trading week. I will say it's been another interesting day, and I do feel like we have been saying this every day, where we kind of get one maybe trend, if you will, at the open coming off an economic report or something else, and then we kind of dial back. It's safe to say if there's a trend, a theme, I feel like it's a reminder that, yep, inflation is way down from a year ago, but the Fed's probably still on an inflation fight.
And I have to say, one of the particular sectors I've been keeping a close eye on is energy, just continuing to outperform after being one of amongst the losers this year. And especially when you're looking at some of these ETF outflows hitting extremes, some people wondering, potentially, is that at a contrarian level just yet? So keeping an eye on that, Carol.
All right, so we're going to talk about energy probably with our TV guys, too, as well as we break down the trade. But I do want to get into, because of the Treasury trade in particular, because we are seeing, as stocks kind of bounce around, but definitely off their highs of the session, we do have yields higher. We're going to talk about the inflation fight still on, as we saw in this morning's PPI report. We're also going to get into the ticking time bomb, not really the way to endear yourself, if you will, to a country or to someone, if you will, but President Biden kind of saying that the U.S. and China political and economic relationship definitely on our radar. And then we're going to talk retail earnings.
Earnings, Walmart, Target next week, Home Depot. So that's key focus heading into next week. And then also we're going to be speaking with the founder and CEO of the blockchain company Paxos, which is behind PayPal's new stablecoin. He'll stop by later.
That was a big story this week, but I got a lot of questions for him because I still have problems just with calling things a stablecoin because they ain't so stable.
Right, that's a great point, Carol.
All right, so we're going to talk about that. We're going to get into the lazy girl jobs. That's a new career trend, if you will. And we're also going to talk with Yannick Benjamin, back with us, co-founder of Wine on Wheels and Contento Restaurant. Always so inspirational, but also I just love all the worlds that he is playing in. And we're going to drink a little bit of wine. So it's Friday,
excited.
Everybody. All right now, let's head over to our TV team. Countdown to the close. It starts right now.
Countdown to the close. Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage ahead of the U.S. market close starts right now.
This is the countdown to the close. Romaine Bostic alongside Katie Greifeld, joined right now by our colleagues Carol Masser and Jess Menton, filling in today for Tim Stenovic. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms. Carol Masser, we're closing out the Friday afternoon here. A somewhat down note. Interesting, the one bright spot, at least as far as the major indices, is actually the Dow Jones Industrial Average.
What's up with that? Does anybody care about the Dow anymore?
Yes, I just said it.
Oh, because Romaine says it?
Yeah.
Wow, we are living in Romaine's world. No, I think it's interesting that we have been talking about the Dow.
Wait, can someone cut that clip? And just, we're just going to play it every time.
No, it's in the ether. It's gone. What's interesting, we've talked a lot about the Dow, I feel like, this past month or so. So what does that say about rotation or emphasis by investors? Having said that, once again, we were focusing on another inflation print, and this time it was the producer side of the inflation story. We got that this morning, picking up, boost from services, and so...
So what's the verdict?
Well, I don't know. I think what's interesting, Nvda, I know we've all been talking about Neil, but others have said too, freight rates are bottoming. We've seen oil prices pick up. So is it just a reminder that the Fed ultimately, guys, has to be vigilant?
And I was speaking with Jillian Wolfe over at Bloomberg Intelligence, who crunches the numbers when we always talk about margins, right, and what this means for corporate America. So the spread between producer prices and consumer prices, it came down a little bit, but overall, if you look over the past year, still very much in positive territory. So that should give you some indication there. When we're looking at earnings, there's potentially still brighter times ahead.
Yeah, I feel like the takeaway from the PPI combined with the CPI from the day before is that kind of like we don't know anything. Because I feel like the CPI was definitely encouraging, but I don't know. I mean, for all those folks who are positive about this PPI report, I don't know, there was a lot in there on the services side where you're just like, this isn't disinflation.
No, exactly. Yeah, I agree with, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, you add it all together, I think the bond market is pretty set on their pricing, that even if the Fed, maybe they hike again, maybe they don't, but they're going to be on hold for a while.
What did Bill Gross say about it?
Everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, you'll have to go
Did
back.
you not listen? Oh.
I listened to a little bit, but I was busy working on my broadcast.
I get it. I get it. I'm going to do a hard pivot here.
Likely story.
Just for Carol. Do you want to talk about Halloween?
I love Halloween.
It's so fun.
So does Walt Disney
why not?
World.
What else do you talk about in mid-August?
There is a fantastic story in the Wall Street Journal saying that Walt Disney World is rolling out jack-o'-lanterns on Main Street, USA. There's a fantastic quote in the story that August is the new September. That is from an associate professor at Farmingdale State College. And get this, I have a size
these
and
proclamations?
scope. I have a size and scope. All 6 dates in August for Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween Party have sold out already.
Okay, so first of all, August is the new September, but but Halloween's in October. So I'm still confused by this. And is this so? Am I supposed to? Is this like a read on like how troubled the Disney parks are that they got to like do Halloween early? When's Christmas coming? Is that going to be like what, September 2nd?
Yeah, exactly. Right after they get through, basically on November 1st or maybe.
I will say that Halloween is actually my favorite holiday.
Oh yeah.
Why don't you dress up? Are you going to be Ken this year? Because Barbie costumes.
There's going to be so many
number
Barbie
one
costumes. I was thinking about that, and I was like, everybody's going to be on Barbie something this year, right?
You could be Alan.
That's no. No one wants.
Nobody
to be
wants to be Alan.
Ken.
You know what's interesting? Michael's launched in July 21st, I think it was. Started like the 100 days to Halloween, and they started putting Halloween stuff out there.
But that makes sense. I mean, how else do they make money, right? It's like, Halloween and a couple other, and then, those 5 people who are still crafting.
Eddie Munson? Eddie Munson, perhaps, Romaine?
You don't craft?
Maverick from the Maverick.
I need something cool. Well, Maverick, yeah. How about that?
Ariel costume, Disney connection there.
Maybe. I'm going to be Carol Master for Halloween.
Is she being serious with me? Or what's happening here? Ariel.
We are living.
Is that like a mermaid? How do you even dress up?
We are living in Katie's world.
Oh.
Love it. Let's end it there.
Jess, does Jess have anything to say? Does she let you talk, Jess?
I feel like we all should. Carol Mass would be the best Halloween costume, Katie. I agree.
Yeah.
What is a Carol Master costume?
I got to get some highlights.
Now I'm scared.
Okay.
Now I'm scared.
On that note, we'll be back in about 50 minutes with the answer to that question.
All right, guys, join us at 4 p.m. We're going to wrap up the trading day and the trading week, our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, and of course, Bloomberg Originals. We call it Beyond the Bell. We'll see you at 4 p.m. Wall Street time.
Wishing and hoping and thinking and praying, planning and dreaming each night of his charms that won't get you into his arms.
All right, everybody. Friday. We do want to talk a little bit more about the inflation picture, whether or not you've bought your Halloween costume. That will provide some economic momentum, no doubt about it. But another day, another inflation print. We just talked about it. Jess and I did. U.S. producer prices picking up in July, primarily due to increases in certain service categories, highlighting the choppy nature of getting inflation back down to target. But you heard Romaine say, we were all kind of happy or felt encouraged by the CPI print yesterday. PPI felt a little bit different today,
Right,
Jess.
and especially because I know Anna Wong will get into this, but she was thinking the month-over-month number was going to be actually a tick higher than it actually did, and we're not seeing necessarily the energy numbers flow through just yet.
All right, so let's get into it and see what our Bloomberg News senior editor Chris Anstey has to say. He's on Zoom in Boston, and Bloomberg Economics chief U.S. economist, as Jess just mentioned, Anna Wong. She's on the phone in D.C. Anna, let me kick it off with you. Your take, your analysis following that release.
Yeah, I think overall it's still consistent with our view that the near-term inflationary impulse is that of going down. So the PPI is important because parts of it feeds into the inflation metric that the Fed cares about, which is core PCE. And what's driving the uptick today was actually financial portfolio management, which is a very jumpy and volatile category.
What is that category? It sounds so wonky.
Right. It's reflective of with what's going on in the bond market and stocks market. And for example, if there's a stock rally, it could drive up that number. So I think that actually is not, even though that counts into the super core measure that Powell cares about, they know that this is a volatile category. So if we focus on the sticky part, actually they're all going down. And particularly today's University of Michigan short-term and long-term inflation expectations numbers are what the Fed cares about. They are also going down. And so I think the signals that the Fed cares about are basically unambiguously pointing that inflation is going down.
I want to bring Chris into this conversation. Some other data that we did get this morning, if you're looking at the University of Michigan, those inflation expectations also unexpectedly falling. So what's the worry here, do you think, Chris?
Well, I think, you can see the worry, especially in the market reaction yesterday to CPI compared with the market reaction to the previous month's CPI. So as we have flagged, the 0.2% increase month on month for July was the same as June. Back in June when we got that figure, investors were cheering, right? Stocks rallied on the day, treasuries rallied on the day. Yesterday, we got a little bit of a rally in stocks, but then we closed, pretty much flat. Today, the market's not really doing much. Treasury yields are higher. So I think actually the idea that inflation is going to stick around at an uncomfortably high level is starting to percolate. And in fact, I think Anna is among those who has been saying that all is not necessarily rosy looking ahead into the fall, and that there are a number of inflation dynamics that continue to be a concern. I think that investors are coming to grips with this. And so, you look at a number like UMich inflation expectations, and folks are saying, well, that's nice, but I think they're looking to, and I'm sure Anna can talk in more detail about this, at some of the, unpleasant dynamics that are still in train.
Well, then, Anna, come on in on this, because I am thinking about, too, what Neil Dutta put out and shared with us all this morning right after the PPI print and said, while freight rates are bottoming, oil prices are climbing, if you look at companies paying up big for workers in some cyclical industries, UPS, GM, Ford, in an above-trend economy and tight labor markets, he writes, and I'm reading from this note, risks building that the Fed has more work to do, so that higher for longer. You agree, disagree? What, Anna?
I disagree. Well, so I think the inflation picture is complicated, and that Chris is right that there's some worrisome dynamics in the fall, and which is that oil price is rising, and we have extreme weather pattern, which could introduce new adverse supply risk, which could reverse the progress on some of the supply chain bottlenecks. But at the same time, I think where we differ from Neil, Dutta, and many other people on Wall Street is that we do think that the U.S. economy actually is not reaccelerating. In fact, a lot of cracks are showing. Some recessionary dynamics are showing its ugly head, which is, number one, surging bankruptcies among small firms and rising credit delinquencies even before student loan payments are resuming. So come September, after September, we expect to see a surge in delinquencies, and then lenders will further tighten their lending standards. And that's how you get that recessionary downward spiral. And so we also think that the labor market is overstating the strength. A lot of the non-farm strength, payroll strength that we have seen are going to be revised down. In fact, it's even possible that 2 years from now we see that monthly non-farm payroll was actually negative last month. So that's where we are. We think core inflation, there's a very strong disinflationary impulse in the rest of the year, but the risk is that headline inflation will be going up. But because inflation expectations are going down, the Fed will look through these adverse oil shock.
And Chris, I have to get your thoughts because JP Morgan and Bank of America have both dropped their recession calls for this year, but you still have Wells Fargo that's hesitant to do so. What is giving some of these Wall Street firms pause still to keep those recession calls at this point?
Well, I think Anna was just pointing to some of the dynamics. One thing that is kind of hard to gauge, and the bankruptcy numbers that Anna points to are a symptom of it, but is the magnitude of pain from the resetting of borrowing costs higher. So, any company that took out a loan a few years ago, sold a bond a few years ago, that needs to refinance that when it comes due, later today, next week, in coming months, next year, that's going to be at a much higher cost. One other symptom that we see of this dynamic is the rapidly surging debt interest payments that the U.S. Treasury is paying. And we get nice, figures on that on a monthly basis, even in fact on a daily basis. And we're seeing that that cost is soaring by hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars for the U.S. government. Well, this is also happening at the corporate level. Right. We don't have such great data on that, but we know the dynamic is going to impart a lot of pain. And the higher that that interest rates go, the longer that they stay at these elevated levels, we're going to see an increasing economic impact. And I think that's a dynamic that leaves many on Wall Street, including the ones you mentioned, still seeing a recession.
It's interesting. As everybody's backed off the recession call and as more strategists are upping their targets, I do feel like our guests who come on and talk about the market all want to kind of take some money off the table and want to be a little bit more cautious. Chris, this question, I want to pose it to both of you. You first. I mean, when it comes to, as an editor, the things that you really and you and your team are watching very closely in terms of an indicator of the U.S. economy or maybe even the global economy, because everything we know, despite the pushback on globalization, we're all connected.
At the end of the day, I just have to keep going back to jobs. And, Anna says that they're going to turn at some point. At the end of the day, one of the key ingredients, right, in the official National Bureau of Economic Research Business Cycle Dating Committee determination for heading into a recession is payrolls. They have to come down. And so if we don't get negative numbers, right, and if we don't see a softening in the job market, I don't know how you get a recession.
Hey, Anna, save 30 seconds for you. Your number one thing top of mind that you keep an eye on? Just quickly.
It would be senior loan officer reporting of whether they're tightening credit conditions. Non-farm payrolls could be negative right now because actually those things are measured very inaccurately in the eve of a recession. So I don't think I'm not putting too much weight on that right now.
All right. Well, great discussion as we head into the weekend. Guys, thank you so much. Chris Anstey, he is, of course, Bloomberg News senior editor on Zoom in Boston, and Bloomberg Economics chief U.S. economist Anna Wong. She is always a must-read by everyone here at Bloomberg. We really appreciate both of them. She joining us on the phone in D.C. Carol Masser, along with Jess Manton. She is in for Tim Stenivek on this Friday. More to come right here on Bloomberg Business Week on radio, on YouTube, and, of course, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Tape Podcast, a conversation with Robert Teeter at Silvercrest Asset Management.
Why are you optimistic that inflation will continue to decline?
Well, I think one of the reasons is that we've seen most of the inflationary fuel dissipate. So monetary growth has all but flatlined here. You've seen all of the supply chain problems dissipate. The index that's widely maintained and followed there really only hit normal just a few months ago. You've seen a lot of the demand swings in the economy start to normalize. We're still seeing some of that, but supply and demand a bit more stable and allowing companies to really produce at a level that they need to keep prices in check. And so I'm relatively optimistic on the pace of inflation continuing to decline from an economic perspective. But I think from a market perspective, we've maybe gotten a little bit ahead of ourselves and there's a bit more work to do.
CPI figures don't necessarily look ahead to things like rising oil prices. When we think of the Fed, they're looking at this core number that strips out all this other stuff that is the stuff that consumers potentially feel most. Is this going to change the Fed's thinking?
So the way that I look at that on a go-forward basis of trying to estimate the pace of the decline in CPI, and I think that's the real open question mark for markets here. I think you're right. There are a number of things that are likely to put some upward pressure on CPI, and the energy complex certainly being one of those. The one that's the biggest one, of course, on the downside is housing. And so when we look through some of those estimates of how much of the contribution from CPI from housing, well over 2%, it looks like maybe middle of next year that starts to go flat. So if I add back in more energy inflation than we have currently and I take out the housing, I get to a point where I sort of estimate we hit that 2% Fed target sometime in the middle of next year.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Tape Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
Whether This message is brought to you by Detroit Wayne Integrated Health Network. Kids are struggling more than ever. Addiction is prevalent, and many times young people are medicating to stop the pain. There's no shame in asking for help. The Detroit Wayne Integrated Health Network can help 24/7. Call the Access Helpline, 800-241-4949. D-WIN, we are one, a community of care.
Whether you're an in-house counsel or in private practice, Bloomberg Law gives you the edge with the latest in AI-powered legal analytics, business insights, and workflow tools. With guidance from our experts, you'll grasp the latest trends in the legal industry, helping you achieve better results for the practice of law, the business of law, the future of law. The difference is Bloomberg Law. Learn more at BloombergLaw.com.
Chainalysis is the premier blockchain data platform. Crypto businesses, financial institutions, and government agencies utilize Chainalysis data and services to make sense of what's happening on the blockchain. As regulators and policymakers work together to pass legislation that provides clarity for crypto businesses and protects consumers, they have the chance to do so with unparalleled data and research into the crypto ecosystem. Demystify cryptocurrency and gain greater visibility and insight by visiting chainalysis.com/radio.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And it is 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. And we have breaking news on Sam Bankman-Fried. His bail has been revoked, or is being revoked by a U.S. judge. That taking place in a court hearing today, not going in favor of the co-founder of FTX. Again, Sam Bankman-Fried's bail is being revoked by a judge, and that means he will presumably return to jail if those stand. Stocks, meantime, they're mixed this TGIF Friday trading session. We check the markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. Inflation headlines may be rattling investors a bit. We had mixed reports on inflation, one showing inflation easing, another showing inflation strengthening a little bit. The Dow, it's strengthening. It's up 0.3%, 106 points. The S&P 500 pretty much flat, down 3 points. The NASDAQ down about 0.6%. The yield on the 10-year, every report I have done today, it is higher. It is now 4.16, actually 4.1679 if you want to look all the way across. So again, that yield on the 10-year going higher. Spot gold right now, it's pretty much flat at $1,912 an ounce, and crude oil, NYMEX crude, it is up about 0.4% right now. China's house of cards looking a little rickety. Real estate company Country Garden reporting it expects to post a huge net loss, $7.6 billion for the first half, raising concern it'll be the next giant to default in China. Rebecca Chong-Wilkins says things are looking pretty ominous right now.
The stock, a Hong Kong penny stock, the bonds around 7 cents on the dollar, high levels of distress here. And in part, that's because the coupon payment that needs to be made is only about 22 million. It's not an enormous amount of money, but I suppose there is this anxiety that the chair people of property developers so far haven't been inclined to back and kind of go into their own back pocket to pay.
And that was Rebecca Chong-Wilkins there. We could see more developments on China Garden Holdings in China after that loss. We'll see if it's the next real estate giant to default. And that, guys, is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Denise, thank you so much. Denise Pellegrini there with a Bloomberg Business News Flash in for Charlie Pellet on this Friday. So, as you know, Jess, there was a lot of news coming out of China this week.
It is, and especially when you're looking at their latest data. I mean, this was supposed to be the year where we saw big improvement in China's economy, but we're not seeing that yet.
So